What if Harry Potter was Harem God and had multi-partner Harem? So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also share the video as which is again our zone. Because of some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro. So you can skip starting 25 to 30 seconds of the video and we'll direct you to the story. Now without any further ado, let's get straight to the video.
Harry woke up tasting treacle tart. That made no sense, because he had not eaten treacle tart, and his mouth was dry like he had swallowed a handful of dust. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. His throat stung every time he tried to breathe properly. Then the second thing hit him. A heartbeat that was not his. Slow. Heavy. Like it belonged to someone half asleep under a thick blanket. And another too fast, tripping over itself like it was trying to sprint out of a cage. And another, weirdly calm, like waves hitting a shore at a steady pace. Harry tried to move and his own heart slammed into his ribs. His hands were damp. His skin felt hot and cold at the same time. He could feel sweat under his shirt, along his spine, and he hated that he could feel it so clearly. The fast heartbeat spiked harder, and with it came a sharp, bright rush of numbers, not words. Equations. Patterns. Like someone thinking so quickly it turned into wind in his skull. Stop it, he thought, except it was not fully his thought. It was more like a push in a room where the walls were too close. A voice said faintly, from somewhere to his left, "Harry." His eyelids were heavy. He forced them open. White ceiling. The smell of antiseptic and potions. The soft swish of curtains. A low humming in the air, like magic working even when you could not see it. Hospital wing. His head throbbed. Not like a normal headache. This was like pressure behind his eyes, like someone had pressed their palms against his temples and refused to let go. He tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. His stomach lurched. His vision blurred. His hands shook as he grabbed the side of the bed. "Easy," Hermione said, and her voice was too close, closer than it should have been. Harry turned his head and there she was, sitting on the edge of the bed next to him. Hair messy. Eyes wide. She looked like she had been crying and then told herself she was not allowed to. "Are you all right?" she demanded, and then immediately snapped. "No, that is stupid. Of course you are not all right. You were unconscious for hours." Harry tried to answer and got a croak. Hermione shoved a cup into his hand. "Drink." It tasted like pepper-up, but softer, like Madame Pomfrey had toned it down for someone who might throw it right back up. Harry swallowed, and with the swallow came another wave of wrongness. A thick, grounding feeling rolled through him, like damp earth after rain. It settled in his chest, heavy but steady. The slow heartbeat eased, and the pressure in his head shifted. Harry stared at Hermione. "What happened?" Her lips parted, and for a second, her eyes flicked away. Not like she did not want to tell him, but like she was trying to work out where to start without making it worse. "We were in the Department of Mysteries," Hermione said. "We got out. The order got us out. You collapsed." "I did not just collapse," Harry muttered because his body still felt like it was full of lightning that had nowhere to go. Hermione's eyes flashed. "No, you did not. You screamed." Harry went cold. He remembered flashes. The echo of spells. The floor shaking. People shouting. A sharp, tearing pain behind his scar like someone had tried to hook a finger into it and pull. And then, something else. He remembered hearing someone laugh, soft and distant, like they were standing behind a curtain. Luna. Harry's gaze snapped past Hermione. 2 beds over, behind half-drawn curtains, Luna Lovegood sat upright with her knees tucked up, looking like she had woken from a nap on a train and decided it was all perfectly normal. Her hair was a mess and she had a bruise along her jaw. She was holding a pudding cup. That explained the taste. Luna lifted her spoon at him in a small greeting, like this was breakfast and not whatever nightmare this was. On the bed between them, Neville lay flat on his back, eyes closed, chest rising slow and deep. His face was pale, and there was a bandage wrapped around his forearm. The slow heartbeat Harry had felt was his. Harry stared at Neville, and the heavy, grounding feeling pressed against his ribs again, like a hand steadying him. Hermione followed his gaze, then said quietly, "Madame Pomfrey does not understand it. She keeps saying it is not possible." "What is not possible?" Harry asked, and his voice came out sharper than he meant. Hermione flinched, and he felt that flinch in his own chest like a tiny sting. That was wrong. That was not how feelings worked. Harry's fingers tightened on the cup. The wood frame of the bed creaked. Luna spoke from 2 beds over, tone mild. "We are all in the same room now." "That is not helpful," Hermione snapped, then immediately looked guilty. "Sorry, Luna. I just..." Luna blinked, unbothered. "It is helpful. If we get too far apart, it hurts more." Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione's fast heartbeat spiked again, and the rush of equations slammed into Harry's skull. He squeezed his eyes shut, breathing through it, trying not to throw up. "Right," Hermione said quickly, voice tight, like she was clinging to being useful. "Right. So. That is happening. You feel it too, do you not?" Harry opened his eyes and stared at her. "Feel what?" Hermione's mouth pressed into a line. "Everything." Harry swallowed. His throat still burned. "I can taste Luna's pudding." Luna's eyes lit up. "It is a good pudding." Hermione made a sound like she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. "And I can feel you trying not to panic. Which is not going brilliantly, by the way." Harry stared at her. "That is insane." Neville shifted in his bed and made a quiet, pained noise like he had been having a bad dream. Harry's chest tightened, and the heaviness rose again, solid and steady. Neville's breathing evened. Harry did not do anything. He was just sitting there. Yet the feeling had changed. Hermione's eyes widened, like she had noticed the same thing. "You felt that?" she whispered. Harry's hands started shaking again. "What is this?" Before Hermione could answer, the curtains at the far end of the wing swept aside and Madame Pomfrey marched in like someone had personally offended her by getting injured. Her hair was pulled back tight. Her face was pinched with irritation and worry. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her tone suggested she was simultaneously relieved he was awake and furious he had dared wake up in such a state. "Do not sit up too fast. You will faint, and then I will have to deal with that too." "I am fine," Harry lied automatically. Pomfrey narrowed her eyes. "You are not fine. Miss Granger, move." Hermione slid off the bed at once, but she stayed close, standing by Harry's shoulder like she was ready to catch him if he fell. Harry noticed her knuckles were white. Pomfrey waved her wand and muttered a diagnostic charm. A faint shimmer passed over Harry's chest, like a warm breeze. Pomfrey's face went blank. She did it again, sharper, more precise, then frowned like the spell had insulted her. "That is not correct," she said, mostly to herself. She stalked to Hermione's bed, performed the same charm, then snapped her head toward Luna and Neville. Harry watched her move, and with every step she took, he felt a tug in his chest like a thin thread being pulled too tight. Hermione sucked in a breath, and Harry felt it, too, the quick slice of fear. Luna's calm rolled in after, cool and steady, like someone putting a cold cloth on a fever. Pomfrey finished with Neville and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like swearing. "Madam," Hermione said, voice controlled, "what is happening?" Pomfrey's lips thinned. "I do not know." "That is comforting," Harry said, and his voice came out rough and sarcastic. Pomfrey pointed her wand at him like it was a weapon. "Do not start with me, Mr. Potter. I have spent the last hour running spells that should not be failing. Your magical cores are reading as if they are overlapping." Hermione's eyes darted to Harry's. Harry's skin prickled. "Overlapping." Pomfrey turned sharply and strode toward the doors of the hospital wing. "I sent for the headmaster." Harry's stomach sank even further, because of course Dumbledore would have been told. The doors opened. Albus Dumbledore stepped in with Professor Snape at his side. The room felt colder, not because of temperature, but because Harry's body recognized danger. His heart started to race again. Hermione's panic surged. Neville's slow steadiness wavered, like someone had poked a sleeping bear. Luna's calm did not break. It tilted, curious. Dumbledore looked tired. His robe was slightly rumpled. His eyes went straight to the four beds, and that familiar twinkle was there. But it did not feel kind. It felt like someone had found something interesting in a jar. "Poppy," Dumbledore said softly. "Do not poppy me, Albus," Pomfrey snapped. "Explain." Snape's lip curled as he took in the scene, his gaze lingering on Harry like he expected Harry to have caused this on purpose. "Potter." Harry clenched his jaw. "Professor." Hermione stepped forward, planting herself half between Harry and Snape without even thinking. "Headmaster, what is happening?" Dumbledore walked closer, stopping at the end of Harry's bed. He did not sit. He did not touch. His gaze flicked from Harry to Hermione, then to Neville, then to Luna. It lingered on Luna a moment longer, and Harry felt Luna's mild annoyance, like a cat being stared at. "I did not expect it to manifest like this," Dumbledore said. Hermione's voice sharpened. "Manifest like what?" Dumbledore sighed. "There are old magics, Miss Granger, that were bound into this castle long before any of us were born." "That is not an answer," Hermione said, and Harry felt her frustration crackle through him, a dry, sharp wind. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone." Hermione snapped her head to him. "Oh, I am sorry, Professor. Would you prefer I politely wait while you all decide whether we are dying?" Harry's mouth twitched despite himself. Snape looked like he wanted to take points away from her out of pure habit, but Dumbledore lifted a hand. "Enough," Dumbledore said, still soft. "Hermione is correct to demand clarity. Poppy, may I?" Pomfrey's jaw worked. Then she stepped aside, stiff with reluctance. Dumbledore raised his wand. The air hummed. Harry braced, because every spell cast near him right now felt like someone tugging at the inside of his bones. A thin ribbon of light slid from Dumbledore's wand and hovered above Harry's chest, then drifted toward Hermione, Neville, and Luna in turn, as if mapping something invisible between them. Harry's vision blurred. His skull throbbed. Hermione made a small sound of pain. Neville's eyes fluttered open. He blinked, then immediately winced like he had been punched in the head. "What?" he rasped. His voice sounded thick, like he had been drugged. Why does it feel like someone is standing on my brain? Hermione let out a shaky laugh that was half relief. Neville, you are awake. Neville turned his head toward her, then froze, eyes widening. Hermione. Harry. Luna. Harry heard it in Neville's voice, that same stunned fear Harry had felt a second ago. Neville looked down at his own hands, then up again, like he expected them to be someone else's. Luna leaned around her curtain and said, "Hello, Neville." Neville swallowed hard. "Hi," he said, like he did not know what else to do. Dumbledore lowered his wand. The light ribbon faded. Pomfrey demanded, "Well?" Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry as he spoke. "It appears that an old bond has awakened fully." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "What bond?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. His eyes moved, thoughtful, calculating. Harry hated that. "We have no time for riddles," Hermione said, voice shaking now, because even she could not logic her way out of what her body was telling her. "Please, just tell us." Snape's gaze snapped to Dumbledore. "You knew." Dumbledore's expression did not change. "I suspected." Harry's stomach turned. "You suspected and you did not tell me." "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, and he sounded almost regretful, which did not help. "There are things that should be allowed to settle before they are named. Naming them too early can make them real in a dangerous way." "That is rubbish," Harry said, and his voice came out low and hard. He could feel his own anger, but he could also feel Hermione's, sharp and furious, and Neville's, hot and confused, and Luna's, cool and watchful, and it made his anger feel bigger than it should have been. He forced his breathing to slow. Neville's steadiness pushed back, grounding him a little. Luna's calm cooled the edge. Hermione's focus snapped into place like a blade. Harry realized, with a sick twist, that they were not just feeling each other. They were changing each other. Hermione looked like she had realized it too. Her hand lifted toward Harry's sleeve, then stopped, unsure. Harry reached out anyway, grabbing her wrist lightly. It was not romantic. It was not a grand gesture. It was just proof that she was real and he was real and they were not losing their minds. Hermione's breath hitched, and Harry felt that hitch in his own lungs. He hated that he could feel it, and he hated that part of him did not hate it at all. Pomfrey's voice cut through. "Albus." Dumbledore exhaled. "Very well. An ancient form of soul linkage. 4. Neville's eyes went wide. 4, he repeated hoarse. Hermione's face went pale. "That is not a thing." "It is a thing," Luna said mildly, licking pudding off her spoon. "It is just rare. Like crumplehorned snorkax." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue on instinct, then stopped because arguing about magical impossibilities felt pointless when she was literally hearing other people's feelings in her ribs. Harry's mouth was dry again. "Why us?" Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Because of what happened the night you survived, Harry." Silence dropped. Harry felt Neville's heart stutter. Hermione's fear flared, and under it, something else, something that felt like grief, old and heavy, like she had just been reminded that they were in a war and people died and nothing was simple. Harry's scar prickled. Snape's voice was flat. "If this is what I think it is dangerously unstable." Pomfrey snapped. "Everything about this is dangerously unstable." Dumbledore nodded once. "Yes." Harry could not stand it. He shoved his legs over the side of the bed. Pomfrey lunged. Mr. Potter, I said do not get up. Harry stood anyway, swaying slightly. Hermione's hand grabbed his arm to steady him, and Neville's grounding surged again, keeping Harry upright. Luna's calm pressed over the nausea. Harry's eyes locked on Dumbledore. You knew I was connected to other people since I was a baby. Dumbledore's eyes did not flinch. I knew there was a resonance. Harry laughed once, harsh. You are saying it like it is a nice little magical trick. It is not a trick, Dumbledore said quietly. It is a mechanism. One I have been trying to keep dormant, for your sake and for theirs. Hermione's grip tightened on Harry's arm. Dormant, she repeated. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to her, then back. The bond, if fully awake, changes you. It makes you less singular. That is not your decision, Hermione said, voice trembling with fury. You do not get to decide that for us. Snape's mouth curled. Spare us the moral outrage, Miss Granger. If this bond makes him less singular, then it also makes him less controllable. Harry felt Hermione recoil at the word controllable like she had been slapped. He felt it too. Dumbledore did not rebuke Snape. He only looked tired again. Harry's stomach twisted harder. What have you been doing? Pomfrey stepped between them, wand raised. Albus, if you have been tampering with their magic, I will hex you myself. Dumbledore's eyes held Pomfrey's for a moment. Then he said, I asked Severus to brew a stabilizer. A suppressant. To ease the strain. To prevent the bleed. Hermione's voice went deadly calm in a way that always meant she was 2 seconds from exploding. You have been giving us potions. Dumbledore did not deny it. Neville sat up slowly, looking between them like he was trying to catch up and failing. What? He said. What are you talking about? Luna's voice was soft, almost gentle. We have been sleepy more often than usual. And we have been getting headaches. And sometimes we forget things we were about to say. Harry went cold because that was true. He had blamed stress. He had blamed war. He had blamed himself. Hermione's nails dug into Harry's arm. You have been drugging us. Snape's eyes flicked to Dumbledore. His expression was unreadable, but there was a tightness to his jaw. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. A stabilizer, Hermione. Not a drug. The bond is dangerous when it surges. It could burn you out from the inside. And you thought the best way to handle it was to hide it, Hermione hissed. Harry's head pounded again, harder. The pressure behind his eyes sharpened like a blade. He staggered, and Hermione grabbed him fully, one arm around his back. Neville's heartbeat surged, and the grounding slammed into Harry so hard his knees almost buckled. Luna's calm washed through, cooling the nausea. Hermione's focus steadied the chaos, like air pushing smoke into a clear shape. Harry breathed shakily. It is not just me, he said, and the words came out rough. It is all of us. I can feel it. You are all. He swallowed. You are all in here. Hermione's eyes were wet. I know. Neville's voice cracked. This is mad. Luna tilted her head. It is a bit mad, yes. Pomfrey looked like she wanted to scream at the universe. Albus, if you have been giving them anything, you tell me what it is, right now. Dumbledore hesitated. That was all it took. Hermione's face went white with real fear. Harry's scar burned. Neville swung his legs off the bed, wobbling as he stood. No, he said, and his voice surprised Harry. It was not timid. It was flat, angry, and it held. No. You do not get to hesitate. You do not get to decide what happens to us. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened on Neville, like he was seeing him properly for the first time. Harry felt Neville's anger like hot stones under his feet. Snape's eyes narrowed. Sit down, Longbottom. You are barely upright. Neville did not. He stood by the foot of his bed, shoulders squared, wand clutched tight. Hermione whispered, barely moving her lips. Harry. Harry's head turned automatically toward her, and he realized he had not decided to move. His body had just done it, like her thought had become a tug. He felt Luna's attention settle on them, calm but alert. Neville's steadiness shifted closer, like he was bracing to catch them both. It was eerie. It was also, in a sick way, efficient. Hermione's eyes flicked toward the doors, then to Pomfrey's desk, then to the small cabinet where potions were stored. Harry understood without her speaking. They were being kept here. They were being watched. And Dumbledore was not telling them everything. Harry's throat went tight. You are controlling it, he said to Dumbledore, voice low. Dumbledore's expression softened just enough to look almost kind again. I am trying to prevent harm. By deciding what we are allowed to know, Hermione snapped. Snape's voice cut in sharp. And what exactly do you intend to do, Potter? March out of this wing half-healed and start a rebellion? Harry's eyes met Snape's. If I have to. Snape's mouth twisted. Childish. Hermione barked a laugh, short and bitter. Oh, yes. Because being lied to and drugged in a war is the mature option. Pomfrey turned on Snape. Severus, do not. Snape held up a hand like he could not be bothered. His gaze stayed on Harry, cold and assessing. Harry felt Hermione's fury, Neville's fear, Luna's quiet certainty. He also felt something else, faint but there. Trust. Not the blind kind. The kind you chose because you had to. Hermione's hand slid from Harry's arm to his wrist, fingers pressing there like she was reminding him he was not alone. Harry's voice went quiet. Tell us what you have been giving us. Now. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then footsteps sounded outside the wing. Harry's skin prickled. Luna's calm shifted, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. Luna's eyes lifted toward the doors. Someone is coming, she said. Pomfrey spun. I told everyone to stay out. The doors opened again. Ron Weasley stepped in. He looked like he had not slept. His hair was a mess, his face pale, and his eyes went straight to Hermione first, then Harry, then Neville, then Luna. His gaze stuck, confused and frightened, like he was looking at something he did not want to understand. Ron, Hermione said, and her voice softened on instinct. Harry felt it. The old habit. The wanting to trust. Then Ron's eyes flicked to Dumbledore, and Harry saw it. Relief. Like Dumbledore was the adult in the room and Ron had been clinging to that. Harry's stomach dropped. Ron swallowed. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets like he was trying to stop them shaking. Harry, Ron said, voice rough. You awake then? Harry did not answer immediately. He watched Ron's face. Ron's gaze flicked to Hermione again, and there was something desperate there. Hermione stepped forward a half step, still close to Harry. Ron, what is going on? Ron licked his lips. I told him you were awake, he said, nodding toward Dumbledore, like he needed to justify his presence. I thought you should know that you are not, alone with this. Hermione stared. Ron, you have been here already. Madame Pomfrey said you were here earlier. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, I was. I wanted to check on you. Harry felt Hermione's heart speed up again. He also felt something from Ron that he should not have been able to feel. A faint tug. Not like the bond. Not like being inside each other. More like a draft under a door. Harry's scar prickled again, and the pressure in his skull sharpened. Ron looked at Harry, then at Neville, then at Luna, and his voice dropped. It is unnatural, he blurted, and then immediately looked like he wanted to swallow the words back down. I am not saying you are doing it on purpose, mate. I am not. But it is, you are all looking at each other, and then you do the same thing. It is creepy. Hermione's face hardened. Ron rushed on, words tumbling out. It is like he is inside your head, he said, eyes on Hermione now, voice shaking. Like he is inside all your heads. You said the potion would stop the connection. Silence snapped tight. Harry felt Hermione's shock like a punch. Neville's anger rose, hot and heavy. Luna's calm went razor thin. Pomfrey's face went ashen. What potion? She demanded, and her voice sounded like someone had just handed her a knife. Ron froze. His eyes darted to Dumbledore. Harry watched Dumbledore's face. The twinkle was gone. What was left was something colder. Dumbledore spoke gently, like he was calming a frightened child. Ronald. Ron swallowed hard. Professor, you said it would help, he said quickly, desperate now. You said it would stop it getting worse. You said if it woke up fully it could mess them up. Hermione, I am trying to help you. I do not want you. I do not want you trapped in his head. Hermione's voice went ice cold. You went to him. Ron's face crumpled. I did not know what else to do. Neville took a step forward, wobbling slightly but staying upright. You could have come to us, Neville said, and his voice shook with rage. You could have asked? Ron snapped his gaze to Neville like Neville had no right to speak. I am trying to save you, Ron said, voice cracking. You do not see it. You do not feel it. You are all acting weird. You are all staring at him and touching him, and it is like you are not even yourselves. Harry's stomach twisted, because Ron was not entirely wrong. It was just that Ron's version of wrong was fear, not reality. Hermione's hand tightened on Harry's wrist. Harry felt her hurt, sharp and immediate, and under it, anger so pure it made his mouth go dry. You think I cannot choose my own thoughts, Hermione said, voice trembling. You think I am that easy to control. Ron flinched. No, that is not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Hermione snapped. Because it sounds like you think Harry is some sort of parasite. Harry felt Neville's anger surge higher, felt Luna's calm go cold and dangerous, felt Hermione's fury sharpen into focus. Harry forced his voice steady. Ron, what have you been giving us? Ron's eyes went wide. I have not been giving you anything. Pomfrey's wand was raised now, pointed straight at Dumbledore. Albus, she said, voice shaking with fury. Tell me, right now, what is in my ward? Dumbledore's gaze held Pomfrey's. A stabilizer, he said quietly. To reduce the bond's bleed. To keep their minds their own while we determine what has awakened. Hermione let out a short, strangled laugh. While you determine? Ron said desperately. Hermione, please. I am not trying to hurt you. I cannot stand watching you look at him like. Like what? Hermione demanded. Ron's face went red. Like you trust him more than me. There it was. Harry felt it, the raw, ugly truth under all the fear. Ron's jealousy was not neat and villainous. It was messy and human and timed perfectly to ruin everything. Hermione stared at him like she had never seen him properly before. Neville's voice was low. This is not about you. Ron snapped. It is easy for you to say you are in it too. Neville flinched like the words had hit him harder than Ron intended. Harry felt Neville's shame flare, old and sharp, and it made Harry's chest tighten. Luna spoke softly, and the softness somehow made it worse. Ron, you are scared. Ron's eyes flicked to Luna like he had forgotten she existed, then he looked away fast, uncomfortable. Yeah, well, would you not be? Luna's head tilted. I am. But I am more scared of being lied to. Harry's gaze went back to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face stayed calm, controlled. Harry's blood went cold. Hermione's voice came out flat. You were going to keep doing it. Dumbledore did not deny it. Harry's head pounded harder, and the bond surged like it was reacting to betrayal itself. He felt Hermione's rage, Neville's fury, Luna's cold certainty, all twisting together and feeding into him. The air in the hospital wing crackled. Pomfrey's potion bottles on the desk rattled. Snape's eyes narrowed. His wand was in his hand now, angled low but ready. Calm yourselves, Dumbledore said. Do not tell me to calm down, Hermione spat. Harry took a step forward, and Hermione moved with him without thinking. Neville shifted closer on the other side, and Luna slid off her bed and padded forward, bare feet silent on the stone. They moved like a unit. Harry realized, with a sick jolt, that Ron was right about one thing. It looked unnatural from the outside. Ron backed up a step. His face went pale. See, he whispered, voice cracking. That is what I mean. Harry's voice went low, dangerous. Ron, you did this. Ron's eyes filled. I was trying to help. Harry wanted to shout. He wanted to hex him. He wanted to grab him and shake him until the fear fell out. Instead, he felt Hermione's cold logic snap into place. Not anger first. Plan first. Hermione's eyes flicked to the doors again, then to the cabinet, then to Pomfrey's desk. Luna's gaze drifted toward the windows, like she was listening to something beyond them. Neville's shoulders squared, and Harry felt his steadiness press into them all, anchoring the surge. Harry took a slow breath. He could not fight Dumbledore in the hospital wing, not like this. But he could leave. He could take them with him. Harry spoke without looking away from Dumbledore. You are not keeping us here. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Harry. Harry heard his name like a hook, like an old habit of obedience trying to drag him back. He refused. Hermione's voice was tight. If you have been suppressing this bond, and it has still broken through, then you have been failing for years. That means you do not understand it. And if you do not understand it, you cannot control it. Snape's lip curled. Arrogant. Hermione snapped. Accurate. Pomfrey looked between them, breathing hard, furious and frightened, like she wanted to throw all of them out and lock the doors. Ron whispered, "Hermione, please." Hermione did not look at him. "Do not," she said, voice shaking. "Do not say my name like you have the right to. You went behind my back." Ron's face crumpled. "I thought you were in danger." Hermione finally looked at him, and her eyes were bright with tears she refused to let fall. "I am in danger now," she said, voice raw. "Because you made me one." Harry's stomach twisted, and he felt Hermione's hurt like a bruise inside his chest. Luna stepped closer until she was beside Hermione, shoulder almost brushing hers. "Hermione is right," Luna said calmly. "If we stay, they will keep trying to fix us. And their fixes hurt." Neville nodded once, jaw tight. "We need to go," he said, and his voice was steady now, like he had made a decision and that was that. Dumbledore's eyes moved over them, assessing. Harry saw it, plain as day. This was no longer a student problem. This was a variable Dumbledore could not predict. Harry's mouth went dry. He realized he was shaking, not from fear alone, but from adrenaline, from the bonds surging and feeding each other, from the sheer fact that the adults in the room were not safe. Hermione's hand slid up Harry's arm, fingers curling into his sleeve. She leaned closer, and her voice dropped low enough that Ron could not hear properly, but Harry felt her words before she spoke them. "Now." Harry nodded once. He could not speak the plan out loud. He did not need to. He felt Luna's calm settle into place like water smoothing a storm. He felt Neville's steadiness brace under them like earth. He felt Hermione's mind snap into sharp focus, cutting a path. Harry lifted his wand. Snape's wand snapped up instantly. Dumbledore's hand moved barely, like he was ready. Pomfrey's eyes widened. "Do not you dare!" she barked. Harry's voice was rough. "Madam Pomfrey, I am sorry." Pomfrey's mouth opened. Hermione moved first. Not with a shout. Not with a dramatic wind-up. Just a quick flick of her wand, precise, controlled. Somnus. A soft wave of magic rolled out. Pomfrey's eyes fluttered, and she swayed. Harry lunged forward and caught her by the shoulders before she hit the floor. Neville grabbed Pomfrey's other arm, steady as a rock, and together they lowered her gently onto the nearest bed. Harry's hands were shaking hard now, but Neville's grounding steadied him, kept him from losing it. Snape snarled, "Idiot children!" and he fired a curse. Harry did not see it coming. He felt it, instead, like a cold spike of intent. Luna's calm snapped into warning, and Hermione's focus shifted, and Neville's steadiness braced, and Harry's body moved. He twisted, dragging Hermione with him, and Neville stepped in, wand up, and a shield flared in front of them. The curse splashed against it with a harsh hiss, like acid on stone. Neville grunted, knees bending under the force, but he held. Harry stared at Neville, shocked. Neville stared back, just as shocked, and then his face hardened. "Bloody hell!" Neville breathed, and it sounded like he had just realized he could actually fight. Ron shouted, "Stop, stop, stop!" Dumbledore's voice was sharp now. "Harry!" Harry felt the hook in his name again, stronger this time. He shoved against it with everything he had. "You do not get to call me like that!" Harry spat. Luna moved, quick and silent, and slipped behind the curtains like a ghost. A second later, she reappeared with the cabinet door open and glass bottles floating out, labels turned away from Harry. "Which one is it?" Luna asked, voice calm, like she was asking which jam to buy. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Lovegood." Hermione snapped. "Do not you dare touch her." Harry felt Hermione's protectiveness like a flare of wind, felt Luna's quiet satisfaction, felt Neville's anger surge again. The air crackled harder. Dumbledore's voice dropped. "This is not the way." Hermione barked a laugh, sharp and broken. "No, the way was drugging us and hoping we would not notice." Neville's voice was low. "We are leaving." Dumbledore took a step forward. Harry's scar burned. Harry's breath hitched. He felt the bond surge, all four of them locking together, and it felt like stepping into a current that could carry them feelingless and fast. Harry's voice went tight. "Do not come closer." Dumbledore stopped. For the first time, Harry saw something flicker in Dumbledore's eyes that looked like uncertainty. Not fear. Calculation. Harry hated it anyway. Ron's voice cracked. "Harry, mate, please. You cannot just run." Harry snapped his gaze to Ron. "You do not get to call me mate after you did that." Ron flinched like he had been slapped. Hermione turned to Ron, and her voice shook. "Move." Ron's eyes flicked between Hermione and Dumbledore, desperate. "Hermione, I am trying to help you." Hermione's face twisted, hurt flashing across it. "You are trying to help yourself feel useful," she spat. "You are scared you are not needed, so you made a choice for me." Ron's eyes filled again. "That is not fair." Hermione's voice went razor sharp. "War is not fair." Luna's voice cut through, calm but firm. "Ron, please step aside. We do not want to hurt you." Ron's face crumpled. "You are all talking like you are one person." Harry felt a hollow, sick twist in his stomach, because Ron was seeing the truth and calling it a monster. Neville's voice was tight. "Ron, just let us go." Ron's gaze flicked to Neville, then to Harry, and his hands shook as he pulled his wand halfway out of his pocket. Harry's blood went cold. He felt Hermione's fear spike. He felt Luna's calm turn cold. He felt Neville's steadiness brace, ready to take a hit. Harry's voice dropped. "Do not!" Ron swallowed hard. His wand hovered. Then Dumbledore spoke, soft and deadly calm. "Ronald, put your wand away." Ron's hand froze. Harry stared at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "If you leave, you will be hunted," Dumbledore said quietly. "By the Ministry, by Voldemort, and by those who think you have been corrupted." Hermione snapped. "So you admit you were going to tell people we are corrupted?" Dumbledore's eyes did not flinch. "I was going to protect the world from an unknown." Harry laughed once, humorless. "Right. Because I am not a person. I am a weapon you are not sure is pointed the right way." Dumbledore's voice softened. "Harry." Harry refused the hook again. "No." Neville's breathing was hard now, like he was holding back panic by force. Harry felt it. Hermione felt it. Luna felt it. They tightened around Neville without touching him, a silent brace. Harry realized, in that second, that this bond was not just intrusion. It was support. That terrified him almost as much as it comforted him. Hermione's voice was low, tight. "We are leaving. If you try to stop us, you will hurt Madame Pomfrey. You will hurt students. You will make this worse." Snape's eyes flicked to Pomfrey lying unconscious on the bed, then to the four of them, and his mouth tightened. He looked furious, but there was something else there too, something like reluctant respect, buried and ugly. Dumbledore's gaze shifted. Harry felt Luna's attention sharpen, like she was listening past the room. Luna's eyes went to the doors, and she whispered, "More footsteps." Harry's stomach dropped. Someone else was coming. If it was McGonagall, if it was other staff, if it was Order members, this would turn into a fight inside the hospital wing, and Pomfrey would get hurt, and they would be trapped. Hermione's hand squeezed Harry's sleeve. Her thought brushed his mind like a quick shove. Now. Harry nodded. Neville shifted closer, wand raised, shoulders set. Luna stepped to Hermione's other side, calm as a tide. Harry lifted his wand toward the far window. Snape barked, "Do not be stupid." Harry's voice was harsh. "Watch me." Hermione's voice snapped, "Shield them." Neville did, without hesitation, and the shield flared again, thicker now, grounded and solid, like stone. Harry spoke, and the word felt like it tore out of him. "Reducto." The window exploded outward. Cold air rushed in, sharp and biting. Glass shards scattered, bouncing across the stone floor. Harry flinched as tiny cuts sparked along his arms, and immediately Luna's calm washed over, cooling the sting, while Neville's grounding pressed down, steadying his balance. Hermione's focus kept the chaos from swallowing them. The footsteps outside the wing sped up. A voice called, "What is going on in there?" "McGonagall." Harry's heart slammed. Hermione's face went pale. Neville swore under his breath. Luna inhaled slowly, like she could taste the air. Harry looked at the shattered window, then back at his friends, and the word friends felt too small now. Hermione met his eyes, and her voice was trembling but firm. "If we stay, they will lock us down." Neville nodded, jaw tight. "We go." Luna's voice was calm. "We will not fall. Not if we hold on." Harry did not have time to ask what she meant. He felt it instead. The bond tightened. 4 people, 1 intention. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand. Neville grabbed Harry's shoulder. Luna's fingers closed around Hermione's wrist. A chain. A circuit. Harry stepped onto the window ledge, cold air slamming into his face, making his eyes water. Behind him, the hospital wing doors slammed open, and McGonagall's sharp voice cut through the room. "Harry Potter, what in Merlin's name do you think you are doing?" Harry looked back once. McGonagall stood in the doorway, eyes wide, wand raised. Behind her, shadows moved, more people arriving, drawn by the noise. Dumbledore stood by the foot of the bed, watching. Ron stood near the center of the wing, face twisted with fear and regret. Snape's eyes were cold, his wand still up. Pomfrey lay unconscious on the bed, breathing steady. Harry's hands shook so hard he almost lost his grip on Hermione. Hermione squeezed back, hard. Neville's steadiness pressed into them like a promise. Luna's calm cooled the panic, just enough to let Harry think. Harry turned back to the open air. He took one breath that tasted like snow and smoke and something electric. Then he jumped. Harry hit cold air like a slap. Wind tore at his hospital shirt. His eyes watered instantly. The castle wall rushed past on his left, stone blurring, and the ground below looked too far away to be real. Hermione's fingers were locked in his. Neville's hand was on Harry's shoulder, grip crushing. Luna held Hermione's wrists like she was anchoring them to the world. Harry's stomach flipped hard. His throat tightened. His body wanted to curl up and scream, and somehow that panic did not stay inside him. It surged outward through the bond like a burst of heat. Hermione's focus snapped over it like a lid. Neville's steadiness pressed down like weight. Luna's calm rolled in cold and clear, cutting the edge off the panic just enough for Harry to breathe. "Do something," Hermione gasped. "I am," Harry snapped, which was a lie, because his brain was blank except for the fact that they were falling. Luna's voice was steady, almost conversational. "Count the heartbeats. 3. 1. 2. We move on 3. "What?" Neville barked, voice hoarse with fear. 3, Luna said anyway. Her grip tightened. Harry felt it before it happened. Not a spoken plan. A shared shove. Hermione's mind flashed a spell shape, quick and sharp. Neville braced like he was about to take a punch. Luna's calm shifted into a thin, guiding line like a hand on the back of Harry's neck. "No," Hermione said, and she did not shout, she just pushed a word through clenched teeth. For wand snapped up. Harry's voice broke out raw. "Arresto momentum." Hermione's spell hit at the same time. "Glacius." Neville's came like gravel turning to a wall. "Protego." Luna whispered something Harry did not recognize, soft and old-sounding. It was not Latin. It felt like water running under ice. The air in front of them thickened. Their fall did not stop, it bent, like they had slammed into a huge invisible cushion. Harry's arms jolted. His teeth clicked together. His stomach lurched again, but the ground stopped rushing at them quite so fast. Below, the grass exploded into frost where Hermione's spell touched it, a pale slick sheet spreading out like a spilled drink. Neville's shield wrapped around them, barely visible, but Harry felt it in his bones, heavy and solid. Luna's spell threaded through it all, smoothing the rough edges, turning their stumbling mess into something that almost worked. They hit the frosted slope hard. Harry's boots skidded. His knees buckled. He nearly yanked Hermione down with him, but Neville's grip hauled them upright like he was lifting sacks of grain. Luna stumbled, caught herself, and then the bond snapped them all into balance. Harry sucked in a breath that tasted like snow and smoke. His chest burned. His hands were shaking so hard his wand tip wobbled. Hermione's breath came in sharp little bursts. "We are alive!" Neville made a sound that was half laugh and half sick groan. That was mental." Luna looked up at the dark outline of the castle. "They will be looking out of the window," she said calmly. "Someone will notice the frost." Harry's blood went cold. Voices carried faintly from above. Shouts. A ripple of wand light moving behind glass. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand hard. "Move! Now!" They ran. Harry's lungs screamed almost immediately. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else. He could still taste the hospital potions in his mouth, and it made him want to gag. Neville's breathing was loud and steady, like a metronome trying to keep them all from falling apart. Hermione's fear was sharp, pushing at Harry's ribs, but it was welded to purpose. Luna's calm stayed cool and steady, even as her feet slipped on the frost. Harry's scar prickled again, a hot itch under his skin. They are tracking, Luna said, tone matter of fact. Hermione snapped. How? I can feel the wards looking, Luna said, as if that explained everything. Like eyes on the back of your neck. Harry's stomach twisted. He glanced back once. In the high window they had blown out, wan light flashed. Shadows moved. McGonagall's voice carried, thin and furious. He could not make out words, but the anger was obvious. Neville's voice came rough. Where are we even going? Hermione did not hesitate. The lake. Harry stared at her. What? Hermione's eyes were wide and bright with panic, but her voice stayed sharp. There are tunnels. Old drainage channels. Hogwarts has to move water somewhere. We get down, we get out, and we do not have to fight half the staff in the open. Neville looked like he wanted to argue, then swallowed it. Right. Luna nodded like Hermione had just confirmed something she already knew. The water will hide us, she said. Harry felt a strange pulse in the bond at that, like approval. Like the bond, like the idea of water. They cut down the slope toward the lake, boots slipping on damp grass. Harry's stitches did not exist, but his body still felt bruised from the fall. His ribs ached. Every breath scraped. Behind them, a bright flash lit the night sky. A search charm, sweeping. The air hummed. Hermione hissed. Down! Neville grabbed both Harry and Hermione and shoved them flat behind a low rise. Luna dropped beside them with barely a sound. Harry pressed his face into wet grass. His nose filled with earth smell. His heart hammered so hard he felt sick. A light swept over the hill. Passed. Swept again, slower this time. Neville's hand was still on Harry's shoulder. It was shaking. Harry whispered, Neville. Neville whispered back, voice thin, I know, I am trying not to throw up. Hermione's voice was barely there. When it passes again, we go. Do not stand up too high. Do not cast unless you have to. Harry felt her plan like a wire stretched tight. He also felt Luna's quiet curiosity, like she was watching the magic in the air the way other people watched clouds. The light swept again. Hermione breathed. Now. They moved fast, low, almost crawling at first, then running again when the hill dropped. The lake loomed ahead, black and flat, like a sheet of glass. Harry's lungs burned. His throat tasted like metal. He heard Neville's breath go ragged. He felt Hermione's exhaustion starting to creep in, and that scared him more than the chasing wands, because Hermione did not slow down unless she was about to drop. They reached the rocky edge of the water. Hermione pointed her wand down. I need a gap. Something we can fit through. Neville stepped forward, shoulders squared, and Harry felt that grounding steadiness sharpen into focus. Neville jabbed his wand at the stones. The rocks shuddered. Harry stared. He had seen Neville do herbology, seen Neville get knocked on his arse in defense, seen Neville shake when someone shouted too loud. He had not seen Neville do this. The stones split with a grinding sound. A dark opening yawned under the lake edge, just big enough for them to squeeze through. Cold water seeped in around it. Neville's jaw clenched. Go. Hermione did not hesitate. She shoved Harry first. Harry plunged into freezing water up to his chest. It stole his breath. His whole body locked up for a second. Then Hermione was behind him, pushing, and Luna was behind Hermione, and Neville slid in last and shoved the stones wider again with a grunt. They squeezed into the tunnel. It stank. Old water and moss and something metallic. The ceiling was low. The floor was slick. Harry's shoulders scraped stone. His teeth chattered hard. Hermione's voice came tight. Light, but not bright. Harry whispered, Lumos, and kept it small, wan-light dim and dull. The tunnel stretched ahead, sloping downward. Behind them, faintly, the lake's surface rippled. A shout echoed. Magic crackled. They are at the shore, Hermione breathed. Neville's shoulders hunched as if he could take the whole castle on his back. How far does this go? Hermione's laugh came out sharp and humorless. Do you think I have a map of Hogwarts plumbing? Harry's mouth twitched even with his teeth chattering. You probably do. Hermione shot him a look that was half offense and half frantic affection, and Harry felt that affection like warmth under his ribs. It made his stomach twist in a way that had nothing to do with fear. Luna said softly, Stop thinking so loud, Harry. It tickles. Harry blinked. What? It tickles, Luna repeated, as if that was perfectly reasonable. She touched her temple with one wet finger. When you panic and then you make jokes to cover it. It flickers through all of us. Hermione snapped. Luna, that is not helping. Luna's gaze slid to Hermione. It helps me. Hermione's jaw worked. Then she muttered, Fine. Sorry. Harry felt Hermione's apology like a reluctant shove. He also felt her fear underneath it, raw and shaking. They moved deeper into the tunnel, boots splashing, shoulders brushing. It was too tight for comfort. Harry's wand hand shook from cold. Every few steps, the bond tugged them into the same rhythm, like four people trying to breathe together. Stop, Neville whispered suddenly. They froze. Harry's chest tightened. He lifted his wand slightly, light wobbling. What? Neville's eyes were wide. I can hear voices. Hermione's head turned. She went still, listening. Luna tilted her head. Harry could not hear anything but water and their breathing. Then he felt it. Not sound. Pressure. Magic against skin. Like someone pressing their face to a wall on the other side. Hermione whispered, They are searching with spells. Tracking charms. Harry swallowed hard. His throat hurt. Can they find us down here? Hermione's voice went tight. I do not know. Luna's calm shifted. They are looking for the bond, she said. Not for footprints. Harry's scar prickled again. A hot itch. His stomach lurched. Hermione's hand found Harry's sleeve and gripped, hard. If your scar is reacting, that means... Harry finished for her, voice low. Voldemort is aware. Neville made a small, broken sound. Brilliant. Hermione hissed. Neville. Neville snapped, voice shaking. No, I know, sorry, I am just... This is insane. Harry felt Neville's fear, but also his anger. A hot, stubborn core under it. It steadied Harry more than Harry wanted to admit. Hermione looked at the tunnel walls, then at the water pooling along the floor. Her mind was moving fast. Harry felt it like sparks. We need to break the line, Hermione whispered. Harry frowned. What line? The connection they are using to sense us, Hermione snapped, then immediately softened a fraction. Not the bond. Something layered on it. The potion. The stabilizer. It is still in our blood. It is probably acting like a beacon. Harry's stomach dropped. So even if we run, it follows. Hermione's eyes flashed. Unless we flush it. Or disrupt it. Neville whispered. How? Hermione's gaze slid to Luna. Luna! Your spell. The one you did when we fell. It felt different. Luna blinked slowly. It was not mine, she said. It was old. The bond likes old things. Hermione stared, frustrated. Luna! Luna's expression stayed gentle, but her eyes sharpened. It was a word my mother used to say when she was making potions, she said quietly. Not a potion word. A word. She said some magic is like water, it flows into cracks. You have to speak to it like it is alive. Harry felt something in Luna at that, a tight grief that had been hiding under her calm. It pressed into his chest and made his throat ache. Neville's eyes flicked to Luna, then away, jaw tight like he did not know what to do with someone else's grief sitting in his ribs. Hermione swallowed, voice softer. All right. We use what we have. We do not have time to read books. She looked at Harry. Fire. Harry blinked. What? Fire burns impurities, Hermione said, and she sounded like she hated herself for sounding like a textbook even now. You have the element. If the bond is elemental, we use it. We force the stabilize out. Heat it. Drive it out. Harry stared at her. You want me to set us on fire? Hermione snapped. Not like that. Neville muttered. That is reassuring. Luna said calmly. It will hurt. Harry's stomach twisted. Great. Hermione's voice went low, urgent. Harry, if we do nothing, they will catch us. If they catch us, they will put us back under. They will keep pushing potions until we stop fighting. And then we are not us anymore. Harry's hands trembled. He felt Hermione's terror. He felt Neville's rage at the idea of being controlled. He felt Luna's quiet certainty, like she had already decided this was the path. Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. Fine. Tell me what to do. Hermione breathed out hard, like she had been holding her breath since the window. Stay close. Touch. The bond spreads the load. Neville said flatly. I hate that this is our plan. Hermione shot him a look. Do you have a better one? Neville shut his mouth. He stepped in closer anyway, shoulders tight. They crowded together in the tight tunnel, shoulder to shoulder, water up to their shins. Harry could feel Hermione's wet hair brushing his cheek. He could feel Neville's breath on his ear. Luna's fingers touched the back of Hermione's hand, light as a whisper. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for the fire inside him. Not anger, not rage, something deeper. Heat. Core. The thing that had flared in him when he was cornered and refused to fold. The bond opened. It was like stepping into a room that was already full of other people's breath. Hermione's mind was wind, sharp and fast. Neville was earth, heavy and steady. Luna was water, cool and deep. Harry was fire. He pushed. Heat surged through his chest and down his arms. It did not explode outward like a curse. It threaded into them, cautious, controlled, because Hermione's focus held it like a funnel, because Neville's steadiness braced it, because Luna's calm kept it from turning wild. The water around their ankles hissed. Harry's skin prickled like he was standing too close to a hearth. His scar burned. His stomach rolled. Hermione's breath hitched. Neville swore under his breath. Luna made a small noise that was not pain exactly, more like surprise. Then Harry felt something shift. a slick, oily feeling under his skin, like a film he had not known was there. The stabilizer. Harry's mouth filled with bitter taste. He gagged hard. Hermione gagged too. Neville made a choking sound. Luna's calm wavered for the first time, a ripple of discomfort. Harry braced his hands on the stone wall as Bao rose. He vomited into the water. It was ugly. It burned his throat. It stank of potions and something metallic. Hermione retched beside him, shaking. Neville doubled over, coughing like he was trying to cough his lungs out. Luna breathed through it, face pale, eyes watery. Harry's whole body trembled. Sweat broke out across his back despite the cold. His heart hammered. Then, like a string snapping, the pressure in the air eased. The feeling of eyes on the back of his neck vanished. Hermione lifted her head, panting. Did it work? Luna blinked slowly, swallowing, then nodded. Yes, she said. The wall went quiet. Neville wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, looking half dead. Brilliant! We just threw up our way out of being tracked. Harry coughed a laugh that turned into another gag. I hate everything. Hermione's laugh came out thin and shaky. Get used to it. They moved again, slower now, because their legs were unsteady and their stomachs felt hollow. The tunnel kept sloping downward, then leveled out. The air got less damp. The stone underfoot changed, smoother, older. Hermione's voice was tight, but steadier now. If that stabilizer was acting like a beacon, then Dumbledore has been tracking us through it for ages. Harry's jaw clenched. He had no right. Neville's voice came low. He never asked, he said. He never even told us we were connected. He decided. Harry felt Hermione's anger spike at that, and it matched his own so perfectly it made his head throb. Luna said softly, Adults like deciding things. And her tone was mild, but it carried something sharp under it. Hermione's voice cracked. We are 18. We are not children. Harry's stomach tightened. It was the first time anyone had said it out loud, and it made it real in a way that hurt. 18. Old enough to fight. Old enough to bleed. Old enough to be lied to like it was for their own good. Neville muttered. Could have fooled me. Hermione shot back. Oh, shut up. Neville huffed a short laugh. All right. Harry felt the bond warm at that, like it liked them snapping at each other instead of falling apart. They reached a bend where the tunnel opened into a wider channel. The ceiling rose. The air smelled less like lake water and more like damp earth. Hermione lifted her wand and whispered, Point me. A thin beam of light shot forward and curved, like it was following a path. Hermione exhaled hard. Good. This leads out. Harry's legs felt like jelly. His hands were still shaking. The adrenaline was fading, leaving him with cold and nausea and a heavy crash of exhaustion. He also felt Hermione's exhaustion, Neville's aching soreness, Luna's quiet strain. It was too much. Too close. Harry swallowed, voice rough. We need somewhere safe. Hermione nodded, eyes sharp. We cannot go to the Order. Not if Dumbledore is willing to suppress us. Neville's voice came tight. What about my Gran? Hermione did not soften the answer. She will tell the Order if they ask. Not because she hates you. Because she thinks she is doing the right thing. Neville flinched. Harry felt it like a bruise. Luna said softly, Grimmauld Place. Harry blinked. What? Luna's gaze slid to him. It is yours. It smells like you. The bond likes familiar places. Hermione's eyes widened. If Dumbledore is not the secret keeper, yes. If he is. Harry's stomach dropped again. He remembered Dumbledore in the hospital wing. Calm. Controlled. Watching them like a puzzle. Harry's voice went low. I am the secret keeper. Hermione stared. Are you sure? Harry did not know how to explain it without sounding insane. He just knew. The house had been his since Sirius. The wards had responded to him. He had felt it, faintly, before the bond woke, like a tug at the edge of his awareness. He also felt something from the others, a quiet acceptance, like the bond itself was nodding. I am sure, Harry said. Neville swallowed. Then we go there. Hermione nodded once. We need to get off Hogwarts land first. They followed the tunnel until it ended in a grated opening. Neville shoved it up with a grunt. Cold night air hit them again, but this time it smelled like smoke from chimneys, not lake water. Hogsmeade. They climbed out behind a squat stone wall, half hidden by scrub. The village lights glowed faintly in the distance. Snow lay in patches, crunchy underfoot. Harry's whole body shook. He could barely feel his fingers. His shoes squelched. Hermione's teeth chattered. Apparition. Side along. Stay touching. Neville looked pale. I have done it once. Hermione snapped. Then you can do it again. Neville flinched. Right. Sorry. Luna's voice was calm. It will feel like your insides are being yanked through a keyhole. Try not to scream. It makes it worse. Neville stared at her. How do you know that? Luna blinked. I listen. Hermione's hand gripped Harry's sleeve again. Harry grabbed Neville's wrist. Luna took Hermione's elbow, gentle but firm. Harry tried to think of Grimmauld Place. The narrow street. The sickly smell. The feeling of darkness trapped in walls. He also thought of one thing that was not dark. A kitchen with warm light. A table. Somewhere to sit down and breathe without wands pointed at their backs. Hermione whispered, Now. They twisted. Harry's stomach dropped into nothing. Air vanished. Pressure crushed his chest. His body felt like it was being dragged through a crack. Then they slammed into a hallway. Harry stumbled. Hermione grabbed him. Neville hit the wall with a grunt. Luna swayed, then steadied, eyes half closed. The air smelled like dust and old curtains. The house was cold. The wallpaper peeled. The silence felt thick. Grimmauld Place. Hermione breathed, voice shaky. Harry's heart hammered. His scar prickled, then eased, like the house itself muffled the outside world. A small shuffling sound came from the shadows. A voice snapped, high and offended. Master Harry brings mud into the house. Creature stepped into the dim light, hunched, eyes bright. He looked at the four of them, then froze. His ears twitched. His gaze darted from Harry to Hermione to Neville to Luna like he was trying to work out why the air felt wrong. Hermione's spine went stiff. Creature. Creature's lip curled automatically, then his eyes widened. He pressed a hand to his chest. There is noise, he croaked like the word hurt. Harry blinked. You can feel it. Creature hissed, trembling. It is like four masters talking at once. Hermione whispered. That is interesting. Harry felt her urge to analyze and nearly laughed, because of course she would latch onto that even now. Creature backed up a step, eyes flicking to Luna. The odd one, he muttered, then flinched like he had been struck. Luna looked at him with mild interest. "Hello?" she said. "Do you have blankets?" Creature stared, then snapped, defensive. Creature has blankets. Creature has tea. Creature does not have answers. Harry swallowed hard. "We need both." Creature's eyes darted to Harry, and something like loyalty flickered there, twisted and old. "Master Harry is cold," he said grudgingly. "Creature will make tea." Hermione snapped. "No potions. Nothing you have not made in front of us." Creature's eyes bulged. "Creature does not poison Master Harry." Hermione's voice went sharp. "I did not say you did. I said we are not taking chances." Harry felt Hermione's fear, sharp and shaking, and it made his own chest tighten. He did not blame her. Neville's voice came low. "Hermione. He is trying." Hermione's jaw worked. Then she nodded once, stiff. "Fine. Tea. Plain." Creature muttered under his breath, then shuffled away. Harry exhaled, shoulders sagging. The adrenaline crash hit hard now. His knees felt weak. His hands were numb. Luna touched the wall with her fingertips. "This house is angry," she said softly. Harry swallowed. "Yeah. It is." Hermione's voice went brisk, but it shook. "Living room. We need to check windows, check wards, lock the door. Then we sit down. Then we think." Neville's mouth twitched. "Do you ever stop?" Hermione snapped. "No." Harry felt a flicker of amusement from Luna and a tired fondness from Neville. It warmed him more than the cold could bite. They moved into the front room, not bothering with lights beyond a low wand glow. Hermione checked the windows, wand flicking, muttering protective charms. Neville stood by the door, listening, shoulders tight, wand in hand. Luna hovered near the fireplace, head tilted like she was listening to the house breathe. Harry sank onto the edge of a sofa that smelled like mothballs. His muscles ached. His throat was raw from vomiting. Hermione's voice softened a fraction as she came back to him. "How are you?" Harry barked a humorless laugh. "Brilliant. I feel like I have been dragged through a wall and then sicked up my spine." Hermione's mouth twitched. "Good. Same." Neville lowered himself onto a chair, breathing hard. His knuckles were white around his wand. "What now?" Harry stared at the peeling wallpaper. His mind wanted to run in circles. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Ron's face. Pomfrey unconscious. Harry's stomach twisted with guilt at Pomfrey. She had not deserved that. But if they had stayed, they would have been caged. Harry rubbed his face with cold hands. "Now we find out what we are," he said. Luna drifted closer, sitting on the arm of the sofa like it was the most normal thing in the world. "We are a quartet," she said calm. "The bond is awake. It will not go back to sleep. Trying will break us." Hermione sank onto the floor in front of the sofa, back against it, knees pulled up. She looked exhausted, hair damp, eyes rimmed red. "You sound sure." Luna looked at her. "I am." Hermione's voice went thin. "Based on what?" "A feeling." Luna's calm held. "Based on listening to it." Harry felt Hermione's frustration flare, then wobble, because she did not have a book to slap down on the table, and that terrified her. Neville's voice came quieter. "Hermione. She has been right so far. Hermione's eyes closed for a second. When she opened them, her voice was rough. I know. That is what is terrifying. Creature returned with a tray. 4 mugs. Steam rising. The smell of plain tea, surprisingly comforting. He set it down with a huff. Drink, he muttered. Hermione watched him like he might pull a knife. Neville reached for a mug first and sniffed it. He looked at Hermione. It is tea, Neville said, tired. Hermione's shoulders loosened a fraction. She took hers. Harry drank. It was hot and bitter. It burned his throat in a good way. It made his hands feel less numb. Creature hovered, eyes darting. Master Harry is being hunted, he muttered, as if stating the weather. Harry's jaw clenched. Yes. Creature's gaze flicked to Hermione, Neville, Luna. The house does not like strangers, he said, then paused, ears twitching again. But the house likes the noise, he finished, grudging, confused. The noise feels right. Hermione stared at him. That is also interesting. Harry looked at Hermione. Stop saying interesting like this is a lesson. Hermione's mouth twisted. Sorry. I am trying not to scream. Harry felt her urge to scream like a flare, and it made his own chest tighten. Neville said quietly, We cannot go back. Harry looked at him. Neville's hands were still shaking, but his voice was steady. Even if they apologize, even if they say they were trying to help, they will do it again. Because they think they know better. And I am done being treated like a child. Harry felt Neville's anger, and it was clean and solid. It steadied him. Hermione nodded once, eyes bright. Agreed. Luna sipped her tea. Good, she said softly. Because the bond will punish us if we try to be apart again. It does not like lies. Harry blinked. The bond has opinions. Luna looked at him as if he had asked whether water was wet. Of course it does. Hermione rubbed her forehead. We need information. Not opinions. Creature sniffed. There are books, he said, offended, and jerked his chin toward the hallway. Mistress Black kept books. Dark books. Old books. Hermione's eyes lit in spite of herself. Library. Harry's stomach tightened. If we go into that house and start pulling books about old magic, it is going to feel like we are planning something. Hermione looked at him, voice sharp. We are planning something. Harry stared at her, then huffed a short laugh. There. They moved, slow and wary. Hermione led, wand up, light low. Harry stayed close, because the second Hermione stepped more than a few feet away, a dull ache started behind his eyes. He felt it in her too, like a pressure building. Neville muttered, That is new. Hermione's voice was tight. That is the bond making a point. Luna said softly, It wants us together. It hurts when we pretend we are separate. Harry hated how much the words made sense in his body. They reached the library. It smelled like old paper and dust. Hermione gave it a quick look, then stopped herself, because her instinct was to describe everything and she did not have time. She went straight for the shelves, fingers trembling as she pulled a thick volume free. Harry watched her. She looked like she was clinging to the idea that there was an answer waiting neatly between pages. Neville hovered behind her, glancing around like he expected a painting to start shouting. Luna drifted along the shelves, fingertips brushing spines, eyes half closed. Harry said quietly, Luna, what are you doing? Luna blinked. Listening, she repeated. Books hum. Old magic hums. The bond hums loudest when something is true. Hermione snapped. That is not how research works. Luna looked at her, calm. It is how this works. Hermione's jaw clenched. Fine. Then listen. Tell me what you hear. Luna's lips pressed together. She looked down the shelf, then reached out and pulled a slim book free. She handed it to Hermione. Hermione stared at the title. Then her eyes widened. Harry leaned in. He could not read the tiny script properly, but Hermione's voice went shaky. Tuatha de Danann, Hermione whispered. Neville blinked. That is, what? Hermione swallowed. Celtic, she said, voice tight. Old stories. Not just stories. Old magic tied into them. It is real. Harry felt the bond pulse, like a deep thrum. Approval. Hermione flipped pages fast, eyes scanning. Her breathing sped up. Harry felt it like a drumbeat in his chest. Neville said quietly, Slow down. Hermione snapped. I am. Neville's voice stayed steady. Hermione. You are not. Hermione froze. She closed her eyes for a second, then forced a slow breath. Right. Sorry. Harry felt the apology and also the fear under it. Hermione was scared, not of the bond itself, but of not being able to control it with her mind. Hermione read aloud, voice clipped. This talks about a covenant. For bound. Not lovers. Not siblings. A circuit. A battery. Harry's stomach dropped. A battery. Hermione nodded, eyes wide. It says the power does not belong to one. It cycles. It amplifies. It makes something bigger than the sum of parts. Neville whispered, That is what it felt like when we fell. Harry stared at his own hands. He could still feel the heat from the earlier spell. He could still feel Neville's shield under it, and Hermione's precision shaping it and Luna smoothing it. Hermione's voice went rough. It also says it can be harvested. Harry's head snapped up. What? Hermione's eyes flicked across the page. A quartet bond can be used as fuel, she said, and her voice shook with anger. To power wards. To power rituals. To power wars. Neville's face went pale. So that is why. Harry's stomach twisted. Dumbledore's calm face in the hospital wing flashed in his mind. The way he watched them like a puzzle. The way he admitted he was suppressing it. Harry's voice went low. He was not protecting us. He was containing a weapon. Hermione's eyes flashed. Or keeping it in reserve. Luna's calm went cold, thin as ice. He does not want the battery to choose, she said. He wants to plug it in. Neville's jaw clenched. Not happening. Harry felt Neville's anger like heat under his skin. It steadied him and also scared him, because Neville was right. There was no going back now. Hermione flipped more pages, then stopped. Her face went tight with dread. What? Harry demanded. Hermione looked up, eyes bright with panic. It says if the circuit is forced, if you try to bind it under control, it can burn out. It can destroy the people inside it. Neville swallowed. So he could have killed us. Hermione's voice went sharp. Yes. Harry's throat went tight. He wanted to shout. He wanted to smash something. He wanted to storm back into Hogwarts and drag the truth out of Dumbledore with his bare hands. Instead he sat there, breathing hard, because he could feel Hermione's panic and Neville's rage and Luna's cold certainty, and if he lost it, they would all lose it. Harry forced his voice steady. "We need someone who knows this magic." Hermione's voice came out automatic and unspeakable. Harry's mouth twisted. "The Ministry will hand us over." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Not if we pick the right person." Neville frowned. "Who?" Hermione hesitated. That hesitation was an answer on its own. Harry said quietly, "We do not have a person." Luna's voice was calm. "Goblins." Hermione blinked. "What?" Luna touched a book spine lightly. "Goblins keep records," she said. "They keep contracts. They keep covenants. They do not care about Dumbledore's feelings." Neville's eyes widened. "Gringotts." Hermione's mouth opened, then shut, then opened again. "That is, actually not a terrible idea." Harry stared at her. "You cannot believe you just said that." Hermione shot him a look. "Do not start. Goblins are neutral when it suits them. They also love a contract. If this is a covenant, they will know something." Neville muttered. "And they might charge us our kidneys." Hermione snapped. "Neville." Neville shrugged, then winced because his arm still hurt. "Sorry. It is just goblins." Harry felt Neville's fear, and it was fair. Harry's own stomach tightened. But the alternative was sitting here until the order broke down the door. Harry said, "We go at dawn." Hermione looked up sharply. "Why wait?" Harry rubbed his face. "Because if we move now, we are exhausted and shaking and we will make mistakes. We need sleep." Hermione's eyes flicked to the others, and Harry felt the resistance in her, the instinct to keep moving, to keep doing, to keep ahead of fear. Then she felt something else. The bond. The ache behind her eyes when she stepped too far from them. The weight of Neville's exhaustion. The thin strain under Luna's calm. Hermione's shoulders sagged. "Fine," she whispered. "We sleep." Neville looked like he wanted to cry with relief and also hated himself for it. "Thank you." Luna's voice was gentle. "We will need to be close," she said. "If we separate, the pain gets worse." Harry's stomach twisted again. He hated the idea of being forced into closeness. He also hated how much his body already knew it was true. Hermione's face went red, then pale. She swallowed. "We are not doing this to be, whatever people will call it," she said quickly. "We are doing it because the bond hurts when we do not." Harry heard the defensiveness in her voice, and it made something in his chest tighten. Neville muttered, "We are going to be a rumor." Hermione snapped, "Neville, not now." Neville held up a hand. "Sorry. It is just, you know, people already talk. Now they will talk forever." Luna smiled faintly. "Let them." Harry looked at all three of them. Hermione, fierce and exhausted, trying to hold the world together with her teeth. Neville, shaking but stubborn, finally standing up. Luna, calm and strange, watching the world like she could see through it. And Harry, in the middle, feeling all of them, hating it and needing it at the same time. Harry's voice came out quiet. "We do this our way," he said. "No one decides for us again." Hermione's eyes softened, just a fraction. "Agreed." Neville nodded. "Agreed." Luna's smile stayed small. "Good." They went back to the living room. Creature appeared with blankets without being asked, grumbling like it was an insult to do something helpful. He threw them onto the sofa with unnecessary force. "You will freeze," he snapped. "Master Harry is foolish." Harry's mouth twitched. "Thanks, creature." Creature sniffed and vanished again. Hermione stared at the sofa like it was a battlefield. "This is ridiculous." Neville's voice was tired. "Hermione, do you want to argue with the Bond?" Hermione shot him a look. "No." Harry sat first, because his legs were barely holding him up. Hermione hesitated, then sat beside him, stiff as a board. Neville sat on the other side, shoulders tense. Luna climbed onto the sofa like a cat and curled against Hermione's side without asking, warm and light. Hermione froze. Harry felt her panic spike, then wobble as Luna's calm pressed over it like a cool cloth. Neville muttered, "Well, this is not awkward at all." Hermione hissed, "Neville." Neville said, "Sorry." But his mouth twitched, and Harry felt the humor under it, gallows and messy, and it helped. Harry shifted, making room, and the Bond eased slightly, like a pressure valve releasing. The ache behind his eyes faded. Hermione's breathing smoothed. Neville's shoulders loosened. Luna sighed like she had been holding her breath for hours. Hermione whispered, voice shaky, "I hate that it feels better." Harry swallowed. "Yeah." Neville stared at the ceiling, voice low. "Does this mean we have to be like this forever?" Luna's voice was soft. "Forever is a long time," she said. "For now, we do not hurt. For now, we are safe." Hermione's voice went tight. "We are not safe. We are hidden." Harry closed his eyes. Exhaustion hit him like a wave. His body felt heavy. His mind buzzed, not with thoughts, but with the echo of other people's feelings. He felt Hermione's fear of losing herself. He felt Neville's anger at being used. He felt Luna's grief, quiet and old. He felt his own guilt, huge and crushing, because he had dragged them into this without meaning to. Harry's throat tightened. "I am sorry," he whispered, and he did not even know who he was saying it to. Hermione's hand found his, slow and uncertain. Her fingers curled around his. "You did not choose this," she whispered, and her voice cracked. "None of us did." Neville shifted closer, shoulder brushing Harry's. "We are here anyway," he said, and his voice was rough but steady. "So we do not waste it." Luna's fingers touched the back of Harry's hand lightly. "We make it ours," she said. Harry breathed out, shaky. For the first time since the hospital wing, the Bond did not feel like a trap. It felt like a promise, terrifying and real. Outside, somewhere beyond the house, something pressed against the wards like a fingertip testing glass. Harry's eyes snapped open. Hermione's breath hitched. Neville sat up fast, wand in hand. Luna's calm sharpened into alertness. Harry felt it too now, not through Luna, not through Hermione's logic, but through his skin, through the house itself. Someone had found them. The drawing room windows flashed white and the whole house gave a low, angry groan, like the walls were teeth grinding. Harry was already on his feet, wand up, pulse hammering in his throat. The scar on his forehead prickled hot, not pain exactly, more like someone pressing a thumb into a bruise. Hermione's breath hitched at the same time his did. Not because she copied him. Because the Bond did it. Harry felt her panic like a cold wind in his ribs. Neville stumbled out of the chair with a strangled sound and grabbed the back of it like it was a lifeline. The floor under his bare feet went heavy, like stone deciding it wanted to be stone again. Luna was near the fireplace, hair a mess from sleep, eyes wide and calm in that weird way that made Harry feel like he was the one acting odd. She tilted her head, listening. Another impact slammed into the front wards. The hallway lights sputtered. Dust shook loose from the ceiling and drifted down in the candlelight. "They found us," Harry said. Hermione's voice came out sharp. "No, they found the house. There's a difference. If it's Death Eaters, they'll try brute force. If it's the Order, they'll try to get inside politely and then bind you." Neville swallowed. "That's comforting." "It's accurate," Hermione snapped, then winced like she heard herself. She took a breath and forced her tone down. Sorry. Harry, where's Creature?" As if summoned, the air in the corner rippled and Creature popped into the room, ears twitching, eyes darting around like he was expecting someone to curse him just for existing. "Creature is here," he squeaked. Creature felt the wards scream. "Bad wizards outside. Filthy wizards. Creature will tear their eyes out." "No," Harry said fast and hard. "You're not going out there." Creature's shoulders hunched. "Master Harry orders." Creature obeys. A third hit slammed into the wards. This time Harry felt it in his teeth. The air tasted like smoke and metal. Luna drifted closer to the window, but she did not touch it. "There are 5 outside. One has the sharp, angry magic. Like knives in cold water. One feels heavy. Like wet wool." Harry did not like that she could tell. He also liked it too much. Hermione's eyes flicked up to him. "We do not stay. If they can hit the wards like that, they've got something with them. A charm, a curse, a ritual, I don't know. We leave before they crack it." Neville's grip tightened on the chair. "Where do we even go?" Harry's chest tightened. He could feel Hermione waiting for him to decide, like that was his job, like he was supposed to be the one with a plan. He hated that part of being Harry Potter. He hated it even more because the bond meant he could feel how much the others needed him to do it anyway. "We go somewhere they can't follow fast," Harry said. "Somewhere that isn't tied to Sirius, or the Order, or Dumbledore." Hermione's mind moved like a blade. "A Potter property. If it exists." Creature made a small offended noise. "This is Master Sirius's house." Harry's voice went rough. "And right now it's a target." Another impact. The curtains snapped like they were in a storm. The glass did not break, but it quivered. Neville's breathing went shallow. Harry felt it like a weight in his own lungs. Luna stepped back from the window. "They're trying to find the seam. That's what you do to a bag. You pull at the seam until it tears." Hermione's jaw set. "Right. We're not waiting around for it to tear." Harry turned to Creature. "Can you take us? Not here. Not to the Burrow. Not to Dumbledore. Somewhere else. Somewhere old. Potter. If there's anything left." Creature's eyes went huge. Creature knows places. Old places. Potter places. Creature was told never to speak of them. But Master Harry is Master Harry. Harry's stomach flipped. "There's a place." Creature nodded fast enough his ears flapped. "There is a house. Hidden. Wards older than this one. Not pretty. Not like a manor in stories. But safe." Hermione's voice went tight. "Why was it kept secret?" Creature's mouth twisted. "Because masters died. Because wizards take what they can. Because people like to find what is buried. Because Master Sirius did not want it found." Harry looked at the door. He could feel the pressure there, like someone leaning their whole body into the house, trying to shove it open. "Take us," Harry said. "Now." Creature snapped his fingers. The room wrenched sideways. Harry's stomach lurched. The air went cold, then hot, then wet, like he had stuck his head into a sink. He grabbed Hermione's wrist without thinking. Neville's hand closed on Harry's sleeve. Luna's fingers slid into Harry's other hand, light as a feather. For a second, the bond flared so hard Harry saw too much. Hermione's fear was a blade trying to cut a path forward. Neville's fear was a deep hole, dark and bottomless. Luna's fear was strange, like a quiet pond with something moving under the surface. And his own fear was fire. Hot and stupid. It wanted to burn everything before it could touch them. Then the world snapped back. They stumbled onto uneven ground. Cold air slapped Harry's face. He sucked in a breath and tasted pine and soil and something sharp, like iron left out in rain. It was night. Not deep night, but late enough the sky was a black lid over everything. Moonlight spread thin through trees. They stood in a clearing that looked like it had been hacked out of the forest a long time ago, and then left alone. A low stone wall ringed the space, half collapsed in places. Beyond it, a building crouched in the dark. It did not look like a manor. It looked like a house that had survived because it refused to die. Stone, not pretty, not polished, dark with age. Windows small. A heavy door set into an arch. The roof sloped low like it was bracing itself against the sky. Hermione's voice came out in a whisper. "This is real." Neville's shoulders sagged with relief so hard he almost folded in half. He put his hands on his knees and tried to breathe properly. Luna took a slow step forward and smiled, small and soft. "It feels like someone left a blanket here. It's cold, but it's a kind cold." Harry's scar still prickled. He did not like that it followed him. He did like that the pressure from Grimmauld was gone. Creature popped back in with a crack, looking smug and miserable at the same time. "Potter Place. Old place. Creature hates it. Creature likes it. Creature does not know what he feels." Hermione swallowed. "We all feel that right now." Harry forced his fingers to unclench from his wand. His hand was shaking. "Inside," he said. They moved fast, but not stupidly. Hermione took the lead, wand up, eyes scanning. Neville stayed close to Harry's left. Luna drifted on his right, head tilted like she was listening to the air itself. The door did not have a handle. Harry stared at it for half a second, then pushed. It opened like it had been waiting for him. Inside, the air was stale, dusty, and cold. The smell hit him, and his stomach tightened. Old smoke. Old damp. Old magic that felt like a low hum in his bones. The entrance hall was narrow. Stone underfoot. A small table against the wall, half rotted. A broken mirror that Harry refused to look into for too long. Stairs leading up steep. Hermione whispered, 2 floors. 1 cellar, I think. I can feel something below." Neville swallowed again. "I feel it too." Luna walked straight past them and pressed her palm to the wall. "It remembers." Harry let out a short breath. "Brilliant! We're living in a haunted rock." "It's not haunted," Luna said, like he had insulted it. "It's just full." Hermione turned on Creature. "How do we lock it down?" Creature's chin lifted. "Iron and salt." Harry blinked. "What?" Creature scuttled toward a cupboard under the stairs and yanked it open. Inside were bags, jars, bundles wrapped in cloth. He dragged out a small sack that clinked. Iron nails, Creature said, holding them up like they were sacred. Salt. Black salt. Old rules. Old wards. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That sounds like folk magic. Creature looked offended again. It is magic that works. Harry felt Hermione's curiosity twist into focus. Her panic calmed a fraction because she had something to do. Fine, Hermione said. Show me. Creature pulled a jar of salt and marched to the threshold. He crouched and began pouring a thin line across the stone, then up the sides of the door frame, muttering under his breath. Harry watched the salt shimmer faintly as it hit the stone. It did not glow. It just looked right, like it belonged there. Neville crouched beside him, frowning. Is this like how Gran used to talk about putting salt on windowsills? Hermione huffed. Your grandmother is not entirely wrong about everything. Just about most things. Luna crouched too, fingers brushing the air above the salt without touching it. Salt says no. Iron says no. Magic has to listen. It's old. Harry's stomach tightened again. Old magic. Old rules. Stuff Dumbledore would have loved to control. Creature jabbed an iron nail into the stone beside the door. The nail went in like the stone was soft. Harry heard a faint click in his head, like a lock turning. The hum in the air deepened. Hermione's eyes widened. That is not normal. Creature shoved another nail in. Potterhouse listens to Potter blood. Harry rubbed his thumb against his wand. So it's keyed to me. Yes, Hermione said quickly, then paused, correcting herself because Hermione could not correct herself. Yes, it's keyed to you. And to the bond, I think. I can feel it adjusting. Neville's voice came out small. So if anyone else comes here. Creature bared his teeth. The house will bite. Harry almost smiled. It was not funny. It was also funny. Creature finished the nails and stood, dusting his hands like he had built a masterpiece. The house is quieter now, Luna said. Harry listened. The air did feel steadier. Less like it was waiting to be punched. Hermione straightened, rolling her shoulders like she was shaking off fear. Right. We need a base. We need supplies. Food. Water. Potions. We need to know who is after us. Neville's eyes flicked up to the ceiling like he expected it to fall in. And we need sleep. Harry's body felt like it had been wrung out. He could feel the exhaustion in all of them through the bond, layered together. A heavy blanket. His legs ached. His throat hurt. Sleep, Harry said. Then training. Hermione stared. Training. Yes, Harry said. The word came out harsher than he meant. We got lucky. We got a safe house. That won't keep being true if we stay the same. Neville swallowed. He's right. Hermione's mouth tightened. She nodded once. Fine. But we do it properly. We do not just throw spells around until someone gets set on fire. Harry's scar prickled again, like it agreed with her. Luna smiled, almost teasing. I think Harry can be set on fire too. It would make things equal. Harry looked at her. Thanks for that. She shrugged. It's fair. They found a bedroom upstairs that was not entirely ruined. One bed, dusty but intact. A second room with another bed that had a collapsed frame. Hermione fixed it with a wave of her wand, face set in stubborn concentration. Neville cleaned the dust with a charm that made the air taste less like old regret. Luna opened a window and let night air pour in. Harry watched them and felt something in his chest loosen. This was not Hogwarts. No rules. No teachers. No one waiting to tell him what to do, or what he was supposed to sacrifice. Just them. When they tried to split up, it lasted less than a minute. Harry stepped into the hallway and the bond snapped tight like a rope around his ribs. His head throbbed. Hermione made a sharp sound behind him, like she had bitten her tongue. Neville swayed, face going pale. Luna pressed her hand to her temple and breathed out slowly. Harry came back into the room without thinking. The pain eased the second he crossed the threshold. Hermione glared at him like it was his fault. "Do not do that again." "I didn't," Harry said. "I just stepped out." "Exactly," Hermione snapped, then blew out a breath. "Sorry. I know it wasn't on purpose. It just feels like someone is trying to split my skull." Neville sat down on the edge of the bed, hands shaking. "It's like being underwater too long." Luna's voice was quiet. "We should stop fighting it tonight." Harry's throat went dry. "So we're sleeping together again." Hermione's cheeks went pink even in the dim light, but she did not look away. "Yes. Because if we do not, we will not sleep, and if we do not sleep, we will make stupid choices tomorrow and die." Harry stared at her. "That might be the most romantic thing you've ever said." Hermione's glare was automatic. "That is not what romance is." Luna climbed onto the bed first, like she had decided it was normal. She scooted back against the pillows and patted the space beside her. "Come on then. You can argue in the morning." Neville looked like he wanted to melt into the floor. Then he took a breath and climbed onto the bed too, stiff and awkward, like he was afraid of touching anyone. Harry hesitated a second longer. Not because he did not want it. Because he did. And wanting it made him feel guilty, like he was stealing something he did not deserve. Hermione grabbed his wrist and tugged, not gentle. "Harry! Stop it!" He blinked. "Stop what?" "That," Hermione said, voice low and furious, like she was scolding him for thinking. "The martyr thing. You're not allowed to decide you don't deserve comfort when we literally need it to function." Harry's chest tightened. He climbed onto the bed. It was cramped. Their shoulders touched. Neville's knee pressed against Harry's thigh. Luna's hair brushed Harry's cheek. Hermione lay on Harry's other side, stiff at first, then slowly relaxing when the bond eased into something warm and steady. Harry's breathing finally slowed. They fell asleep like that, a tangled mess, not elegant, not planned, just real. Harry woke to the sound of Hermione swearing under her breath. Not loudly. Hermione did not usually swear loudly. But the way she said it, sharp and exhausted, made Harry blink himself awake. The room was gray with early morning light. Neville was still asleep, mouth slightly open, hair sticking up. Luna was awake, sitting cross-legged at the foot of the bed, staring at the window like she was watching something invisible. Hermione was sitting up with her hair a mess, rubbing her eyes. "What?" Harry croaked. Hermione looked at him, then at Neville, then at Luna. "We cannot stay reactive. We cannot wait until someone knocks down the door again. We need to control this bond. We need to learn how to use it without it using us." Harry pushed himself up. His body ached. His scar burned dull, like a coal under skin. "Agreed," he said. Neville made a small noise and blinked awake, blinking hard like he had been having a nightmare. He sat up, face pale. He looked at Harry, then flinched, like he had felt something from him. Luna's gaze slid to Neville. "You were dreaming of the hospital again." Neville's throat bobbed. Was I? Hermione's voice went softer, but only a little. That's part of it. The bleed. The memories. We need to set rules. Harry stared. Rules? Hermione raised her eyebrows. Not a list. I know what you're thinking. Actual rules. Like we choose when to open up. When to lower shields. We do it deliberately. Not accidentally in the middle of a fight. Luna's mouth twitched. Hermione is trying to build a door. Hermione shot her a look. Yes. Thank you. That is exactly it. Neville's hands clenched. How do we even start? Harry sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed his face. We start by trying. And if it hurts, we stop before someone passes out. Hermione nodded, satisfied. Good. We also need a training space. Somewhere we can break things without breaking the house. Neville's eyes flicked toward the window. Outside. Luna slid off the bed like she had been waiting for it. There's a clearing behind the wall. It smells like old fires. We can use it. Harry stared at her. You can smell old fires. She shrugged. You smell like old fear. It's all the same. Hermione muttered. It's not. Harry pushed to his feet and nearly swayed. The bond tugged at him, steadying him with Hermione's stubborn focus and Neville's grounding calm and Luna's strange smoothness. They went downstairs, grabbed water from a rusted pump that still worked after Hermione fixed it, and ate bread and cheese creature produced with a look like he had stolen it from God himself. Then they went outside. The clearing behind the stone wall was wide enough to duel in. The ground was packed dirt and short grass. Trees crowded around the edges like they were trying to watch. Hermione paced the space, wand moving as she cast detection charms, muttering spellwork and numbers under her breath. Neville crouched and pressed his palm to the earth. Luna wandered in a slow circle, eyes half closed, like she was listening to the ground too. Harry stood in the middle and waited. For once, he did not feel alone while waiting. Hermione stopped pacing and pointed her wand toward them. Right. We do this properly. We do not just drop our shields and hope it goes well. Neville swallowed. What does properly look like? Hermione's eyes flicked at him, then softened a fraction. It looks like consent. It looks like choosing. It looks like not ripping each other open by accident. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded. Luna's voice was quiet. It also looks like trust. Hermione exhaled sharply. Yes. That too. Harry almost laughed. He did not. He felt too tired. Hermione stepped closer, then looked at each of them. We start with one connection. Harry to me. I will lower my acclimancy shield slightly. You do the same. We see what happens. Neville and Luna stay anchored. If we start spiraling, you pull us back. Neville stared. How do we pull you back? Luna smiled small. Touch. Voice. Water. Earth. You can do it. Harry felt Neville's fear spike. He put a hand on Neville's shoulder, grounding him more than he grounded Neville. We can stop, Harry said. Any time. Hermione's eyes held his. We will. Harry took a breath. The air tasted like damp leaves. He lowered the wall in his head, not all the way, just a crack. Hermione's presence slid into that crack like wine through a door. For a second, it was just sensation. Her heart racing. Her hands cold. Her mind moving fast, already building safety nets. Then it hit. Harry was sitting on a stone floor. Not this one. A different stone floor. A cupboard small enough he had to curl up. He smelled mold and cleaning chemicals. His stomach hurt with hunger. His knees were pulled tight to his chest. He could hear footsteps above him. A voice he recognized in a way that made him want to claw his own skin off. "Boy! Get out here! You missed a spot!" Harry's breath caught. He tried to pull away and could not, because it was not his memory now. It was Hermione feeling it through him, and the bond did not care who wanted privacy. Hermione's body jerked in the clearing. She made a small sound, like she had been punched. Harry's throat went tight. He tried to slam the wall back up. Hermione's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist, hard enough to hurt. Her eyes were wide, pupils blown. "No," she said, voice shaking. "Don't shut it. I need to see it. I need to understand it." Harry's mouth went dry. "Hermione." Her voice went fierce. "Harry, I have been in your life for years. I knew it was bad. I did not know it was this. I did not know you were starving in a cupboard while adults walked past you and did nothing." Harry's chest burned. The memory shifted, not politely, just rolling forward. He was small, younger, bones sharp under skin. He was on the kitchen floor scrubbing while Aunt Petunia stood over him. The smell of bleach made his eyes water. Dudley laughed, mouth full of sweets. Uncle Vernon's shadow filled the doorway. "You're lucky we take you in," Vernon growled. Harry's hands clenched in the clearing. He could feel Hermione's rage like a storm building. Neville made a broken noise. "Harry." Harry blinked hard. He could not breathe properly. His vision blurred. He tasted metal. Luna stepped in close and put her hand on the back of Harry's neck. "Cool, steady. Breathe," she said softly. "You are here now." The memory snapped apart like wet paper tearing. Harry sagged, panting. Hermione's grip on his wrist loosened but did not let go. Hermione swallowed hard. Her eyes were shiny. Her voice came out low and shaking. "They did that to you." Harry tried to shrug like it was nothing. The bond did not let him lie. His body was trembling. "It's over," he said, voice rough. "It's done." Hermione's jaw tightened. "No. It's not. It's in you. It's in the way you flinch when someone moves too fast. It's in the way you expect to be hit. It's not done just because you stopped living there." Harry stared at her. He wanted to tell her to stop. He also wanted to lean into it and let her be angry for him because he had been too tired to be angry for years. Neville's fists clenched at his sides. The ground beneath them shifted slightly, dirt tightening like it was listening. "I want to go to Surrey," Neville said, voice low. Harry blinked. "What?" Neville's eyes were bright with rage. "I want to go there and break their house. I want to see them look scared." Hermione's voice was sharp. "Neville." Neville swallowed, but he did not back down. "No. I mean it. I want to. I'm not going to, because we can't waste time, but I want to." Luna nodded like it made perfect sense. "It's a good want. It means you care." Harry's throat burned. He looked away because he did not know what to do with that. Hermione took a shaky breath. "Right. That was a lot. We stop. We reset." Harry forced his shoulders down. "Reset." Hermione turned to Neville. "Your turn. Only if you want. We can stop." Neville swallowed so hard his throat moved like he was choking. "I want to. I don't want secrets anymore. Harry felt the bond tighten, not pain, but anticipation. Neville closed his eyes. Harry felt the earth in Neville's core. Not metaphor. Just a heavy steadiness, like a hand on Harry's chest saying stay. Neville lowered his shields. And Harry fell into a different nightmare. White walls. The smell of cleaning potion. The sound of someone screaming until they could not scream anymore. Neville was in St. Mungo's. He was small again, clutching a wrapper from a sweet. He was watching his mum and dad in beds that did not look like beds, not really, more like cages with sheets. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut like a knife. Stand up straight, Neville. Don't be a pathetic little thing. Neville's mum turned her head slowly, eyes empty, and smiled like she recognized him and did not, all at once. She held out a gum wrapper with shaking hands. Harry's stomach rolled. He felt Neville's chest crack open with grief and anger and shame. He felt the way Neville had learned to swallow his own pain because no one had space for it. Harry's hands shook. He tasted bile. Hermione made a choking sound beside him. She pressed her fist against her mouth like she was trying not to be sick. Luna's breath went thin. Neville's memory surged forward. Bellatrix Lestrange's laugh, sharp and bright. A scream. A crack of something breaking that was not a bone, not just a bone, something deeper. Neville's hands clenched in the memory, helpless, small, useless. Harry's scarf flared hot. Harry snapped back into the clearing and bent over, gagging. Nothing came up, but his stomach cramped like it wanted to tear itself out. Hermione grabbed his shoulder. Harry! Harry, breathe! Neville was on his knees, hands in the dirt, shaking. Luna crouched beside Neville and put her hand on his back. It wasn't your fault, she said quietly. Neville made a broken sound. He did not answer. He just breathed, fast and ragged, like he was drowning. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His throat hurt. That, Harry said, voice raw, was not fair. Neville's voice came out hoarse. None of it is. Hermione's eyes were wet. She blinked hard like she was trying to force herself into control. We stop. We stop. We do not keep ripping each other open like this. Luna looked up, eyes steady. We have to see mine too. Neville's head jerked up. Luna, you don't have to. Luna's mouth twitched. I do. Otherwise you'll imagine it worse. And I hate when people imagine things about me. Harry's chest tightened. Luna. She stood, brushing dirt off her knees. It's fine. I'm not made of glass. People just like to think I am. Hermione swallowed. Only if you want. Luna nodded once. I want. Harry felt Luna lower her shields. At first, there was water. Cool and calm. Then there were voices. Not adult voices. Teen voices. Laughing. Mocking. The sound of someone's shoes scraping on a stone floor. Harry saw a corridor at Hogwarts. Luna, younger, hair longer, clothes rumpled. A group of girls and boys blocking her path. Loony Lovegood, one of them sang. Where's your daddy, Loony? Where's your mummy? Luna's face in the memory stayed calm, but the bond showed what she hid. A tightness in her chest. A lonely hollow that never went away. The way she had learned to smile through it because if she cried, they would enjoy it. Someone yanked her bag and dumped the contents on the floor. Someone kicked her shoes. Harry's hands clenched. He could feel Neville's anger rising like a quake. He could feel Hermione's fury like wind before a storm. The memory jumped. A room full of smoke. A flash. A bang. Luna's mum laughing, bright and alive, then gone. The sound of something exploding. The smell of burned hair and ozone. Luna's father screaming her name. Luna standing still, eyes wide, too quiet, watching her world change in a second. Harry's breath caught. He felt Luna's grief, not loud, not messy, just steady and endless. The memory snapped back to Hogwarts. Luna alone at her table. Luna alone in the common room. Luna alone, and people thinking it did not matter because she smiled. Harry's throat burned. He came back into the clearing with his fists clenched so tight his knuckles hurt. Neville's face was wet. He wiped it roughly, embarrassed, angry at himself for it. Hermione made a small sound, like she could not speak for a second. Then she did anyway, because Hermione always did. "They took your mother from you," Hermione said, voice breaking. "And then they made you a joke." Luna shrugged. It was small, but it was real. "Yes." Harry's voice came out low. "I'm going to hex whoever did that to you." Luna tilted her head. "That's sweet. But you can't hex all of them. There were too many. There are always too many." Neville's hands clenched in the dirt. The ground trembled, not violently, but enough that pebbles shifted. Hermione looked at Neville. "Neville." Neville's jaw clenched. He pushed to his feet, chest heaving. "I need to hit something." Harry's own anger flared hot. He did not want to hit something. He wanted to burn something. The bond surged like it agreed. Hermione's eyes widened. "No. Wait. Wait. Not together. Not without control." Harry turned away from her, jaw tight. "I'm not going to hurt you." Hermione's voice went sharp. "Harry, that is not the point. The point is you might not mean to and it will still happen." Luna stepped between them, calm like she was stepping between animals. "Let him burn," she said softly. "Let him burn something that isn't us." Neville's voice was rough. "And let me break something that isn't us." Hermione's breath shook. Then she nodded, short and controlled. "Fine. But we do it with a plan. We do it with roles. I will direct. Neville anchors. Luna stabilizes. Harry, you do not go wild." Harry stared at her. "I don't go wild." Hermione's eyebrows lifted. "You were raised in a cupboard and then sent into a war at 15. You absolutely go wild. You just call it normal." Harry opened his mouth. Then he shut it because she was right and he hated that. Hermione lifted her wand. "We do a controlled drill. One target. One direction. We stop on my word." Neville cracked his knuckles like he was about to punch a wall. "What target?" Harry pointed at a dead tree stump near the edge of the clearing. It was thick, old, half-rotten. "That," Harry said. Hermione nodded. "Good. Harry, incendio, small, tight. Neville, raise a barrier behind it. Luna, have water ready. I will feed and shape the fire with air. We watch how the bond handles it." Harry's skin prickled with anticipation. His magic felt like a furnace behind his ribs. It wanted out. He lifted his wand. "Incendio," Harry said. Fire burst from the tip, not a big wave, but a hard jet, bright and hot. It slammed into the stump and the wood caught with a crack. Harry felt the heat in his veins. He tasted smoke. Hermione's wand flicked and she snapped. Ventus. Wind hit the flame, not random, not wild, but shaped, controlled, feeding the fire without letting it spread sideways. The flame tightened brighter, hotter, focused on the stump like it had been told where to eat. Neville's hands pressed down toward the ground, fingers splayed. The dirt behind the stump bulged, then rose into a thick wall of packed earth, rough and solid, blocking any stray fire from reaching the trees. Luna lifted her wand, whispering, Aguamenti. A stream of water hovered ready, spinning in the air like a whip waiting to strike. Harry stared at the fire. It was beautiful in a terrifying way. He felt it in his chest. He also felt Hermione's control riding it, Neville's steadiness holding it, Luna's coolness tempering it. For the first time, it did not feel like Harry's power alone. It felt like theirs. Hermione's voice was tight with concentration. Hold. Hold. Harry, don't push. Don't push. Harry gritted his teeth. The fire wanted more. He wanted more. His anger wanted more. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of Neville's parents screaming. He thought of Luna being laughed at. His magic surged. The flame flared, jumping higher. Hermione's breath hitched. Her eyes snapped to him. Harry! Stop! Harry tried. The fire did not stop fast enough. It snapped sideways, licking toward the grass. Luna's wand flicked, calm as a heartbeat. The water whipped forward and smacked the flame back, hissing loud. Steam rose. The smell of wet ash filled the air. Neville's wall shifted, thickening, blocking the fire's reach. Hermione's wind cut off abruptly. The flame shrank, still burning the stump but no longer trying to escape. Harry's chest heaved. Sweat trickled down his spine even though the morning air was cold. Hermione stared at him like she wanted to shout. Then she exhaled slowly, forcing herself to keep her voice even. That, she said, was exactly what I meant. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I didn't mean to. Hermione's eyes were still sharp, but there was something else there too. Something like understanding. I know, Hermione said. That's why we train. Again. Smaller. Neville wiped his face with his sleeve. I like breaking the ground. Luna smiled. It suits you. Neville's ears went pink. Yeah, well, it's better than being useless. Harry's chest tightened. You're not useless. Neville looked at him, eyes raw. I used to feel like it. I don't anymore. Not with this. Harry felt the truth of it through the bond, bright and heavy. Neville believed him. Neville believed them. It made Harry's throat burn again. Hermione's voice went softer, almost reluctant. Neville, you were never useless. You just had adults around you who liked to make you small. Neville's jaw clenched. The ground under his feet went steady again, like he was holding himself together. Luna's gaze flicked between them. We're good at being angry, she said. We should also be good at being kind. Otherwise the anger eats everything. Harry looked at her. That sounded like advice. It is, Luna said simply. I like giving advice. Most people don't listen. You have to. Hermione's mouth twitched despite herself. No one has to do anything, Luna. Luna blinked. Yes, they do. The bond makes it true. Hermione opened her mouth. Harry cut in quickly. Okay. Training. Before Hermione starts a lecture and we all die of boredom. Hermione glared. I do not lecture. Neville's mouth twitched. You do. A bit. Hermione's glare shifted to him. Et2, Neville. Neville blinked. What? Hermione sighed like the world was exhausting. Never mind. Harry again. Smaller. Control. Think of it as holding a candle, not a bonfire. Harry snorted. I'm not a candle person. Hermione's eyes were sharp. Then become one. Harry lifted his wand again. His hand still trembled slightly. He hated that it did. He tried again. A smaller flame. Tighter. Controlled. Hermione shaped the air. Neville raised Earth's shields. Luna cooled the edges, stopping collateral. They repeated it. Again and again. Not a montage, not a blur. Each time, Harry felt the urge to push. Each time, he fought it. Each time, the bond steadied him, like hands on his shoulders, like voices in his head saying not now, not yet. By late morning, Harry's shirt clung to his back with sweat. Neville's arms shook from the strain of shaping Earth again and again. Hermione's eyes were bloodshot from focus. Luna looked pale, like she had been pouring herself into the work quietly without anyone noticing. Harry's legs went weak. He sat down hard on the grass. Hermione dropped beside him, breathing fast. We need breaks. We need food. We're not machines. Harry looked at her. You just called us not machines. Hermione glared weakly. Do not make this a thing. Neville sat down too, leaning back on his hands. He stared up at the sky. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel better. Harry blinked. Better. Neville nodded once. The memories were awful. But I feel less alone in them. Luna sat cross-legged nearby, picking at a blade of grass. That's because we are holding them together now, she said. Memories are lighter when more hands carry them. Hermione's voice was quiet. That is the first time you've said something like that, and I didn't want to argue. Luna smiled like she had won something. Harry stared at the trees. He could still feel the cupboard in his bones. He could still feel Neville's hospital room. Luna's hallway. It made him want to scream. It also made him want to protect them so hard his ribs hurt. Hermione's hand slid across the grass and touched his. Not a dramatic grab. Just contact. Harry's breath caught. Hermione did not look at him. Her voice was low. I'm not going to let anyone do that to you again. Harry's throat tightened. I'm not a kid in a cupboard anymore. Hermione's fingers curled around his hand. I know. But I still want to. Neville's voice came out rough. Me too. Harry looked at Neville. Neville's face was open in a way Harry was not used to seeing. No jokes. No awkward grin. Just truth. Luna's voice was soft. I don't like violence, she said. But I like safety. And I like us. So if someone tries to take us apart, I will drown them. Harry stared. Hermione stared too, then let out a shaky laugh. Luna. Luna blinked innocently. What? It's practical. Harry's chest did something painful and warm. He swallowed. Okay, Harry said. We're doing this. Together. Hermione finally looked at him. Her eyes were bright, fierce, tired. Together, she agreed. Neville's voice was quiet. Together. Luna smiled. See. That was easy. It was not easy. It just felt right. They went back inside for food and water. Creature grumbled as he shoved plates at them, muttering about filthy young masters ruining perfectly good salt lines by tracking dirt everywhere. Hermione asked Creature questions about the wards until he got annoyed and started snapping answers like he was insulting her on purpose. Hermione snapped back. Harry watched them and felt almost normal for half a second. Neville ate like he had not eaten properly in days. Harry realized with a sharp twist that he probably had not. The last time he had eaten at Hogwarts had been in the hospital wing, half asleep, with his mouth tasting like potion. Luna ate slowly, then pushed her plate away and went quiet, eyes far away. Harry felt it through the bond first. A dip. A pull. Like something tugging at her from under the surface. "Luna," Harry said softly. Luna blinked. Hermione's fork paused halfway to her mouth. "Luna, what is it?" Luna's gaze slid to the window. "Someone is looking for us," she said calmly. "Not here. Not close. But searching. Like a hand sweeping across the table." Harry's scar prickled. Neville's shoulders tensed. "Death Eaters." Luna tilted her head. "Maybe. But also, not. This feels official. Like rules." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "The Ministry." Harry's stomach dropped. "How?" Hermione's voice went quick and sharp. "Because Dumbledore can go to the Ministry. The Order can go to the Ministry. And if they convince the Ministry we're dangerous, they can make us criminals. It's clean. It's legal. It's easier than sending Death Eaters." Neville's hands clenched around his fork. "So we're wanted now." Harry stared at his plate. Hunger was gone. His mouth went dry. Hermione stood abruptly and started pacing, then stopped herself because pacing was not helping. She took a breath and forced her voice steady. "We need information. We need to know what Dumbledore is telling them. We need to know what the Ministry is doing. We need to know if they're watching Gringotts." Harry looked up. "Gringotts?" Hermione nodded. "Yes. Because if we need supplies and money, we will go there. And they know that." Neville swallowed. "We could ask Croaker." Harry felt a twist in his chest. Croaker, the unspeakable, had given them a warning in Chapter 2, like a man talking about a bomb with a straight face. Harry did not fully trust him, but he trusted him more than Dumbledore right now. Hermione's eyes flicked to Creature. "Can you deliver a message? Not to the Order. Not to Dumbledore. To Croaker." Creature's ears twitched. "Creature can. If Master Harry orders." Harry nodded. "Do it. Tell him we moved. Tell him the Ministry is searching. Ask what they're planning." Creature nodded, then vanished with a crack. Hermione turned back to Harry, Neville, Luna. "We keep training. But we also plan a move. We need something tangible. A mission. Something that pushes us forward." Harry's scar burned dull. He looked at Luna. "Can you feel anything else? Something specific?" Luna's gaze went distant. Her voice went soft. "Glass," she said. "Cold glass. A room full of it. People whispering. Something trapped in a sphere." Hermione went still. "The Department of Mysteries." Neville's eyes widened. "That's where Sirius died." Harry's stomach twisted hard. The memory of the veil, the stone steps, the laughter, the scream, hit him like a punch. Hermione's voice went careful. "Harry." Harry's hands shook. He clenched them on the table until his knuckles ached. "We need to go back," he said, voice rough. "If the prophecy was tampered with, like Croaker hinted, That's where the record is. That's where the answers are. Neville swallowed. Going into the ministry sounds like suicide. Luna's voice was quiet. We don't have to go in like people expect. We can go in like water. We can go in like wind. We can go in like fire and earth if we need to. Hermione's eyes sharpened. We go in disguised. Polyjuice if we can get ingredients. Or a glamour charm. We take the smallest route. We do not fight unless we have to. Harry's chest tightened. And if we do have to? Hermione's gaze held his. Then we fight together. Neville nodded once, slow and sure. Together. Luna smiled faintly. Always together. Harry's breath went shallow. The idea of going back into the ministry made his stomach churn. The idea of walking into a trap made his hands sweat. But sitting here, waiting, felt worse. Fine, Harry said. We go tonight. We train until then. We rest. We plan. We move. Hermione nodded once, like she had already decided, and was relieved Harry agreed. Good. We need a cover. We can't just walk into the ministry looking like ourselves. Neville's face went grim. I'm not good at pretending. Hermione's mouth twitched. You just have to follow instructions. That's not pretending. That's survival. Luna tilted her head. I can pretend, she said. People never know when I'm pretending because they never know what I'm supposed to be. Harry snorted despite himself. That's actually useful. Hermione's voice snapped back into focus. Training first. We need better coordination. We need the mind meld to be a tool, not a weapon. We need to be able to open it and close it. Neville stood, shoulders squaring. Okay. Harry stood too. His body still felt tired, but there was something else under it now. A steadiness. A purpose. They went back outside. Hermione set drills, more complex now. Harry cast fire at moving targets Hermione created with air. Neville raised shifting earth barriers that forced Harry to control angles and strength. Luna cycled water through the air in thin sheets, cooling, redirecting, dampening, then snapping it into sharp whips when Hermione told her to. Harry's magic surged and snapped, but this time he caught it faster. Hermione's voice cut through him when he drifted toward rage. Neville's presence steadied his legs. Luna's cool calm kept his chest from burning out. At one point, Hermione miscalculated and the wind she threw into Harry's flame almost pushed it into Neville's barrier. Harry felt Neville's fear spike and his own panic with it. He yanked the fire back, hard. The recoil punched him in the gut. He went down to one knee, gagging. Hermione dropped beside him instantly, hands shaking. Harry! Harry, are you hurt? Harry shook his head, panting. Just winded. Hermione's eyes were frantic. I'm sorry. I misjudged. I should have adjusted the vector. Harry let out a rough laugh. Hermione! Don't start talking like you're writing an essay. She glared at him through obvious worry. I am not. Luna crouched on Harry's other side and pressed cool fingers to his cheek. You're going too hot, she said softly. You're running like a kettle with the lid sealed. Harry swallowed. His stomach rolled. Yeah. That sounds like me. Neville hovered, hands clenched, like he wanted to grab Harry but did not know if he was allowed. Mate. Sit. Please. Harry looked at him. Neville's eyes were wide, scared in a way that did not make him small. It made him solid. Harry nodded and sat back on the grass, breathing slowly. Hermione's shoulders sagged. She sat too, rubbing her forehead. We can't burn you out before the mission. Harry wiped sweat off his face. We'll be fine. Hermione's voice went sharp. Do not say that. That's what people say right before they do something stupid. Harry opened his mouth. Hermione cut him off, eyes fierce. And do not tell me you don't deserve care. I can feel it when you think it. It is annoying. Stop it. Neville's mouth twitched. She's right. Harry stared at Neville. You're all ganging up on me. Luna's smile was gentle. Yes. Harry let out a breath that turned into a laugh. It surprised him. It felt weird in his chest, like a door opening. Hermione's hand hovered near his, then she just did it, grabbed it, squeezed. We're not letting you go alone into your own head, she said quietly. Not anymore. Harry's throat tightened again. He nodded once because if he tried to speak, he might crack. Neville shifted closer, shoulder bumping Harry's. Not hard. Just contact. Luna leaned in too, pressing her forehead lightly against Harry's temple for a second, like she was checking he was real. The bond eased, warm and steady, like the house's wards but inside them. Harry swallowed. His voice came out low. We should keep that, he said. Hermione blinked. Keep what? That, Harry said, nodding at the way they were pressed together without thinking. When it gets bad, we do that. We ground. We stop pretending we're fine. Hermione's cheeks went slightly pink, but her eyes stayed steady. Agreed. Neville's voice was quiet. Agreed. Luna smiled. Good. That's how you stop a storm. You hold the center. Hermione's mouth twitched. That was almost poetic. Luna blinked. Was it? Sorry. Harry snorted. Don't apologize for being you. Luna's smile turned small and genuine. Thank you. They stayed like that for a moment longer, breathing. Then Hermione cleared her throat, pulling herself back into mission mode because that was how Hermione survived. Right, she said. We have another problem. Harry groaned. Of course we do. Hermione's eyes flicked to his mouth, then away quickly. We need a grounding method that works fast. Not just touch. Something that stabilizes the energy loop. Croaker said the bond is like a circuit. We need a way to bleed off spikes without collapse. Neville frowned. Like a lightning rod. Hermione nodded. Exactly. Luna's eyes went thoughtful. Kisses, she said casually. Harry choked on air. What? Neville went bright red so fast it was almost impressive. Hermione's entire face went pink. Luna. Luna looked genuinely confused. What? It works. When we were in bed, the bond was calm. When we touched, it calmed. Kissing is just touching with more intention. It's not complicated. Harry stared at her, mouth dry. Hermione's voice came out tight, trying so hard to sound logical that it almost made it worse. That is not a scientific explanation. Luna shrugged. No. But it's still true. Neville's voice was hoarse. Do we have to? Luna looked at him, eyes soft. Only if you want. But I think you do want. You're just scared. Neville swallowed. His gaze flicked to Hermione, then away like it burned. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Hermione's voice went sharp, automatic. You're not making anyone uncomfortable, Neville. You're making yourself uncomfortable. Neville blinked. What? Hermione sighed, then looked at him, eyes steady. If you want to kiss someone, and they want to kiss you, that's not you making them uncomfortable. That's you being human. Neville stared like he had never heard Hermione talk like that in his life. Harry felt his own heart pounding. The Bond picked it up, passed it around like a spark. Hermione's gaze flicked to Harry. It held him. She did not look away. Harry's throat went dry. Hermione, he said softly. She swallowed. Harry. Luna watched them both like she was observing weather. Neville sat frozen, eyes darting between them like he did not know where to put his face. Hermione's voice dropped, practical, like she was trying to make it less terrifying. If this is a grounding method, then we test it. Controlled. Like everything else. We do not let it get messy. Harry's mouth twitched. You're trying to schedule kissing. Hermione's glare flickered. Do not mock me. Harry did not mean it like a joke. His voice went softer. I'm not. I'm just surprised. Luna nodded. Surprised is fine. You can still do it. Neville swallowed. I feel like I'm about to throw up. Harry let out a short breath. Same. Hermione's cheeks were still pink, but her eyes were fierce. Fine. We don't have to do it right now. We focus on the mission. But if the bond spikes, and we need a fast grounding method, we don't act like kissing is a forbidden spell. We treat it like what it is. A choice. A tool. And also, something we might actually want. Harry stared at her. The bond hummed, warm and tight, like it was waiting. Harry moved first. Not dramatic. Not swooping in. He just leaned toward Hermione, slowly, giving her time to pull back if she wanted. Hermione did not pull back. Her breath hitched. Harry felt it like his own. Their lips met, gentle at first, then firmer when the bonds surged and settled, like the connection had found a groove it liked. Harry's chest loosened. The scar heat eased. His stomach stopped rolling. He pulled back, breath shaky. Hermione's eyes were wide, but not scared. For a second, she looked like she had no words. Then she found them because she always did. Well, Hermione said, voice slightly breathless. That was effective. Harry let out a rough laugh. Trust you to rate it like a potion. Hermione's mouth twitched. Shut up. Neville made a strangled sound, half laugh, half panic. Are we doing this now? Luna tilted her head. Only if you want. Neville's eyes flicked to Hermione again. Hermione looked at him, not flustered now, just steady. Neville swallowed. I want to, he said quietly. I don't want to mess it up. Hermione's voice was gentle, surprisingly. You won't. Neville leaned in, hesitant at first, like he was afraid the world would punish him for wanting something. Hermione met him halfway, firm and sure. Harry watched, heart thudding, not jealous, not angry, just overwhelmed by how right it felt through the bond. Hermione's warmth. Neville's relief. The energy loop smoothing out like someone had ironed a crease. Neville pulled back, cheeks red, eyes shining. Okay, he whispered. Okay. That helped. Luna leaned in next, not rushed, not demanding, just calm. She kissed Hermione softly, then Harry, then Neville, like she was sealing something, like she was saying, yes, we are real, yes, we are together. Harry's throat tightened. He swallowed hard. Luna pulled back and smiled small. See. Not complicated. Hermione's face was still pink, but her voice was steadier now. It is complicated emotionally. Luna blinked. Oh. Yes. Probably. But we can handle that too. Neville let out a shaky laugh. We're going to have to. Harry's voice came out low. We will. The bond hummed, warm and steady, like the house wards, like iron and salt, like something old and stubborn saying you are not coming apart. Hermione cleared her throat again, dragging herself back into mission mode because Hermione could not sit in feelings too long without trying to solve them. Right, she said. We train again. Then we rest. Then we go to the ministry. Harry nodded. Neville nodded. Luna smiled. They trained until the sun dipped low and the air turned cold again. When Creature returned later, popping into the kitchen with a crack, he looked rattled. Creature found unspeakable, he squeaked. Unspeakable sent message. Bad message. Harry's stomach dropped. What? Creature thrust out a scrap of parchment. Hermione snatched it and read fast, eyes flicking back and forth. Her face went pale. Neville leaned in. What does it say? Hermione swallowed. Her voice came out tight. It says the ministry has issued a warrant. Not public yet. Quiet. For our detention. For examination. For our own safety. Harry's scarf flared hot. Hermione's eyes snapped to him. And it says they're watching the ministry entrances tonight. They suspect we'll go back to the Department of Mysteries. Neville's chest tightened. So it's a trap. Luna's voice was calm. Yes. Harry's hands clenched. His pulse hammered. We go anyway. Hermione stared at him. Harry. Harry's voice went hard. We go anyway. Because if we don't, we stay blind. And blind gets us killed. Neville's jaw tightened. He's right. Hermione's breast shook, then she nodded once, sharp. Fine. Then we don't go through the front. We go through a side route. We go through the old maintenance access. We go through the pipes if we have to. Harry looked at Luna. Can you guide us? Luna nodded, eyes distant. Glass. Cold. Whispering. I can find it. Hermione folded the parchment and shoved it into her pocket like she wanted to crush it. Then we leave in 1 hour. We rest until then. No more training. Save your strength. Harry's body felt wired and sick at the same time. He nodded anyway. They went upstairs to the bedroom, all 4 of them, because separating still hurt. They sat on the bed, backs against the wall, breathing, listening to the house creak softly around them. Hermione's voice was quiet. If we get caught. Harry cut in. We don't. Neville let out a shaky breath. We might. Luna's gaze stayed steady. If we do, we fight our way out. Hermione's mouth tightened. Non-lethal, she said automatically. Harry's laugh came out bitter. Tell that to the ministry if they try to bind us and drag us back to Dumbledore. Hermione's eyes flashed. Harry, listen to me. We can be brutal without killing. We can break wands. Break legs. Knock them out. We do not have to become Voldemort to beat him. Harry stared at her, chest tight. Neville's voice was low. We won't be him. We're not alone. That's the difference. Luna reached out and took Harry's hand, then Neville's, then Hermione's, linking them like it was the simplest thing in the world. "We're going to the glass room," she said softly. "And we're coming back." Harry squeezed her hand, then Hermione's, then Neville's. His scar burned. His heart raced. And underneath it, the bond stayed steady, like iron in stone, like salt in a door frame, like something ancient and stubborn that refused to let them break. An hour later, they stepped out into the night. Harry's shoulder scraped damp brick, and the stink of old water hit the back of his throat. The tunnel was narrow enough that when Neville shifted behind him, Harry felt it through the wall and through the bond at the same time. Hermione was ahead, wand out, jaw tight, eyes flicking between the low ceiling and the thin chalk marks she had put on the stones. Luna moved beside Harry like she belonged in the dark, barefoot, silent, head tilted as if she could hear footsteps through the ministry itself. "Left in 10 paces," Hermione whispered. She did not look back. She did not need to. The bond carried her voice straight into Harry's chest like a hand guiding him. Harry counted anyway, because keeping his brain busy stopped the scar from owning him. 1, 2, 3. The tunnel turned, and a thin draft slid over his face, cold and clean compared to the sewage stink. Neville's breath came out tight behind him. "This is disgusting." Harry kept his voice low. "You picked earth. You get mud." Neville huffed, half laugh, half nerves. "I did not pick this." Luna's voice drifted soft. "No one picks anything. It just happens, and then you learn how to hold it." Hermione's tone sharpened. "Less philosophy, more quiet. There are listening charms in the ministry tunnels. Old ones. I do not know who set them, but I can feel them." Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal and stale water. "How close?" Hermione slowed, placing her palm flat on the brick. Her shoulders were tense, her spine straight like she was bracing for a punch. "Close enough that if we talk like idiots, someone will hear." Neville's fingers brushed Harry's sleeve for a second, steadying himself. The contact settled Harry's stomach more than it should have. Luna reached out and touched the wall too. "The stone is calm here," she murmured. "The ministry is loud above us. Busy. Angry." Harry's scar pulsed once. He forced his breathing to stay even. Hermione moved again, leading them through the bend. The tunnel widened slightly, enough for Harry to stand upright, and he realized his shoulders had been clenched for ages. Sweat ran down his back even though the air was cold. They came to a rusted iron ladder bolted into the brick. Above it was a heavy grate, slick with grime. Hermione crouched at the base, wand angled up. "This should open into a storage corridor on level 4. From there, we take the service lift down. We do not use the main lifts. We do not go near the atrium." Neville stared up, face pale in the wan light. "Level 4 is Department of Magical Maintenance, right?" Hermione nodded. "Yes." Harry looked at Luna. "You still feel the glass room?" Luna's eyes were half-lidded. "It is below everything. It hums like a jar of trapped bees. It calls, but not like a voice. Like pressure." Harry's stomach turned. The Department of Mysteries always felt like that. Like the air itself wanted to push him down the stairs and into the dark. Hermione slipped her wand into her left hand and gripped the ladder with her right. "Positions," she whispered, and this was pure Hermione now, no hesitation. "Harry behind me. Luna stays close to Harry's right. Neville takes the rear. We do not split. If someone grabs one of us, the others pull them back immediately. No hero moves." Harry gave a short nod. "No hero moves." Neville swallowed. "No hero moves." Luna smiled faintly. No hero moves. Hermione climbed first. Harry followed, muscles tight, boots sliding slightly on wet rungs. When he reached the top, he could hear it. A faint hum of enchanted lights. A distant clink of tools. The soft murmur of voices somewhere down the corridor. Hermione pressed her wand to the underside of the grate and whispered a charm. The metal shivered, then eased up with a quiet scrape. Harry's heart slammed once, hard. He waited for a shout. Nothing. Hermione lifted the grate just enough for her to slip through. She moved like a shadow, landing silently on the other side. Harry climbed after, keeping his wand up and his body low. The corridor smelled like oil and dust instead of sewage. Stacks of broken chairs and cracked cauldrons lined the walls. A mop bucket sat abandoned in the corner, bristles stiff with dried grime. The lighting was dim, a deliberate choice, like the ministry did not want people wandering where they were not meant to. Hermione gestured, 2 fingers, and they moved. Harry stayed half a step behind her. Luna's shoulder brushed his once, a quiet check-in. Neville's boots scuffed softly, then stopped as he forced himself to step lighter. A voice drifted from the far end, bored and loud. Swear, I'm telling you, those weird kids are dangerous. Kingsley said it's a quiet warrant, but you know what that means. Dumbledore's involved. Harry's stomach dropped. He froze, eyes flicking to Hermione. Hermione did not look surprised. She looked furious. She mouthed, "Stay." Another voice, lower. "Stop talking about it. The walls have ears." The first voice scoffed. "They can listen to this. If Potter's gone mad, he's gone mad. I'm not getting hexed because the old man wants to keep it tidy." Harry felt the bond tighten. Hermione's anger flared sharp and cold. Neville's fear spiked. Luna's calm held, steady as a pond. Hermione lifted her wand, and Harry knew what she was about to do. Harry caught her wrist, gentle but firm. Hermione's eyes snapped to him, wild for a second. Harry shook his head once. "Not now." Hermione's jaw clenched. She swallowed, hard, and nodded tight. They slid behind a stack of crates as 2 ministry workers rounded the corner. One had a tool belt and a dented helmet. The other carried parchment rolls under his arm. They walked past, arguing quietly, and neither of them looked at the shadows. Harry held his breath until their footsteps faded. His lungs burned. Hermione leaned close, lips near his ear, voice barely there. "They are already primed to see you as a threat." Harry's throat felt dry. "We already knew that." Hermione's eyes held his, fierce. "Hearing it makes it real." Neville's voice was rough. "We should leave a message." Hermione shot him a look. "No." Neville flinched, then steadied. "Not with words. With proof. If we get that prophecy record, we can show people they are lying." Harry swallowed. "If anyone is willing to look." Luna's fingers brushed Harry's knuckles, grounding him. "Some people will. Not the ones shouting. But some." Hermione turned away before her face could soften. "Move." They reached the service lift, an old steel box tucked behind a wooden screen. Hermione pressed her wand to the lock and whispered. The wards on it were thin, lazy, built for convenience, not security. The doors slid open with a whisper. Inside, the air was cold enough to make Harry's skin prickle. Hermione stepped in first, then Harry, then Luna, then Neville. The space was tight, shoulders almost touching. The bond steadied, pulling them into alignment like a hand smoothing wrinkles from cloth. Hermione pressed the lowest button. It was not labeled. It was just a circle of metal with a faint scratch mark that looked like someone had tried to carve it away. The lift shuddered, then began to descend. Harry's scar burned dull, like a warning bell muffled by cloth. His stomach clenched as the numbers on the panel flickered past. Level 2. Level 1. Then nothing. Just darkness, and the hum of magic in the walls. Neville's voice came out thin. I hate this. Hermione's voice was quiet, but steady. I hate it too. Keep breathing. Luna's gaze was distant. The glass is near. Harry kept his wand up even inside the lift, because his hands needed something to do. The doors opened into a corridor that felt like a throat. The light was low, greenish, and the air smelled faintly of ozone and cold stone. Every sound seemed louder. Neville's swallow. Hermione's breath. Harry's heartbeat. Hermione stepped out, then paused, head turning slightly. No guards, she whispered, surprised. Harry's eyes swept the corridor. It feels wrong. Luna nodded. It is waiting. Neville's jaw clenched. Trap. Hermione's mouth tightened. Or false confidence. Move fast. They went down the corridor, then down a short stairwell that ended in a blank wall. Hermione stopped, frowning. This is not right. There should be a door. Harry stared at the wall. It was smooth stone, no handle, no seams. Just a faint carving near the base, a snake looped around a circle. His stomach tightened. Hermione noticed his stare. Harry. Harry stepped closer, wand raised. It's Slytherin. Neville's eyebrows shot up. Here. Hermione's voice went clipped. Why would there be a Slytherin seal in the Department of Mysteries? Luna's eyes stayed fixed on the carving. Because secrets like snakes. Harry's scar throbbed once. He stared at the snake carving, and his mouth tasted like copper. He did not want to use this part of himself. He did not like the way it made people look at him. He did not like the way it made him feel like Voldemort was behind his eyes. But they were here. They were running out of options. And the bond hummed, urging him forward like a hand on his back. Harry leaned close to the wall, throat tight. He whispered, low, in the language that was not really a language, more like sound shaped into meaning. The snake carving shimmered. The stone wall rippled, the way water rippled when you threw a pebble in, and then it split down the middle, opening into a narrow doorway. Neville's breath caught. Hermione's eyes widened, then narrowed, and Harry felt her mind cataloging and judging and trying not to be afraid. Luna smiled like she had expected it. There. Harry stepped back, heart racing. The doorway was black. Cold air spilled out. Hermione moved to his side close enough that their arms brushed. Good, she whispered, voice tight. Good. We go in. We get what we need. We leave. Harry nodded once. They entered. The room beyond was small, nothing like the wide prophecy hall. It was an archive, but not with shelves. The walls were lined with glass spheres set into stone alcoves, each one the size of Harry's fist. They pulsed faintly, like they held trapped breath. The floor was stone, smooth, and the air smelled of old magic and sealed secrets. Hermione whispered, This is not in any ministry map. Neville stared at the spheres, face tight. Those are prophecies. Harry's scar burned. Or pieces of one. Luna drifted deeper, eyes half closed. The pressure is here. It is inside the glass. Hermione followed her, careful, wand aimed at the floor. Harry stayed between them and the doorway, listening for footsteps. There were none. That made him more nervous, not less. Hermione stopped at a sphere with a faint tag beneath it. The writing was old, ink-faded. She leaned in, lips moving as she read silently, then her face went still. Harry stepped closer. What? Hermione looked up, eyes sharp. It has our names. Neville's breath hitched. All of us. Hermione nodded, voice tight. Harry Potter. Hermione Granger. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. It is dated the night Voldemort fell. Harry's stomach flipped. So it was recorded then. Hermione's fingers hovered near the glass. Only those named can touch it. Harry's scar pulsed. His hand lifted without his permission. Hermione caught his wrist again, not stopping him, just anchoring him. Together, she whispered. Harry nodded. Neville stepped closer on Harry's left, solid, steady. Luna stood on Harry's right, calm as winter water. Harry reached out. His fingers touched the glass. The sphere went cold, then hot, then cold again. Harry's vision blurred for a split second, and then a voice filled the room. It was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was the kind of voice that made the hairs on Harry's arms rise because it sounded like fate trying to sound casual. A spear of fire. A stone of earth. A sword of air. A cauldron of water. For held by one bond. For bound to one scar. When the serpent speaks, the door opens. When the door opens, the old law returns. Hermione's grip tightened. Neville's breath caught. Luna's eyes widened slightly, the only sign of shock she ever showed. The voice continued, calm and steady. The light will be chained by the kindly liar. The red thread will be cut by the jealous hand. The old man will offer a cage and call it safety. Harry's stomach dropped hard. His scar burned like someone pressed a hot coin into it. Hermione's voice came out cracked. Dumbledore. Harry felt her fear and rage spike through the bond, sharp enough to make his teeth ache. Neville's hands clenched. Ron. Hermione's head snapped toward him, eyes wide. Neville swallowed, but he did not back down. It said jealous hand, Neville whispered. That sounds like Ron. Hermione's face went pale, then hard. It could mean anyone. Luna's voice was quiet. It means someone who thinks love is something to own. Hermione flinched like that landed too close. Harry's throat was tight. He forced himself to breathe. The prophecy sphere in his hand vibrated faintly, like it wanted to keep talking. He swallowed. Keep going. Hermione's eyes snapped back to him. Harry, we have enough. We leave. Harry shook his head once. We do not leave blind. Not again. Neville nodded, jaw clenched. Keep going. Luna's fingers brushed the sphere lightly, like she was calming it. Let it finish. Harry held on. The voice returned calmer, almost tired. The fourth treasure is not in flesh. It is in stone. The anchor that steadies the storm. Taken by the ministry. Hidden behind serpent tongue. Returned only to the one who holds the earth without shame. Neville froze. Harry felt Neville's confusion, then something deeper, like recognition he did not understand yet. Neville's magic shifted under their feet, steady, heavy, protective. Hermione's eyes flicked to Neville, then to the wall. A stone, she whispered. A relic. Harry's scar burned again, and his stomach turned. They have it here. The voice ended with one last line, soft but sharp. And when the four stand united, the Dark Lord will find no crack. But the kindly liar will try to make one. The sphere went quiet. The glass cooled under Harry's fingers. The room felt colder without the voice, like someone had shut a door. Hermione swallowed hard. We need that record. We need proof. We need to get out. Harry's gaze swept the alcoves. We take the sphere. Hermione's mouth tightened. It will shatter if we mishandle it. Neville's voice was low. We can carry it together. Luna nodded once. The glass likes us. It will not break if we are gentle. Hermione shot her a look. That is not how glass works. Luna blinked. It is how magic glass works. Harry did not have time to argue. He looked at Neville. Stone. Neville took a breath and stepped forward, palms slightly raised, as if he was approaching a frightened animal. I do not know what I am doing, Neville admitted, voice rough. Hermione's voice went steady, sharp in the way she got when she was terrified but refusing to crumble. You do. You have been doing it all morning. Feel the ground. Feel the weight. Do not force it. Invite it. Neville swallowed and closed his eyes. Harry felt it through the bond. Neville's magic sank down, deep, reaching through stone like roots reaching through soil. The air in the room shifted, heavier, steadier. A low rumble rolled through the floor. Hermione stiffened, wand up. Harry's wand came up too, instinct. The stone wall opposite the prophecy alcoves shivered. A seam appeared that had not been there. It was not a crack from damage. It was a line like a lid being revealed. The snake carving on that wall shimmered faintly. Harry's stomach tightened. It is another door. Neville's eyes snapped open, wide. I did that. Hermione's voice was tight with awe and fear. Yes. You did. Luna drifted toward the seam, fingertips hovering. It is behind there. The stone. It feels like winter earth. Harry stepped up beside her. He stared at the snake carving. His scar burned. He hated that the door kept asking him for serpent tongue. Hermione's voice went low. Harry, we are wasting time. If someone comes, we will be boxed in. Harry nodded once. I know. He leaned in and spoke the sounds again, low and sharp. The snake carving rippled. The wall opened. Behind it was a small chamber, not much bigger than a broom cupboard, but cleaner than the tunnel, cleaner than the archive. The air inside smelled of wet soil and pine, so strong it made Harry's eyes sting. In the center sat a stone. Not a big one. Not a throne. It was a flat oval slab, the size of a dinner plate, set on a pedestal. It looked ordinary until Harry saw the faint runes etched along the edge, and until the bond reacted. Neville sucked in a breath like he had been punched. Harry felt Neville's magic surge, heavy and solid, like the ground itself had stood up inside him. Hermione's eyes widened. Luna's breath hitched, then steadied. The Stone of Destiny, Hermione whispered, voice barely there. Lia fail. Neville stared. Why do I know that? Hermione swallowed. Because the bond is teaching you. Neville's hands shook. He stepped toward the stone, slow, like he was afraid it would vanish. Harry's scar pulsed. His stomach twisted. Take it. Neville hesitated, eyes flicking to Harry. Me. Harry nodded. It said the one who holds the earth without shame. That is you. Neville's throat bobbed. He reached out. The second his fingers touched the stone, the room hummed. It was not loud. It was deep. A vibration that settled into Harry's bones and smoothed something jagged in his chest. Neville's shoulders dropped like someone had taken a weight off him. He looked stunned. Hermione let out a shaky breath. "Do you feel that?" Harry did. The bond, which had been a tight rope, softened into something steadier, like a belt pulled snug instead of a rope cutting skin. Luna's eyes half closed. "It is an anchor," she murmured. "It makes the storm stop slamming." Harry's scar heat eased a fraction. Not gone, but quieter. Hermione's voice snapped back into motion. "We take it and the prophecy sphere. Then we leave." Harry nodded. "Now." He reached for the sphere again. Hermione moved with him, and Neville leaned in, and Luna steadied the glass with her fingertips. Together, they lifted it from the alcove. The glass stayed intact. The hum in it felt calmer, like it had accepted them. Hermione tucked it carefully into a padded pouch she had transfigured from her sleeve. She did it with shaking hands, and Harry could feel her fear like a cold blade. "We go," Hermione whispered. They turned back toward the doorway. That was when the lights in the corridor outside flickered, then steadied. And Harry heard footsteps. Not one set. Several. Measured. Confident. Hermione froze, eyes sharp. Neville's grip tightened on the stone. Luna's head tilted, listening. Harry's scar burned like a warning siren. Hermione whispered, "Hide." There was nowhere to hide in the archive room without going deeper into corners. The snake door behind them was open, but Hermione knew, and Harry knew, that retreating deeper was how you got trapped. Harry stepped forward instead, placing himself between the doorway and the others. He could feel them behind him. Hermione close to his left shoulder. Luna close to his right. Neville just behind, solid stone in his hands. The footsteps stopped outside the doorway. A voice spoke, low, familiar, and it hit Harry harder than any curse. "Harry." Ron Weasley's voice. Harry's stomach dropped. The bond surged, Hermione's shock cracking through, Neville's anger rising like earth splitting, Luna's calm turning sharp and cold. Ron stepped into the doorway with his wand raised. He looked tired. His hair was messy. His eyes were too bright, like he had not slept. Behind him were Oris. Harry recognized Kingsley Shacklebolt immediately, tall and steady, face unreadable. He recognized Nymphadora Tonks too, hair dark and pulled back, wand up, eyes wide with a kind of sick apology. Two more Oris flanked them, faces hard, ready. Ron's gaze snapped from Harry to Hermione, and his face tightened like he had swallowed something bitter. "Hermione," Ron said, voice rough. "Thank Merlin. You're here. You're alive." Hermione's voice came out cold. "Of course I'm alive." Ron flinched, then recovered, eyes flashing. "You do not sound like yourself." Hermione's laugh was sharp, humorless. "I sound like someone who is being hunted by the Ministry because my headmaster cannot handle a prophecy he does not control." Kingsley's voice cut in, calm and firm. "Hermione, we are not here to hurt you." Harry kept his wand steady. He did not lower it. He did not blink. Tonks' voice was softer. "Kid, we just need you to come with us. Please. No one wants a fight." Neville's breath came out hard. "You brought a team. That looks like you want a fight." Ron's head snapped toward Neville. "Neville, you do not understand. He's done something to you. To all of you. Harry's scarf flared. His stomach clenched. Hermione's eyes went icy. He did not do anything to us. The bond did. The prophecy did. If you had listened for 5 seconds instead of sulking, you would know that. Ron's face twisted, and Harry saw it, the jealousy, the fear, the way Ron always looked at anything he could not control like it was a personal insult. Ron pointed his wand at Harry, hand shaking. I'm doing this for you, Hermione. He's corrupted you. Look at your eyes, they're glowing. Hermione's mouth went tight, then she stepped forward half a pace, and Harry felt her decision like a blade drawn. My eyes are glowing because the bond is active, Hermione said, voice calm and deadly. Because the Ministry has been trying to suppress it with potions and charms for months. Because Dumbledore has been lying to us and you have been helping him by doing exactly what he wants, which is treating me like I am too stupid to make my own choices. Ron's face went red. That is not what I'm doing. It is exactly what you are doing, Hermione said. You are not rescuing me. You are trying to pull me back into a version of myself you prefer. The version that makes you feel safe. Ron's jaw clenched. I do not need to feel safe. Hermione's voice stayed flat. You do. You need to be the hero. You need Harry to be the chosen one you can follow, not a boy with a bond you cannot understand. You need me to be the clever girl who waits for you to catch up. And you hate that I have stopped waiting. Harry's heart hammered. He felt Ron's shock like a slap through the bond, because even without a bond, Hermione's words landed hard. Ron's eyes flicked to Harry again, and the anger came back fast. You are doing this. He spat at Harry. You made her say that. Harry's voice came out low. Ron, stop. Ron's breath hitched. Do not tell me to stop. You do not get to tell me anything. You disappear, you turn them into this, and then you think you can just walk back into my life like you own it. Neville's voice was rough. No one owns anyone. Ron snapped. Shut up, Neville. Kingsley's wand did not move, but his voice went sharper. Ron. Ron did not listen. His eyes were locked on Hermione, and there was something desperate in him now. Come with us. Please. The Ministry just wants to check you. They want to make sure you're not possessed. Harry felt Hermione's fury spike. She stepped forward again, and Harry moved with her without thinking, shoulder to shoulder, bonded alignment. You want to check if I'm possessed? Hermione said, voice like ice. By dragging me into a room full of Ministry officials and Dumbledore's allies while pointing wands at me. That is not a check. That is an abduction with paperwork. Tonks' voice went strained. Hermione, listen, we do not have time for this. The warrant is signed. They will come with more people if you fight. Harry's scar burned. Dumbledore wants us in chains, Harry said, voice low. So he can put us back where he wants us. Kingsley's eyes flicked to Harry, sharp and assessing. Harry, you are making accusations. Harry's mouth tasted like ash. We just heard the prophecy record. It warned about a kindly liar offering a cage and calling it safety. Who else does that? Kingsley's face tightened. Tonks looked like she wanted to swear. Ron looked confused, then angry, like confusion itself offended him. Hermione lifted her chin. We are leaving. Move. Ron's wand hand shook. You're not leaving. Harry's muscles tensed. He could feel Neville's earth power ready to surge. He could feel Luna's water calm turning sharp, poised. Hermione's voice dropped, controlled. Ron, step aside. Do not make me hurt you. Ron's laugh was bitter. You cannot hurt me. You cannot even cast a proper combat spell without Harry. Hermione's eyes went flat. That is one of the dumbest things you have ever said. Ron opened his mouth. Hermione moved. It was fast, not flashy. She flicked her wand and the air snapped. A gust slammed into Ron's chest hard enough to knock him back 2 steps. His shoes skidded. His shoulders hit the stone doorway frame with a crack. Ron gasped, shocked more than injured. Kingsley's wand came up instantly. Enough. Harry did not wait for a lecture. He raised his wand and shouted, Expelliarmus! A red burst hit one of the Aurors on the left. The Auror's wand flew out of his hand and clattered across the stone floor. Tonks swore under her breath and fired a stunner, blue light streaking toward Harry's head. Neville reacted without thinking. The floor under Harry surged up into a slab of earth, thick and solid, intercepting the curse with a crackling smack. The earth smoked, blackened where the magic hit, but it held. Harry felt Neville's strain in his arms, heavy and aching. Luna flicked her wand. Water snapped out of the air in a tight whip, slamming into the second Auror's wrist. His wand jerked, grip breaking. He cursed and stumbled, slipping on the wet stone. Hermione's voice cut through them, sharp. Non-lethal. Disarm. Bind. We leave. Harry's heart hammered. He tasted blood, not from a wound, just from biting his cheek too hard. Ron shoved himself upright, face flushed with anger and humiliation. Stop fighting. Stop it! Hermione, please! Hermione's eyes did not soften. Move! Ron raised his wand again, shaking. You are not leaving with him! Harry felt Luna shift beside him, closer. He felt Neville steady behind, stone in his grip. Hermione's breath was fast, but her wand hand was steady. They moved together. Harry fired a stunner toward Ron's wand hand. Ron jerked aside, but Hermione's wind caught his elbow at the same time, twisting him off balance. Neville's earth rose under Ron's feet, a low ridge that made him stumble. Luna's water slicked the stone just enough that Ron's boots slid. Ron hit the floor hard. Harry did not give him time to recover. He snapped, Incarcerus! Ropes shot out and wrapped Ron's arms and chest, pinning him to the stone. Ron thrashed, face red, eyes wide with panic. Harry! Ron shouted, voice cracking. Mate, stop, you're scaring me. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not want to scare Ron. He also did not have room to care right now. Kingsley's voice went hard. Harry, release him. Harry kept his wand trained. No. Kingsley's eyes narrowed. His magic hummed in the air, deep and heavy. He was not panicking. He was preparing. Tonks moved left, trying to flank. Hermione's head turned a fraction, tracking her without looking, and Harry felt the bond give him the same awareness, like Tonks was a bright moving spot on a map inside his skull. Hermione snapped. Ventus! A sharp gust slammed into Tonks' side and shoved her back into the corridor wall. Tonks grunted, teeth clenched, then recovered fast, wand still up. Sorry, Hermione muttered, not sounding sorry at all. Tonks spat. Yeah, same. The two Aurors who still had wands fired in quick succession. Red light. Blue light. A binding charm like a net. Luna raised her wand and a sheet of water formed in front of them, thin but dense, like a curtain. The spells hit it and fizzed, steam rising. The smell of wet ozone filled the room. Neville's voice was tight with strain. We need to move. They will call more. Hermione nodded, jaw clenched. Exit through the snake door. Harry, close it behind us. Harry's scar burned. He backed toward the snake door, keeping his wand up. Hermione moved with him, controlling the air, watching angles. Luna kept the water shield up, face pale now, sweat at her hairline. Neville stayed in the center, stone in his hands, earth ready, breathing hard. Kingsley stepped forward, wand steady. Harry, listen to me. If you leave with that prophecy record, the Ministry will treat it as theft. They will hunt you harder. Harry's voice came out low. They already are. Kingsley's face tightened. Dumbledore is trying to keep you alive. Hermione's laugh was sharp. By locking us up. Kingsley's jaw clenched. By stabilizing you. Harry felt Hermione's fury surge. He felt Neville's anger. He felt Luna's quiet cold. Harry's voice went rough. He is trying to stabilize us so he can use us. Kingsley's eyes flicked, a micro expression of doubt, then he shoved it down. You are children. Hermione's eyes flashed. We are soldiers, you keep pretending are children because it is convenient. Harry's scar flared hot. His breath came fast. The room felt smaller. The sound of boots in the corridor beyond grew louder. More people were coming. Hermione's voice snapped. Now. Harry turned to the snake carving and hissed the words again. The stone rippled, opening just enough. Neville shoved the earth ridge forward, not attacking, just creating space. It rose between them and the Orus like a thick wall, forcing Kingsley and Tonks to stop or go around. Luna dropped the water shield and flung the remaining water low, slicking the floor in front of the Orus. One of them stepped wrong and slid, arms windmilling. Harry grabbed Hermione's sleeve and pulled her through the snake door. Luna followed tight. Neville came last, stone clutched to his chest, face set. Harry turned back just long enough to see Ron, bound on the floor, eyes wide and shining with something like betrayal and fear. Ron shouted, voice cracking. Hermione, please! Hermione's shoulders tensed. For half a second, Harry felt her falter. Then Hermione's jaw clenched and she said, voice low and flat, I am sorry. I am not coming back. Ron's face crumpled. Harry slammed the stone door shut with a hissed command. The wall sealed, smooth again, as if it had never opened. The archive room swallowed them in cold silence. Hermione's breath came out ragged. Move! Corridor! Lift! Now! Harry's stomach twisted. They know the route. Hermione nodded, eyes sharp. Then we do not use the lift. We go back through the maintenance tunnels. Neville's voice was tight. They will block the tunnel. Luna's eyes were distant. Not if we go the other way. There is another throat. Another drain. It smells like pennies. Hermione stared at her. You can smell drains. Luna shrugged. Yes. Harry did not have time to process that. Lead. They moved fast, not running, but quick enough that Harry's lungs burned. Hermione stayed in front, wand up, shoulders squared. Harry stayed half a step behind, tracking her body language and the bond signals. Luna stayed tight on Harry's right, fingers brushing his sleeve every time the corridor turned, a constant little anchor. Neville stayed behind them, heavy and solid, stone pressed to his chest like it was his heart. They reached the corridor that led to the sewer ladder, and Hermione skidded to a stop. There were Orus there. 3 of them, wands up, blocking the way. Harry's stomach dropped. He recognized one, Dawlish, with his neat hair and hard eyes. The others were unfamiliar, but their posture screamed trained. Hermione swore under her breath, then snapped herself back into control. "Alternative route," she said. Dawlish's voice was sharp. "Harry Potter, you are under ministry order to submit to examination. Drop your wand." Harry's scar burned. His mouth tasted like ash. Hermione's voice was cold. "No." Dawlish's eyes flicked to Hermione, then to Neville, then to Luna. He looked unsettled, like he could feel the wrongness of them as a unit. "You are endangering yourselves," Dawlish said. Neville's laugh was short and ugly. "Funny. That is what everyone says right before they try to lock us up." Dawlish's wand twitched. "Stupefy." Harry moved without thinking. He did not jump in front like a hero. He angled, letting Neville's earth rise, letting Hermione's wind twist the curse, letting Luna's water catch the edge. The stunner hit the earth slab, cracked it, and fizzed out. Hermione snapped, "Expulso!" The stone floor in front of the Orus burst upward, not shrapnel, just a violent upheaval that threw them off balance. Dawlish stumbled back, boots sliding. Luna flicked her wand, and water surged up from the damp stone, wrapping around the nearest Orus' ankles like thick ropes. He yelped and fell, wand clattering. Harry fired a disarming charm. The wand spun away. Neville slammed his palm down, and the earth surged up, encasing the fallen Orus' wrists and one arm, pinning him safely, not crushing, just holding. Harry felt the strain in Neville's shoulders, felt Neville's breathing go tight. Dawlish recovered fast, wand up again. "Incarcerus!" Ropes shot toward Hermione. Hermione's wind sliced them mid-air, snapping them into fraying strands that fell uselessly. Hermione's eyes were hard. "Stop!" Dawlish's face tightened. "I cannot!" Harry heard more footsteps behind the Orus. Reinforcements. Too many. Hermione's voice went sharp. "Luna, water blind. Neville, smoke the corridor with dirt. Harry, fire flash, not burn." Harry's magic surged, hungry. He clenched his teeth and forced it smaller. He flicked his wand and sent a tight burst of flame at the ceiling, not to ignite, but to flare bright. Light exploded across the corridor. At the same time, Luna snapped a sheet of water across the air at face height, turning it into a shimmering veil that made it hard to see. Neville ripped dirt from the cracks in the stone and threw it into the air with a rough shove of magic, creating a gritty cloud that made everyone cough and blink. Harry's lungs burned as he breathed it in. He tasted soil and smoke. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve. "Go." They turned and ran down the side corridor Luna pointed toward, boots slapping on stone, breath loud in their ears. Harry's scar burned, but he kept moving. The corridor narrowed, then widened into a storage chamber with old pipes along the wall. Water dripped steadily from a cracked joint, splashing into a shallow drain. Luna moved straight to the drain, eyes half closed. "Here," she whispered. "This goes down and out." Hermione stared at the drain like it personally offended her. "We are not crawling into that." Harry's voice came out rough. "We are if we want to live." Hermione's jaw clenched. She nodded tight. "Fine. Neville first. You have the stone. If you slip, we pull you." Neville's face was pale, but he nodded. "Okay." He crouched, then dropped into the drain, shoulders scraping the edges. The stone stayed clutched to his chest. He slid forward, disappearing into the dark. Luna went next, smooth and quiet, then Hermione, then Harry. The drain tunnel was worse than the first sewer. The air was thick and damp. The stone pressed cold against Harry's shoulders. Water soaked his sleeves. His heart hammered. He could hear Hermione's breathing ahead, tight, controlled. He could hear Neville's breathing behind, rough with effort. Luna's breathing was calm, and it made Harry want to grab onto it like a rope. They crawled until Harry's arms shook. Then the tunnel dipped, and suddenly Harry slid, half falling, into a larger channel. He landed hard on his side. Pain shot through his ribs. He bit back a sound. Hermione landed next, breath hissing, then Luna, then Neville, who hit the ground with a grunt and held the stone like he was protecting a baby. They lay there for a second, gasping, water dripping from their hair and clothes. Hermione's voice was breathless. "Everyone intact?" Harry swallowed, ribs aching. "I think so." Neville's voice was rough. "My elbow hates me." Luna blinked slowly, then nodded. "We are not dead." Harry let out a harsh laugh that turned into a cough. Hermione pushed herself up, wiping grime off her cheek with the back of her hand. "We cannot stop. They will have tracking charms. They will search drains." Harry forced himself up too, ribs protesting. "Where are we?" Luna tilted her head, listening. "Near the river," she whispered. "I can smell it." Hermione looked ready to argue, then stopped. "Fine. River means open air. Open air means apparition risk is lower if we can get far enough away." Neville's eyes flicked to the stone in his hands. "This thing feels like it is humming." Harry felt it too. The bond was steadier, but there was a low tug now, like something pulling at them through the stone, a faint directional pressure. Hermione noticed his expression. "What?" Harry swallowed. "Do you feel that pull?" Hermione went still, eyes narrowing. She pressed her palm to Neville's stone, then flinched like she touched ice. "Yes," Hermione whispered. "It is doing something." Neville's grip tightened. "Is it tracking us?" Luna's voice was calm, but her eyes sharpened. "Not tracking. Calling." Harry's scar burned. His stomach twisted hard. Hermione's voice went tight. "Calling to who?" Harry's mouth tasted like ash. He remembered the prophecy line, the kindly liar, the cage called safety. He heard Kingsley's calm voice in his head. He saw Ron's crumpled face. He looked at Hermione, and the bond carried his fear straight into her. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "No," she whispered. "No. That is impossible." Neville swallowed. "Tell me what." Harry's voice came out low. "The prophecy said the stone was taken by the Ministry. Hidden. Returned only to the one who holds Earth without shame. We took it. Now it is humming, and it is pulling." Hermione's jaw clenched. If the unspeakable set it up as a beacon, it could be keyed to something. To someone. Luna's gaze drifted upward, as if she could see through stone to something above. "Someone who wants to hold all the treasures," she murmured. Harry's scarf flared. His breath hitched. Neville's voice came out small. "Dumbledore." Hermione did not deny it this time. Her face went pale, then hard. "We need to block it. We need to wrap it, ward it, dampen it." Harry's ribs hurt. His head throbbed. The tunnel around them felt too tight. "Do it," Harry said. "Now." Hermione fumbled in her pocket, pulled out a strip of cloth, then froze. "No. Not cloth. Wards. Salt. Iron. Creature said iron and salt." Neville's eyes widened. "We do not have salt." Luna's hand dipped into the shallow water beside them. She brought it up, palm cupped. River water has salt, a little, she said. Not enough, but maybe enough for a start. Hermione stared at her, then nodded once, sharp. Fine. Neville, hold the stone steady. Harry, wand light low. Luna, water. I will cast a dampening net. They moved in tight, shoulders touching in the cramped tunnel. Hermione's wand hand shook, but her voice did not. She whispered a charm, layering it over the stone, and Harry felt the magic tighten like netting. Luna dripped water over the rune edge, slow and careful. Neville held the stone like it was fragile, knuckles white. The hum eased. Not gone, but softer. Hermione let out a shaky breath. That will buy us time. Harry's scar burned once, then cooled slightly. Neville's voice was rough. So we brought home a beacon. Hermione's mouth tightened. We brought home a weapon. We just have not figured out which end it points at yet. Luna blinked calm. It points at us. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione's head snapped toward her. What? Luna's voice stayed gentle. Not the stone. The trap. The people. They are not trying to stop you from getting killed by Voldemort. They are trying to stop you from becoming something they cannot control. Harry's ribs ached as he forced himself to stand straighter. Then we do not get controlled. Hermione's eyes were fierce. We need to leave the city. Now. Neville swallowed. Back to the forest house. Hermione's jaw clenched. Yes. For now. But if the stone can call, it can lead them there. We may have to move again. Harry felt the bond tighten, a shared dread. He pictured the stone walls of their safe house groaning under impacts again. He pictured more auras. More voices telling him he was dangerous while pointing wands at his throat. Harry's hand clenched on his wand. We get out, he said. We breathe. Then we plan. Hermione nodded, sharp. Move. They followed the tunnel until it opened into a low culvert that spilled out near the riverbank. Cold air hit Harry's face like a slap. He sucked it in, grateful even though it tasted like damp city and smoke. They emerged crouched behind a cluster of bushes. The river ran dark and fast, reflecting faint lights. The city above was quiet in the way it got when it was pretending nothing was wrong. Hermione scanned the area, wand up. No one in sight. Neville's shoulders sagged, then tightened again when the stone hummed faintly under his grip. Luna's gaze lifted toward the street above. They are searching, she murmured. Not here yet. But soon. Harry's scar prickled. He glanced at Hermione. Can you operate us? Hermione's face went tense. Side along with 4 is hard. But with the stone anchoring and the bond stabilized, it might be possible. Neville swallowed. If we splinch, I am going to be furious. Hermione shot him a look. You will be alive and furious, which is the goal. Harry stepped closer, forcing his breathing steady. He placed his hand on Hermione's shoulder. Luna pressed in on his other side. Neville clutched the stone to his chest and reached for Harry's sleeve with his free hand. Hermione's voice went low. Hold tight. Do not fight the pull. Let the anchor help. Harry nodded once. He did not trust his voice. Hermione took a sharp breath. Now. The world snapped. Harry's stomach lurched. The air twisted. For half a second he felt like his skin was being turned inside out. Then cold forest air hit him, sharp and clean. They stumbled into the clearing behind the stone wall of their safe house. Harry's knees buckled, and he caught himself on the rough stone, panting hard. His ribs screamed. Hermione staggered, hands on her knees, breathing fast. Luna swayed, then steadied. Neville dropped to one knee, still clutching the stone, face pale as paper. For a moment, there was only their breathing and the distant rustle of trees. Then the house gave a low groan. Harry's head snapped up. The sound was not normal creaking. It was the sound the wards had made at Grimmauld, a deep complaint like something pushing against a locked door. Hermione straightened, eyes wide. No! Neville's grip tightened on the stone. It hummed again, louder now, and the pull in it sharpened, like a finger pointing straight at the house. Luna's voice was soft. It found home. Harry's scar burned hot, and his stomach dropped as a familiar pressure pressed at the edge of the clearing, just outside the wall, like someone standing there and waiting. A voice drifted through the trees, calm and gentle, as if they were all friends meeting for tea. "Harry," said Albus Dumbledore. The red thread severed. Harry felt the wards before he saw the figure. The air at the edge of the clearing thickened, like the forest itself had taken a breath and held it. The stone wall around the house hummed under his palm. It was not just protection. It was a warning. Hermione stood on his left, wand lifted, shoulders tight. Luna was on his right, head tilted, listening to something Harry could not hear. Neville was behind them, clutching the flat stone slab to his chest. The stone's hum had faded after Hermione's netting charm, but it was still there, deep, like a heartbeat in rock. The voice came again, calm and gentle, drifting through the trees. "Harry." Dumbledore stepped into the open, just beyond the ward line. His robes were plain, darker than usual. His half-moon glasses caught a faint glint of moonlight. He did not raise his wand. His hands were open, palms showing. Behind him, shapes moved in the shadowed tree-line. Harry caught the flicker of a wand tip. A heavier presence. More than one. Hermione's breath hitched. Harry felt her anger coil, cold and sharp. "You brought company," Hermione said. Dumbledore's eyes shifted to her, soft. "I brought help." Harry's scar burned, dull and steady, like it was warning him not to believe the softness. His fingers tightened on his wand until his knuckles ached. Luna spoke quietly. "The forest does not like you here." Dumbledore's gaze moved to Luna with polite confusion, then a small, careful smile. "Miss Lovegood, I did not expect you to be with them." "We are with each other," Luna said. She did not sound defensive. She sounded like she was stating a fact about gravity. Neville swallowed hard. "Professor, please do not do this." Dumbledore's eyes returned to Neville. For a second, Harry thought he saw real worry there. Then it was gone, tucked away behind calm. "Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said, "you are brave. I have always known that. But this bond is not what you think it is." Hermione's laugh was short and sharp. "Do not start that. We heard the prophecy record. It said exactly what you are doing right now." Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted a fraction. "You stole a prophecy." "We retrieved the truth," Hermione snapped. "From a room that did not exist on the map." Harry felt the pull of the bond, their shared anger lining up like a row of wands. Dumbledore's voice stayed mild. "Hermione, you are frightened. All of you are frightened. That is understandable. But you are letting the fear decide for you." Harry's mouth tasted like copper. "You are the one chasing us." "I am trying to keep you alive," Dumbledore said. "By putting us in a cage," Harry said. His voice came out rougher than he wanted. "Calling it safety." A flicker crossed Dumbledore's face. Just a flicker. Then calm again. You heard that line, Dumbledore murmured. And you assumed it was me. Hermione's eyes flashed. Who else offers safety while holding chains behind his back? From the shadows, someone stepped forward into moonlight. Ron Weasley. His face looked thinner than the last time Harry had seen him. His hair was a mess. His eyes were red-rimmed, like he had either been crying or not sleeping or both. He held his wand in a grip that looked too tight. Harry felt the bond tense. Hermione's anger flared. Neville's stomach clenched. Luna's calm sharpened. Ron's gaze locked on Hermione first. His face softened, then tightened again, like he could not decide what to feel. Hermione, Ron said. His voice cracked on her name. Thank Merlin you're here. Hermione did not move. You should not be here. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. He swallowed. I had to. They said you were possessed. They said you were in danger. Neville's voice was low. They said we were in danger last year too. They said it when you left Harry behind. It did not stop you. Ron's eyes flashed. I did not leave him behind. Harry felt the old hurt flare, quick and hot, then settle into something colder. He did not have space for it now. Ron's gaze finally snapped to Harry. His face twisted. This is your fault. Harry's jaw clenched. Ron, stop. Ron flinched like the sound of his name hurt. Do not tell me to stop. You do not get to do this. You do not get to take them and turn them into this. Hermione's voice was icy. Into what? People who do not obey you. Ron's cheeks went red. That is not what I meant. Luna's voice drifted soft. It is what you feel. Ron's eyes flicked to Luna, confused and angry at the same time. You do not even know me. I know the sound jealousy makes, Luna said. Harry heard boots on leaves. Another figure stepped into the open, wand in hand, posture straight. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Tonks followed a step behind him, hair dark, face tense. And then Moody, scarred and watchful, magical eye whirring. McGonagall too, jaw tight, robes neat even in the forest. The Order of the Phoenix had come to his door. Hermione's breath went shallow. Harry felt her fears spike, then lock down into control. Neville's fingers dug into the stone slab. Luna's hand brushed Harry's sleeve, steady and warm. Kingsley spoke first. Harry. Hermione. Neville. Luna. We are here to bring you in. No one wants blood in the forest. Harry's heart hammered. His scar burned. You brought Dumbledore. You brought Ron. You brought chains. McGonagall's voice was tight. Harry, do not be dramatic. Hermione snapped her head toward McGonagall. Do not call him dramatic. The Ministry has warrants. The Aurors tried to take us in the Department of Mysteries. We were attacked first. Tonks winced. Kid, I know it looked bad. I know. But you need to hear us out. Moody's voice was a bark. No talking. They are bonded. That means mind tricks. Keep your heads. Luna blinked slowly. We are not tricking you. Moody's magical eye spun toward her. That is what trickers say. Hermione's grip tightened on her wand. Alastair, you are not helping. Dumbledore stepped forward, stopping at the ward line. His gaze stayed on Harry. I do not want to fight you, Dumbledore said. I want to stabilize you. I want to separate this bond from the influence that is driving it. Harry's stomach dropped. Separate. Hermione's voice went sharp. You cannot! Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. I can attempt to ease it, to loosen the grip, to let you have your lives back. Neville's voice came out hoarse. We are alive because of the bond. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Neville. And you may die because of it, if it continues to escalate. Harry felt the stone hum against Neville's chest, like it agreed with the word escalate. Ron took another step forward, ignoring Kingsley's hand brushing his arm. Please! Just come with us. Let them check you. Let them break it. Hermione, you do not have to stay like this. Hermione's eyes went flat. Stay like what? Strong. Ron flinched. That is not fair. It is accurate, Hermione said. Her voice shook for a second, then steadied. You are scared because you cannot be the center anymore. Ron's face twisted. I am not trying to be the center. Harry's voice cut in, low. Then stop acting like you own her. Ron's eyes widened. I do not own her. Hermione's laugh was a sharp exhale. Then stop trying to drag me away from what I chose. Ron stared at her, stunned. You chose this. Hermione's gaze did not waver. Yes. The word hit Ron like a curse. Harry watched his face change, her turning into anger because anger was easier. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm, like he was trying to soothe a frightened animal. Harry, listen to me. I have studied bonds like this. Ancient ones. Multi-partner bonds. They are rare. They are dangerous. They were outlawed for a reason. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Because they frighten people in power. Dumbledore did not deny it. Because they can destabilize the world. Harry's scar burned hotter. He felt the bond tighten, their magic rising in response, like a storm gathering behind a wall. Dumbledore lifted his wand at last. Not in threat. In preparation. Kingsley's posture shifted. Tonk's shoulders tightened. Moody's wand came up. McGonagall's eyes hardened. Harry's stomach dropped. You came to bind me. Dumbledore's voice was soft. I came to save you. Hermione's voice was a hiss. He is not yours to save. Dumbledore's wand tip glowed faintly. Harry. Step forward. Alone. Let me see the bond properly. Harry's breath caught. He felt Hermione's panic, sharp and bright. Neville's fear rose like earth under pressure. Luna's calm sharpened, like water right before it freezes. Harry did not move. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on him. If you refuse, I will be forced to act. Harry's voice came out short. Do it then. For half a second, the forest held its breath. Then Dumbledore spoke a spell Harry did not recognize. Golden threads snapped out of the air, thin as hair, fast as whips. They did not go for Hermione, Luna, or Neville. They went straight for Harry's chest. The bond screamed inside Harry's head. Pain flared behind his eyes. His scar burned like a brand. Hermione shouted, Protego! A shield snapped up, but the golden threads slid around it like smoke finding cracks. Harry felt them brush his skin, cold and wrong, like hands trying to pull him out of himself. Neville shoved his palm down, and the ground surged, stone and soil rising into a thick ridge in front of them. The golden thread struck it, quivered, then tried to slip around. Luna flicked her wand, and water tore out of the damp air, a ribbon that wrapped around the threads, weighing them down, dragging them toward the earth. Harry raised his wand, hard hammering, and forced his magic into a single burst of heat. Fire did not roar. It flared sharp, white, cutting. The golden thread snapped. Dumbledore's eyes widened a fraction. Then his face hardened. So, Dumbledore said quietly, it has already advanced this far. Kingsley's voice cut in. Albus! Stop! This is not the way. Dumbledore did not look at Kingsley. There is no other way. Ron's voice rose, panicked. Professor, do not hurt him. Moody barked. Too late. Engage. Spells flew. Harry moved without thinking, not as a lone fighter, but as part of a unit. Hermione's air snapped, a gust that shoved incoming curses offline. Neville's earth rose in slabs and ridges, turning the clearing into uneven ground that broke sight lines. Luna's water whipped and shielded, turning flames to steam and slicking soil under enemy feet. Harry's fire flashed where it needed to, not to burn flesh, but to blind, to cut ropes, to force distance. McGonagall fired a stunner. Hermione twisted it with a sharp flick, sending it into the dirt. Tonks slung forward, trying to close distance, quick and athletic, wand aimed at Harry's ribs. Neville's earth bucked. Tonks stumbled, boots sliding, and Luna's water snapped up to catch her ankle like a hand, yanking her off balance. Tonks hit the ground with a grunt. I am sorry, Luna said, voice calm. Tonks spat dirt. Yeah, same. Kingsley shouted. Stunning only. No lethal curses. Moody's laugh was harsh. You think I brought lethal? I brought smart. A net of blue light shot toward them, wide, meant to bind all four at once. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Harry. Harry did not need her to finish. He felt the bond line up, a shared instinct. Neville slammed his palm down. The earth rose in a curved wall, not a flat slab, a dome that caught the net. Luna's water flooded over the dome, thickening it, making the magic slide and sputter. Harry's fire flashed along the wet surface, turning it into a burst of steam that blew outward like a shockwave. The net shattered. Moody's eye whirred, tracking, and Harry felt the man's focus like a knife. Dumbledore moved again, wand carving precise shapes in the air. The golden threads returned, more of them, aiming not just for Harry's chest now, but for the space between the four of them. Hermione's breath hitched. He is trying to cut the bond. Neville's hands shook. Can he? Harry's voice came out clipped. Not if we do not let him. He stepped closer to Hermione, shoulder brushing hers. Luna pressed in on his other side. Neville came in behind, close enough that Harry felt his breath on the back of his neck. The bond tightened, not as a chain, but as a braid. Dumbledore's threads struck the space between them and sparked, like they had hit a wall you could not see. Dumbledore's eyes widened again. Real surprise this time. Hermione's voice was low and furious. We are not a crack for you to exploit. Ron's voice cut through the chaos. Hermione, please. Look at yourself. You are talking like him. Hermione snapped her head toward Ron. Stop talking about me like I am a thing you lost. Ron flinched, then shouted. I am trying to help. Harry's stomach twisted. He could feel Ron's panic. He could also feel the jealousy, the need to pull Hermione back into a shape Ron understood. Harry's scar burned. The Horcrux inside him stirred, faintly, like it liked the conflict. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his magic to stay focused, forced his thoughts to stay practical. Dumbledore's voice rose, firm. Harry. Enough. You are outnumbered. You cannot win. Hermione's laugh was sharp. We already are winning. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the shifting earth, the steam, the slick ground, the way the four of them moved as one. His calm wavered just a little. McGonagall stepped forward, wand steady. "Mr. Potter, stop this foolishness. If you come quietly, I will ensure you are treated fairly." Harry's voice came out tight. "Fairly like the Dursleys." McGonagall's face tightened. "That is not the same." "It is," Harry said. "Different house. Same cage." Kingsley's voice was strained. "Harry, you do not have to do this. You can trust me." Harry swallowed. He wanted to. Kingsley had always seemed steady. But Kingsley was here. Kingsley had followed Dumbledore into the forest. Harry's voice went quieter. "You picked a side." Kingsley's jaw clenched. "I picked the side that keeps you alive." Hermione hissed. "Alive in chains." The clearing shook. Neville's magic surged, heavy and raw. A ring of stone burst up around them, waist high, thick enough to block lines of sight and force the order to spread out. It was not a prison. It was cover. Harry felt Neville's strain like a weight on his own lungs. "Breathe," Harry said, voice rough. "Stay with us." Neville's breath came hard. "Trying." Luna's fingers brushed Neville's wrist, steadying. "You are doing fine." Moody shouted from somewhere beyond the stone ring. "Break their formation." A spell hit the stone ring, cracking it. Another hit. Splinters of rock flew. Hermione's voice snapped. "Rotation. Neville, anchor. Luna, screen. Harry, flash." They shifted in a tight circle, each covering a gap, never leaving the bond line. A stunner slipped through and clipped Harry's shoulder. Pain shot down his arm. His wand hand went numb for half a second. His breath hitched. His scarf flared. Hermione's hand grabbed his wrist, steady, pulling his wand back up. "You are fine," Hermione said, voice sharp. Harry's voice came out short. "Yes." Luna's water snapped across the gap, catching the next curse and turning it into steam. Neville's earth rose under Harry's feet, lifting him half a step, giving him a better angle. Harry used it, firing a disarming charm toward Moody's wand. Moody's wand flew, but the man's hand snapped out, catching it with a quick, brutal reflex. He grinned like he respected it. "Good," Moody barked. "Now do it again." Dumbledore's voice cut through, calm but harder now. "Minerva. Kingsley. Hold them. I will take Harry." Harry's stomach dropped. The golden thread snapped out again, thicker, more insistent. They wrapped around Harry's torso like cold ropes. The bond screamed. Hermione gasped. Neville swore under his breath. Luna's calm cracked for the first time, fear flashing in her eyes. Harry felt himself being pulled forward, toward the ward line, toward Dumbledore's outstretched hand. "No!" Hermione shouted. The sound tore out of her, raw. Neville slammed his palm down. The earth grabbed Harry's boots, holding him like roots. Luna's water wrapped around the golden threads, heavy and slick. Harry's fire flared, white hot, burning the threads where they touched him. The threads did not snap this time. They tightened, burning cold. Harry's vision blurred. His scar felt like it was splitting open. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, focused, not gentle at all now. "Harry! Stop fighting. It will hurt less." Harry's breath came out in a harsh laugh that turned into a gasp. "No!" He forced his magic down, into the bond, into the place where all four of them met. The stone in Neville's arms hummed louder. Hermione's air stirred, not as wind, but as pressure, like the atmosphere itself was pushing back. Luna's water thickened, turning from liquid to something heavier, like it wanted to become ice. Neville's earth rose, not as a wall, but as a platform under all four of them, lifting them together. Harry's fire did not roar. It condensed, sharp, focused, a spear of heat aimed at the golden threads. The four of them moved as one. The golden thread snapped. Dumbledore staggered half a step, surprise flashing across his face. For the first time, his calm cracked completely. "That should not be possible," Dumbledore murmured. Hermione's voice was cold. "You do not know everything." Ron shouted, "Stop! Please! Just stop!" Harry's head snapped toward Ron. Ron was standing between two trees, wand lowered now, face wet. Tears or sweat or both. He looked younger than he had in months, like the fight had stripped away the bravado and left the boy. "I cannot lose you," Ron said, voice breaking. "I cannot lose all of you. Hermione, please. Come back. Please." Hermione's face twitched. For a second, there was pain there. Then her jaw clenched. "You do not get to keep me," Hermione said. Ron's face crumpled. "I am not trying to keep you." "You are," Hermione said, voice shaking now. "You keep talking like I am yours. Like I am something you misplaced. I am a person." Ron's breath hitched. "I know you are." "Then act like it," Hermione snapped. Harry felt the Horcrux inside him stir again, eager, like it wanted the anger. Harry's stomach turned. He took a step forward, careful, staying within the bond line. His voice came out low. "Ron! We are done running in circles." Ron's gaze snapped to him, raw. "So what? You just take them. You just take everything." Harry's throat tightened. "I did not take anyone." Ron's laugh was broken. "You did. You took her. You took my best mate. You took my place." Harry's heart hammered. "This is not about you." Ron flinched like the words slapped him. His face went red again, anger rushing in to cover hurt. "It is always about you," Ron spat. "Chosen one. Special. Everyone around you gets burned." Harry's scar pulsed. His head throbbed. Hermione's voice was quiet, dangerous. "Do not talk to him like that." Ron's eyes flashed. "Why? Because you love him now." Hermione did not look away. "Yes." The word landed like a curse. Ron's breath stopped. His wand hand shook. Harry felt Hermione's fear spike, like she expected Ron to lash out. Ron's face twisted. "That is not real. That is the bond." Hermione's eyes stayed fierce. "The bond forced us together. It did not force me to choose him. I chose him." Luna's voice drifted soft, steady. "We all did." Neville swallowed hard, then spoke, voice rough. "We did." Ron stared at them, stunned, like he could not process it. Harry's chest ached. Not just from the fight. From the finality. Harry's voice came out hoarse. "Ron, I will not keep hurting you. But I am not coming back." Ron's eyes shone. "You cannot just cut us off." Harry's jaw clenched. "Watch me." Moody barked. "Enough talking. Potter on the ground." McGonagall's wand snapped up. Tonks shifted position. Ready? Kingsley's face was tight. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, and there was something like regret there. Then it hardened again. Take them, Dumbledore said. Hermione's breath went sharp. No. The fight exploded again. Harry moved first this time, not waiting. He flicked his wand and sent a flash of heat into the air, bright enough to force everyone to blink. Hermione's wind shoved outward, a hard gust that knocked people off balance without breaking bones. Neville's earth surged, rising in ridges under enemy feet, forcing them to stumble. Luna's water snapped up in a wide sheet, catching curses and turning them to steam. Kingsley fired a binding charm, thick ropes aiming for Neville's arms. Harry cut them with a sharp burst of heat. The ropes snapped, falling limp. Tonks lunged again, fast. Hermione caught her with a gust that shoved her sideways. Luna's water slid under Tonks' boots. Tonks hit the ground again with a grunt, and this time Neville's earth rose gently around her wrists, pinning her wand hand without crushing. Tonks swore. Okay. I'll. Fine. Kingsley's voice went hard. Do not hurt her. Harry's voice was clipped. Then move. Moody fired a stunner straight at Harry's face. Luna's water snapped up at the last second, catching it. Steam burst across Harry's face, hot and wet. He flinched, eyes stinging. Hermione's hand grabbed his collar and yanked him down. Blink, she snapped. Harry blinked hard, water running down his lashes. He could hear Dumbledore moving, feel his magic, precise and heavy. Dumbledore spoke again, and the air turned thick, like honey. Harry's limbs felt heavier. His wand arms slowed. Hermione cursed under her breath, and Harry felt her mind race. Counter, Hermione said, voice sharp. Anchor the air. Neville. Neville slammed his palm down. The earth surged, not upward, but outward, like it was pushing against the thickened air. The heaviness eased a fraction. Luna whispered something, and the moisture in the air condensed, tiny droplets forming, making the air feel less sticky, more fluid. Harry forced his fire tighter, hotter, cutting through the spell like heat cutting fog. The heaviness broke. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. His voice was quiet now, almost disappointed. You are becoming dangerous. Harry's mouth tasted like ash. You made us. Dumbledore's jaw clenched. For the first time, anger slipped through his calm. I tried to guide you. Hermione's voice snapped. You tried to control us. Dumbledore's wand lifted again, golden threads returning, but this time they aimed for Hermione. Harry's stomach dropped. The bond screamed. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped in front, taking the threads to his own chest. Cold pain flared. Hermione shouted his name. Harry's voice came out through clenched teeth. Do not! Neville's earth surged, slamming a stone slab between Harry and Dumbledore, forcing distance. Luna's water wrapped around the golden threads again, dragging them down. Harry's fire flared, and the threads snapped. Harry stumbled, lungs burning, sweat cold on his back. Hermione grabbed his arm, fingers digging in. Do not do that again. Harry's voice was short. Had to. Hermione's eyes were fierce. You do not get to throw yourself in front like that. Harry's jaw clenched. I will if it keeps you safe. Hermione's breath hitched. Her eyes softened for half a second, then hardened again. We keep each other safe. That is the point. The bond pulsed, warm and fierce, like agreement. Neville's voice was strained. More people are coming. Harry heard it then, faint through the trees. More boots. More wands. The ministry, maybe? The order calling for backup. Hermione's eyes flashed. We end this. Luna's voice was calm, but sharp. We push them out. We do not kill. We leave. Harry nodded once. His ribs ached. His shoulder burned. His scar throbbed like a second heartbeat. Together, Harry said. Hermione's voice was low. Together. Neville swallowed. Together. Luna's fingers brushed Harry's wrist. Together. Harry raised his wand. Hermione raised hers. Luna lifted hers. Neville steadied the stone slab against his chest with one arm and lifted his wand with the other. The magic between them tightened, braided. Harry felt heat gather, not wild, but focused. Hermione's air pressure built, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Luna's water thickened, cold and sharp. Neville's earth grounded it all, heavy and steady. Harry spoke, voice rough. Now. They released. Fire flashed, not as a roaring inferno, but as a spear of heat that cut through the air and forced distance. Wind slammed outward, a concussive shove that knocked people off their feet. Water surged, slicking ground and catching spells, turning them into steam. Earth rose in a rolling wave, not crushing, but lifting, shoving, forcing the order back beyond the ward line. The clearing shook. Leaves tore loose. The air filled with steam and dirt, and the sharp smell of magic. When it settled, the order was on the far side of the ward line, sprawled or braced, coughing, wands still in hand but arms heavy. No one was dead. No one was bleeding badly. But they had been pushed back hard enough to make the message clear. Harry's breath came in harsh pulls. Sweat ran down his spine. His wand hand shook. Hermione's chest rose and fell fast. Her hair stuck to her forehead. Her eyes were bright with anger and fear. Luna looked pale, lips pressed together, but her gaze stayed steady. Neville's face was gray with strain, shoulders trembling, but he stayed upright, stones still clutched to his chest. Dumbledore stood at the ward line, robes dirty, glasses slightly crooked. His expression was no longer gentle. It was stunned, and then it was cold. You have chosen, Dumbledore said. Harry's voice came out hoarse. We did. Ron was on his knees behind Dumbledore, staring at Hermione like he had been punched. His face was wet. His eyes were wide and lost. Hermione looked at Ron for one long second. Then she turned away. Harry felt something in him snap, not violently, but cleanly, like a thread cut. He did not feel relief. He felt grief. Hermione's voice shook. Inside. Wards. Now. They stumbled back toward the house, staying close. Neville nearly tripped, and Harry grabbed his shoulder, steadying him. Neville's breath came out ragged. Sorry, Neville rasped. Harry's voice was short. Stop. You did good. They crossed the threshold into the house, and Hermione slammed the door, wand already moving, reinforcing the wards with tight, fast spells. Harry leaned against the wall for a second, chest heaving. The room smelled like old wood and damp cloaks. The air was warmer than outside, but Harry still shivered. His shoulder ached where the stunner had clipped him. His scar throbbed. His stomach churned. Hermione turned, eyes sharp. Sit. Harry shook his head. No time. Hermione's voice snapped. Sit. You are shaking. Harry realized he was. His wand hand trembled. His breathing was too fast. He slid down onto the edge of a chair, jaw clenched. Neville sank onto the floor, back against the wall, stone slab still against his chest. His eyes were unfocused for a second. Luna knelt beside him, fingers brushing his knuckles. Breathe. Slow. Neville swallowed hard, then gagged. Harry barely had time to register it before Neville leaned forward and vomited into a bucket by the hearth. It was mostly bile and water. Neville's shoulders shook. Hermione flinched, then moved fast, hair falling from her bun, grabbing Neville's shoulder, steadying him. Her voice softened. It is okay. Let it out. Neville wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, embarrassed. Sorry. Hermione's voice was sharp again, but not cruel. Stop apologizing. Luna's hand stayed on Neville's wrist, steady and warm. Harry's stomach rolled too. The adrenaline was fading, leaving nausea behind. He swallowed hard, forcing it down. Hermione turned to Harry, eyes fierce. Do not do that again. Harry blinked. Do what? You stepped into the threads, Hermione snapped. You took it from me. Harry's throat tightened. I did not think. Hermione's voice dropped, trembling with anger and fear. That is the problem. You cannot keep throwing yourself in front like you are disposable. Harry's jaw clenched. I am not disposable. Hermione's eyes flashed. Then act like it. Harry opened his mouth, then shut it. He could feel the bond pulling at him, their emotions tangled. He looked at them, really looked. Hermione's hands were shaking. Neville's face was pale, sweat on his upper lip. Luna's eyes were steady, but her shoulders were tense, like she was holding herself together by sheer stubbornness. Harry's chest ached. You should not be here, Harry said quietly. Not for this. Not for me. Hermione's stare sharpened. Do not start. Harry's voice went rough. They will come back. They will bring more. Dumbledore will not stop. Voldemort will not stop. You three do not have to keep taking hits because I exist. Neville's head snapped up. His voice was hoarse. Do not do that. Harry's throat tightened. Do what? Talk like you are poison, Neville said. His hands shook, but his gaze was steady. I have had enough of people doing that to you. I have had enough of you doing it to yourself. Luna's voice was soft, but sharp. You are not alone. Not anymore. Hermione stepped closer, wand lowered now, eyes bright. Harry. The bond was not a choice. But staying is. Harry swallowed. His chest felt tight, like he could not get enough air. I do not want you hurt, Harry whispered. Hermione's voice broke a little. We do not want you hurt either. Harry let out a shaky breath. Then let me go alone. Hermione's eyes went hard. No. Neville's voice was rough. No. Luna's voice was calm. No. The three of them spoke at the same time, and the bond flared warm, fierce, like a hand closing around Harry's heart. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard, furious with himself. Hermione stepped even closer, close enough that Harry could feel the heat of her. She lifted her hand and touched his cheek, thumb brushing away dirt. You do not get to decide. You are the only one who matters, Hermione said, voice shaking. That is not noble. It is selfish. Harry's laugh came out broken. I am trying to protect you. Hermione's eyes flashed. Protect us by abandoning us. Harry flinched. Neville's voice was quieter. We are not luggage, Harry. We are not people you carry and drop when it gets heavy. Luna's fingers brushed Harry's wrist, gentle. You do not have to be brave alone. Harry's throat tightened until it hurt. He looked at them, and the bond carried his fear into them, and their stubborn warmth into him, and for the first time since the clearing, his breathing slowed. Hermione's voice went softer. Say it. Harry swallowed. Say what? Hermione's eyes stayed locked on his. That you want us. Not because the bond forces it. Because you want us. Harry's pulse hammered. His mouth went dry. Neville's gaze dropped, then lifted again, cheeks faintly red, but he did not look away. Luna's expression was open, calm, like she was not afraid of the answer. Harry's voice came out hoarse. I do. The words felt terrifying and real. Hermione's breath hitched. She leaned forward and kissed him. It was not gentle at first. It was relief and anger and fear all at once. Harry's hand lifted to her waist without thinking, steadying her, pulling her closer. Hermione pulled back just enough to breathe. Her forehead pressed to his. That is your choice. Harry's voice was rough. Yes. Luna stepped closer, eyes bright. She touched Harry's shoulder, then leaned in and kissed his cheek, then his mouth, slow and soft, like she was grounding him with it. Harry's chest loosened. He let out a shaky breath he did not know he had been holding. Neville shifted closer, hesitant, then steadied himself. His hand touched Harry's knee, warm and trembling. Harry looked at him. Neville swallowed. If you do not want this, say so. Harry's voice came out quiet. I want it. Neville's shoulders shook like he had been holding that fear in for days. He leaned in, and Harry met him halfway. Neville's kiss was awkward for a second, then real, warm, desperate. Harry felt Neville's hands grip his shirt like he needed something solid. Hermione's hand slid into Harry's hair, steadying. Luna's fingers brushed Neville's wrist, calming. The bond flared, not painful, not tight, but bright, like a lamp lit in a dark room. Harry pulled back, breathing hard, forehead pressed to Neville's for a second, then he looked at all of them. No more running, Harry whispered. Hermione's voice was fierce. No more running alone. Luna smiled faintly. We can run together if we must. Neville's laugh came out shaky. I would rather not run at all. Hermione's mouth twitched. Agreed. For a moment, the room felt smaller in a good way, like the world outside could not reach them. Then the stone slab against Neville's chest hummed again, a low warning. Harry's stomach tightened. Reality did not wait. Hermione's eyes sharpened. We need to destroy it. Harry's throat tightened. The locket. Hermione nodded once. She crossed the room to a cupboard and pulled out a wrapped bundle, worded layers humming faintly. She set it on the table, hands steady now, like she had decided this was the next thing to survive. Neville shifted, wiping his mouth, face pale but determined. He held the stone slab in one arm like an anchor. Luna stepped to the table, gaze calm. It is angry. Harry's scar pulsed, dull and hungry. The Horcrux inside him woke up, sensing its sibling. Hermione unwrapped the bundle. The locket sat in the center of the table, gold dull in the warm light. It looked harmless. Harry could feel it. Cold. Heavy. Like a hand closing around his throat. A whisper slid into the room, not through ears, but through skin. Weak. Alone. They will leave you. Harry's stomach turned. He clenched his teeth. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Do not listen. Neville swallowed. It is loud. Luna's voice was soft. It is trying to find a crack. The whispers sharpened, changing tactics. Hermione is using you. She always wanted you. She will leave when she is bored. Harry's jaw clenched. The whisper slid again, aimed at Neville. They do not need you. You are spare. Neville flinched, eyes widening. Harry's voice snapped, sharp. No. The bond tightened, their shared warmth pushing back. The whisper tried Luna. You do not belong. You are strange. They will tire of you. Luna blinked slowly. That is boring, she said softly. Hermione's breath let out in a sharp laugh. Good. Insult the Horcrux. Luna's mouth twitched. It deserves it. Harry's scar burned. The whisper tried him again, lower, meaner. They will die for you. Their blood will be on your hands. You will be alone again. Harry's stomach dropped. He tasted bile. Hermione's hand gripped his wrist, grounding. Look at me. Harry forced his eyes up. Hermione's gaze was fierce. It cannot split us. Do you understand? Harry swallowed. Yes. Neville's voice was rough. How do we destroy it? Hermione's eyes flicked to the stone slab. The prophecy spoke of 4 treasures. We have one. We can mimic the ritual. Fire, air, water, earth. We do not need the exact artifacts to do the work. We need the alignment. Luna nodded. The stone makes the circle real. Harry's breath came fast. We do it now. Hermione nodded once. Positions. They moved around the table, forming a tight square. Harry took the north side without thinking, wand lifted, heat gathering in his palm. Hermione stood opposite him, air shifting around her, pressure building, hair lifting slightly as if the room had wind in it. Luna stood to Harry's right, fingertips damp, water gathering from the air, cold enough to sting. Neville stood to Hermione's right, stone slab pressed to his chest, wand steady, the floor under his feet humming. Hermione's voice was low. On my count. We lock the bond. We pour magic through it. No hesitation. Harry's throat tightened. Okay. The whisper from the locket rose, furious now. The metal rattled slightly on the table, like something inside was trying to claw its way out. Hermione's voice went sharper. 1. Harry felt the bond tighten, not painful, just firm. 2. Neville's earth magic surged, steadying the room, making the air feel heavier. 3. Luna's water condensed, a thin ring forming around the locket, shimmering. Now. Harry released heat, a tight spear of fire that did not touch the table, but lanced into the center above the locket, turning the air white-hot. Hermione released pressure, air compressing, forcing the heat inward, concentrating it. Luna's water snapped upward, flashing into steam, then condensing again, cycling fast, thermal shock hammering the locket from within. Neville's earth magic grounded it all, pulling the curse downward, pinning it, not letting it escape. The locket screamed. Not a sound. A feeling. A jagged burst of rage and fear that slammed into Harry's skull. Images flashed behind Harry's eyes. Ron laughing in the common room. Ron turning away. Hermione crying. Neville alone in the greenhouse. Luna sitting by herself at lunch. The Horcrux tried to make the bond hurt. It tried to twist love into weakness. Harry's scar burned like fire. Harry's breath hitched. For a second, his magic wavered. Hermione's voice snapped through the bond, sharp. Stay. Neville's warmth pushed, steady. Hold. Luna's calm slid in, cool as water. Breathe. Harry forced his focus back. The locket cracked. A thin line split the gold, leaking black smoke. The smoke coiled, trying to rise, trying to find a mouth, an eye, a scar. The bond flared bright, refusing. Harry pushed more heat, tighter, sharper. Hermione compressed the air again, crushing the smoke back into the locket. Luna's water flashed into ice for a heartbeat, brittle cold, then back to steam, tearing at the soul shard. Neville's earth surged, and the stone slab hummed louder, like it was singing. The locket shattered. Pieces of gold flew, clattering across the table. The black smoke shrieked and collapsed inward, dragged down and burned and broken. Harry's scarf flared, then cooled. The room went still. Harry's chest heaved. Sweat ran down his face. His hands shook. Hermione's shoulders sagged for a second, then she forced them up again, breathing hard. Neville swayed, then sat down on the nearest chair, face pale, eyes wide. Luna blinked slowly, then let out a breath that sounded like relief. "It is gone," Luna said softly. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. "One less." Hermione's voice was rough. "One less. Many more." Neville stared at the broken gold on the table. "It tried to make me hate myself." Hermione's gaze softened, just a fraction. "It failed." Neville's laugh was shaky. "Good." Harry's stomach rolled again. The adrenaline crash hit hard. He leaned forward, elbows on knees, breathing through nausea. Hermione stepped closer and pressed her hand to the back of his neck, warm and steady. "You did well," Hermione said quietly. Harry's voice came out small. "I almost slipped." Luna's voice was gentle. "You did not." Neville's voice was rough. "We did not." The bond pulsed warm, like agreement. Then the wards groaned again. All four of them froze. Hermione's head snapped toward the door. Her wand came up automatically. Harry felt it too, a pressure at the edge of the protection, like someone pressing a palm against glass. Not Dumbledore this time. Something colder. Wider. Luna's eyes widened slightly. "He is looking." Harry's scar prickled. "Voldemort." Neville's fingers dug into the stone slab. "How?" Hermione's voice went tight. "The fight. The magic. The stone. He felt it." The air in the room seemed to thin, like the forest outside had gone silent. A scream echoed in Harry's head, not a voice, but a burst of hatred that made his skin prickle. Then it was gone. A second later, a silver cat Patronus burst through the window like it had been thrown. McGonagall's voice came out of it, sharp and strained. Hogwarts is under attack. Death Eaters at the gates. Dementors in the sky. If you have any shred of sense, get here now. The Patronus vanished. Silence hit like a punch. Hermione's breath came fast. He is making his move. Neville's voice was hoarse. He is not waiting. Luna's gaze was distant. He is angry. He cannot touch you the way he wants. So he will burn everything else. Harry's stomach dropped. Hogwarts. Students. Teachers. People who did not know what was coming. Harry pushed to his feet, shoulder aching, wand steady. We go, Harry said. Hermione's eyes locked on his. We go together. Harry nodded once. Together. Neville stood, legs shaky, stone slab clutched to his chest again like a shield. Okay. Luna stepped close, fingers brushing Harry's wrist steady. We should leave now. Before the forest decides to trap us too. Hermione grabbed a cloak from the back of a chair and threw it over Neville's shoulders, practical even in panic. Then she grabbed Harry's hand. Harry felt the bond tighten, their shared focus locking into place. He took a sharp breath, tasted smoke and damp wood, and then the world twisted. The air snapped cold and hard. And when they landed, the sky above Hogwarts was not dark. It was green, lit by curses. Harry's scar burned as the sound of distant screams and crashing spells rolled across the grounds. He tightened his grip on Hermione's hand, felt Luna at his shoulder, felt Neville's heavy presence behind. And then the castle gates exploded outward. Harry hit the ground hard enough to rattle his teeth. Cold grass. Smoke. A sharp stink like burnt metal and wet stone. He got up in one shove, shoulder screaming where the stunner had clipped him earlier. Hermione landed half a step to his left, already moving, wand up. Luna dropped to his right like she weighed nothing, eyes wide and calm at the same time. Neville stumbled in behind them, clutching the stone slab to his chest like it was the only thing keeping his ribs together. The castle gates were gone. Not open. Gone. Split and thrown outward, pieces of iron and oak scattered across the slope. Green light arced over the grounds. Red sparks answered. Somewhere above, something shrieked. Not a person. Worse. Dementors. You could feel them like a hand around your throat. Harry's scar burned. It was not just pain. It was direction. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Harry. Look! A line of masked figures poured through the breach, dark robes whipping in the wind. Death Eaters. Some of them were laughing. They were stepping over rubble like they owned the place. Students and staff were fighting them back, scattered and outnumbered. A third year near the wall screamed as a curse smashed the stones beside him. He ducked, slid, tried to crawl behind a broken statue. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione's voice snapped, tight and fast. We go in. We do not split. We do not chase. Neville's breath came hard. We cannot let them get inside. Luna tilted her head, listening. They are trying to pull the wards apart. Like fingers picking at fabric. Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like ash. Then we break their hands. They moved. Not running in a straight line. Cutting. Angling. Neville stamped once and the ground rose under their feet, a low rolling lift that shoved them forward like the earth wanted them there. Hermione kept her wand high, flicking, pushing air in sharp bursts to knock curses offline. Luna's water snapped out from the damp grass, a thin sheet that caught sparks and turned them to steam. Harry held his fire back until he saw a clear shot. A Death Eater on the left raised his wand, aimed at a pair of students pinned behind a fallen pillar. Harry's wand came up. Heat tightened in his chest, then shot out in a clean flash. The man yelped, stumbling as his sleeve ignited. Not his skin. Cloth. Enough to make him panic and break aim. Hermione's voice cut through the noise. "Do not burn them alive!" Harry's jaw clenched. "I am not!" She glanced at him, breath sharp. "Good. Keep it that way." They hit the first line of the fight like a wedge. A fourth year looked up, face streaked with soot, and his eyes went huge. "Potter!" Hermione snapped. "Move now!" The boy scrambled sideways, and Neville's earth rose where he had been, swallowing a curse that would have taken his head off. A staff member turned, wand raised, ready to strike the newcomers, then froze. McGonagall. Her hair was still in its tight bun. Her robes were torn at the hem. There was blood on one sleeve, not hers, Harry could not tell. Her eyes snapped from Hermione to Neville to Luna to Harry. Her mouth tightened so hard it looked like it hurt. "Mr. Potter," she said like his name was a crime. "You picked a fine time to return." Harry's voice came out rough. "We came because Hogwarts is being attacked." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Yes. I noticed." A curse slammed into the air beside her, close enough to make her robe flutter. She flicked her wand without looking and the curse shattered into sparks. Hermione stepped forward quick. "Professor, where is Voldemort?" McGonagall's gaze sharpened. "Do not say his name so lightly." Harry felt the bond pulse, not fear, more like grim agreement. McGonagall went on, clipped and hard. "He has not crossed the grounds yet. He sent his people. Dementors are circling. The wards are strained. The headmaster is—" She stopped, jaw tightening, eyes flicking toward the castle. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Dumbledore is here." McGonagall did not answer. That was answer enough. Neville's voice was hoarse. "We can help. Tell us where to push." McGonagall stared at Neville like she was seeing him for the first time. Then she nodded once. "Hold the breach. Keep them out of the entrance hall. Kingsley is by the shattered gate, coordinating. If you see Bellatrix Lestrange, do not engage alone." Harry's scarf flared at the name. Luna's voice was soft. "She is not here yet." McGonagall blinked at her, then shook it off like she did not have time to question it. "Fine. Then do not summon her attention by being reckless." Hermione's lips twitched. "We will try." They moved again, staying tight. Kingsley was near the breach, broad shoulders squared, voice booming over the chaos. "Left flank now. Keep them off the wall. Stunning only. Stunning only." He saw Harry and his eyes widened for half a second. Then his face locked into control. "Harry," Kingsley called, voice strained. "You should not be here." Harry's laugh came out like a bark. "Same to you." Kingsley's mouth tightened. "I am serious." Hermione cut in, sharp. "We did not come for a lecture. Where is the pressure point?" Kingsley's gaze flicked to the way they were standing, close, like a single shape with four hearts. He looked like he wanted to say something about it. He did not. He pointed with his wand. "There. They are trying to get a clear path to the doors. Keep them from forming a line. If they get inside, it becomes a slaughter." Neville nodded once, face pale, eyes locked forward. "Got it." A Death Eater charged, mask crooked, wand high. Potter! Harry's scar burned hotter. Hermione's voice snapped. Ignore him! Harry did not answer the man. He raised his wand and sent a tight flare of heat at the ground in front of the Death Eater. The grass scorched, the man stumbled, and Neville's earth surged up like a fist, knocking him flat. Luna's water snapped over the man's wand hand, cold enough to make him gasp. Not ice. Not yet. Just a clamp. Hermione stepped in and disarmed him with a clean flick. Sleep, she said, and her stunner dropped him without drama. Next, Hermione said, breath harsh. Harry's shoulder throbbed. Sweat ran down his back. He kept his breathing steady because if he let it go, it would turn into panic. A Patronus burst past overhead. A silver lynx. Someone was calling for help near the astronomy tower. Then the air changed. Not a spell. Not a curse. A presence. Harry's scar went from burning to screaming. The Dementors above surged, dipping lower like they had been yanked by a hook. The air went colder. A girl near the rubble started sobbing, face blank, like the sadness had climbed inside her and locked the door. Harry's lungs tightened. Old memories tried to rise, clawing. Hermione's hand grabbed his wrist, hard. Harry! Here! Look at me! He forced his eyes to her. Her face was pale, dirt streaked across her cheek, eyes bright with fury. You are here, Hermione said, voice shaking. You are not back there. Luna's voice slid in, calm. Breathe through your nose. Small breaths. Do not let them pull your lungs open. Neville's voice was rough. I hate them. Harry swallowed. His throat felt too tight. Patronus, he said, and it came out like a command to himself. He lifted his wand. His hand trembled. Hermione lifted hers with him, shoulder brushing his, close enough that he could feel the heat of her skin. Neville stepped in behind, solid, grounding. Luna's fingers brushed Harry's elbow, steady. The bond tightened, warm and fierce in the middle of the cold. Harry pictured something simple. Not a trophy. Not some big speech. Hermione's hand on his cheek earlier. Luna's quiet kiss like a promise. Neville's shaky voice saying we did not. Harry's voice came out hoarse. Expecto Patronum. Light burst out, not a thin line, but a thick wave. A stag formed, huge and bright, and it did not stand alone. The light around it rippled like wind, like water, like earth moving under the surface. It charged forward and the Dementors recoiled, shrieking, pulled upward like they had hit a wall. Students gasped. Someone sobbed with relief. Harry's chest heaved. His vision blurred at the edges, then steadied. Hermione's breath hitched. Good. Keep it. Harry's wand arm shook. Trying. Neville planted his feet, and the ground under Harry's boots firmed, like the castle itself was giving him a brace. Luna's voice was soft. They are backing off. Then a scream rose from the breach. Not fear. Rage. A Death Eater shouted. He is here! Green light split the sky above the ruins of the gate. Voldemort stepped into view like he had been waiting for the stage. White face. Snake eyes. Long fingers on a wand that looked wrong in his hand, like it had been taken from someone else and never accepted him. Silence hit in waves. Even the curses seemed to pause for half a heartbeat. Harry's scar burned so hard he almost dropped his wand. Voldemort's gaze locked on him immediately, like there was a thread between them and he had just tugged it. "There you are," Voldemort said, voice carrying without effort. "I felt you arrive. Like a flare in the dark." Hermione's grip tightened on Harry's wrist. Neville's breath came harsh. "Do not listen." Luna's eyes were wide, fixed on Voldemort like she was watching a storm decide where to land. Voldemort's gaze swept over the three of them beside Harry. His lip curled. "How sweet," he murmured. "You have brought your little anchors. Your little shields." Hermione's voice snapped, sharp and fearless. "We are not his shields." Voldemort smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. "No. You are his weakness." Harry's stomach twisted. The bond pulsed, hot with anger. Harry stepped forward one pace. Hermione stayed at his side. Luna stayed. Neville stayed. No one asked permission. No one needed to. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "A quartet," he said softly. "That is what the prophecy meant." Harry's voice came out tight. "You are not touching them." Voldemort's laugh was thin. "You think you can stop me?" A curse fired from a Death Eater behind Voldemort, aimed at Harry's back. Neville stamped once. The ground rose behind them, catching the curse and swallowing it like mud. Voldemort did not even glance back at his own man. He lifted his wand. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort said, casual. Green light slammed into them like a battering ram. Hermione's wand snapped up. Air compressed in front of them, dense enough to make Harry's ears pop. Luna's water surged into a thin sheet, shimmering. Neville grounded, the earth under their feet humming like a drum. Harry shoved his heat into the center, not roaring fire, tight and white. The shield formed between them in a blink. Not a bubble. A wall. The killing curse hit it. The impact felt like a punch to Harry's chest. His vision went white. His scar exploded with pain. The curse did not pass through. It pressed. The green light pushed against their combined wall, and Harry felt it like hands trying to pry his ribs open. Hermione's breath came in fast bursts. "Hold." Neville's voice was a growl. "I am holding." Luna's voice stayed calm, but her fingers trembled. "It is looking for a crack." Harry's scar screamed. Inside Harry, something answered. Cold, sharp, eager. The Horcrux. It surged toward the pressure, like it wanted to meet its maker, like it wanted to be pulled out and given a mouth. Harry's stomach dropped. He tasted bile. Hermione's voice snapped, right in his ear. "Harry, stay with us." Harry's breath hitched. His wand arm shook. The green light pressed harder. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Yes," he whispered. "There you are. Let go. Let me in." Harry's lungs tightened. His mind flashed with images of being alone, cold cupboards, locked doors, hands pushing him away. The Horcrux pushed. Harry felt it like a claw behind his eyes. Neville's earth hummed louder, deeper. It did not just support their feet. It anchored their magic. It anchored Harry. Luna's water thickened, then thinned, cycling, refusing to let the curse settle into one shape. Hermione's voice cut through the roar inside Harry's head, sharp and precise. "Vector. Harry. It is pressure. It has direction. It can be redirected." Harry blinked hard. Sweat stung his eyes. "Do not think about him," Hermione snapped. "Think about the line." Where it came from. Where it is going. Harry forced his focus out of his scar and into the space between them and Voldemort. He could feel the curse like a beam. He could feel the angle. Hermione's magic shifted, air shaping the beam, turning it like a hand on a spear. Neville grounded harder, pushing the energy down, giving it a path through the earth. Luna's water dispersed the edge of it, smoothing the pressure so it did not explode. Harry poured heat into the core, not to destroy it, to purify it, to change what it was. The green light trembled. For one terrifying heartbeat, the Horcrux inside Harry tried to surge forward again, trying to ride the power. The bond tightened like a fist. Harry felt Hermione's fear slam into him, not fear of Voldemort, fear of losing him. He felt Luna's steady calm clamp around the panic. He felt Neville's stubborn, shaking determination like rock. Harry's jaw clenched until it hurt. "No!" Harry hissed, and it was not just to Voldemort. It was to the thing inside him. The green light snapped. It rebounded. Not back as green. It shot out as a hard beam of white heat, like lightning made of fire. Voldemort's eyes widened for the first time. He threw up his own shield. It cracked on impact, exploding into sparks. The force slammed him backward. He skidded across the grass, robes dragging. A scream tore out of him, not pain like a cut, pain like something inside him had been yanked. Harry's scarf flared, then went cold. Cold in a way that felt empty. Harry's breath hitched. His knees nearly buckled. Hermione grabbed his arm, holding him up. "Harry." Harry blinked, dazed. "It is gone," he whispered, not sure if he was making it up. Luna's eyes were wide, fixed on Harry's face. "The dark shard," she said softly. "It snapped. It is not in you anymore." Neville let out a rough breath that sounded like a sob. "Thank Merlin." Harry's throat tightened. He swallowed, hard. Voldemort pushed himself up, movements jerky, rage pouring off him like heat. "You," Voldemort hissed. "You ruined it." Hermione's voice was cold. "You cannot possess him. Not now. Not ever." Voldemort's eyes flicked to Hermione, then Luna, then Neville, like he wanted to tear them apart with his hands. "Then I will take you," Voldemort said. He lifted his wand. And the grounds exploded into motion again. Death Eaters surged, screaming, firing curses like a storm. Teachers and students answered. The fight became noise and light and smoke. Harry stayed locked on Voldemort. "Do not chase," Hermione said through clenched teeth. Harry's voice was rough. "I am not chasing. I am ending it." They advanced together, step by step, not breaking formation. Neville's earth rolled in waves ahead of them, swallowing curses that came low. Hermione's air shoved aside curses aimed at their heads, snapping them into the sky. Luna's water shielded and slicked, making Death Eaters slip and lose aim. Harry's heat flashed where it needed, cutting wands out of hands, forcing openings, burning cloth, blinding without killing. A masked figure lunged at Luna. Harry's fire snapped toward him. Hermione's voice cut in, sharp. "Harry! Aim lower!" Harry adjusted mid-flick. The heat hit the man's boots, scorching them. He yelped, stumbled, and Neville's earth rose, knocking him flat. Luna's wand tapped his wrist, and the wand flew. She did not even look proud. She looked tired. "Thank you," Luna said quietly, to Harry, to the bond, to all of it. Harry's breath came harsh. Always! Voldemort snarled and threw a curse that was not green. It was a twisting black coil that hit the ground and turned the grass to rot. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is not a normal curse. Neville's face tightened. It is poisoning the ground. Harry's stomach dropped. If the earth died under them, Neville's anchor would weaken. Cut it! Hermione snapped. Harry. Heat. Luna. Water. Neville. Lift the clean soil. They moved as one. Neville heaved, and the ground peeled up in a thick slab, clean earth ripped free like a page. Luna's water surged under it, cooling, separating the rot from the clean layer. Harry's heat lanced into the black coil, burning it away in tight, controlled bursts. The rot hissed, then vanished. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You think you are clever? Hermione's voice was fierce. We are. Voldemort lifted his wand again, and this time the air itself seemed to twist. Harry felt the pressure. Voldemort was aiming for their bond, not their bodies. Luna's breath hitched. He is trying to pry. Neville's hands shook. How do we stop that? Hermione's voice went fast. We make it a circle. We use what we have. We do it now. Harry's heart hammered. Here. Hermione's gaze flicked around quick. The rubble near the breach formed a rough open space, stone pieces scattered, some still humming with leftover ward magic. It was messy, but it was ground. Hermione nodded once. Yes. Neville. Stone. Neville clutched the slab tighter, then set it down with a grunt. The moment it touched Hogwarts ground, it hummed louder, like it recognized the castle as old magic. Voldemort's eyes sharpened. What are you doing? Hermione's voice was cold. Something you do not understand. They formed around the slab, tight, close. Harry took the side facing Voldemort. Hermione faced him across the stone. Luna to his right. Neville to his left. 4 points. 1 center. Death Eaters tried to surge toward them. McGonagall appeared like a blade, snapping spells that turned 2 attackers into statues. Kingsley slammed another man backward with a shield. Tonks vaulted over rubble, shouting at students to fall back. Harry caught a glimpse of Ron on the far side of the breach, hair wild, face white, fighting a Death Eater with shaking hands. He saw Harry for half a second. Ron looked like he wanted to run toward him. Then a curse flew at Ron's head, and Ron ducked, and the moment was gone. Hermione's voice cut through. Focus. Harry forced his eyes back to Voldemort. Voldemort lifted his wand, anger boiling. You will die here. Hermione's voice was sharp. Grammar. She snapped at herself, then corrected fast, like it mattered even now. You are going to die here. Harry's mouth twitched despite everything. That was Hermione. Even with the world on fire, she could not let a sentence sit wrong. Luna's voice was soft. That is sweet. Neville let out a rough laugh that turned into a cough. Can we do this before he kills us? Hermione's eyes flashed. Yes. We can. She planted her wand tip over the stone slab and spoke, voice steady. Air, Hermione said. The air around them thickened, not like a shield, like a rule. Like the space inside the circle had its own law now. Neville pressed his palm to the ground beside the slab. Earth. The stones around them trembled. The rubble shifted, sliding inward slightly, forming a rough ring. Not neat. Solid. Luna lifted her wand. Moisture gathered fast, a thin sheen over the stone, a shimmer in the air. Water. Harry's chest tightened. Heat gathered in his lungs, in his ribs, in his wand arm. He did not throw it out wild. He shaped it. Fire, Harry said. The circle flared. Not a wall. A presence. A storm held in 4 hands. Voldemort's eyes widened again, more cautious now. What is that? He hissed. Hermione's voice was low. A ritual older than you. Voldemort snarled and hurled a curse at the circle. It hit the air boundary and splintered, breaking into harmless sparks. Neville's breath came hard. It is working. Luna's voice stayed calm. It will not hold if we doubt. Harry's hands shook. Not fear. Exhaustion. The fight had already pulled a lot out of them. Hermione's voice tightened. Then do not doubt. Voldemort stepped forward, wand high, and for a second the air around him seemed to bend toward him. He was gathering something heavy. Something like a wave. Hermione's eyes narrowed. He is going to try to brute force it. Harry's jaw clenched. Let him. Voldemort's voice rose, sharp and furious. He spoke words Harry did not recognize, ancient and ugly. Power slammed into the circle. Harry's teeth rattled. His knees bent under the pressure. He felt Neville's earth strain, trembling like it was about to crack. He felt Luna's water shiver, trying to hold the edge from splintering. He felt Hermione's air compress tighter, trying to keep the rule intact. Harry pushed heat into the center, not burning, stabilizing, like a furnace keeping metal from snapping in cold. The circle held. Barely. Hermione's breath came out in sharp bursts. Now. We do it. We strip him. Neville's voice was hoarse. How? Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry. The vector again. We do not fight his power. We redirect it. We ground it. We disperse it. Then you burn what is left. Harry swallowed, throat dry. You want me to burn his magic? Luna's eyes were wide. Not his body. His connection. Neville's hands shook. Like pulling a root out of soil. Hermione nodded, jaw tight. Yes. Voldemort snarled again, pushing harder. Harry's scar did not scream this time. It was quiet. Empty. That should have felt good. It felt terrifying, like he had lost a warning bell. Harry forced his focus onto Voldemort's wand, onto the flow of magic coming from it. He could feel it. Dark, thick, like smoke that wanted to be solid. Hermione's voice snapped. Neville! Ground the stream. Do not let it float. Neville's jaw clenched. He pressed his palm into the soil. The earth hummed, and Harry felt the magic stream dip, like gravity had increased. Luna, Hermione said. Disperse the edges. Make it thin. Luna's wand flicked, water in the air turning into a fine mist that wrapped around the stream, breaking it into strands, pulling pieces away. Hermione, Harry said, breath harsh. Give me the line. Hermione's eyes narrowed. I am giving it. The air compressed and angled, pushing the stripped strands toward the center of the circle, toward Harry. Harry raised his wand. His whole arm shook. His shoulder screamed. He ignored it. He poured heat in, white and tight, not roaring flame, something cleaner, sharper. The magic strands hit the heat and changed. They did not explode. They did not burn like cloth. They dissolved. Like snow on a stove. Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief. His wand hand jerked, like something had bitten him. He snarled, face twisting. No! Harry's breath came in harsh pulls. Yes. They kept doing it step by step. Pull. Ground. Disperse. Burn. Voldemort tried to shift angles. Hermione tracked it, adjusting air vectors fast. Neville's earth followed, keeping gravity on it. Luna's mist kept breaking it apart. Harry kept dissolving it. Voldemort's power stream weakened. His face went from rage to something like panic, then rage again because he refused panic. You cannot, Voldemort hissed. Hermione's voice was cold. We are. Voldemort flung another curse, this one aimed at Hermione's face. Harry moved without thinking, wand snapping up, heat flashing to intercept. Hermione's hands slammed into his chest. Do not! Harry blinked, breath catching. Hermione's eyes were fierce. Stay in the circle. If you break it, he wins. Harry's jaw clenched. He nodded once, hard. Neville's voice was strained. It is working. He is weakening. Luna's eyes were wide. He is not used to being outnumbered inside a single soul. Voldemort's power stream faltered. Then it snapped. Like a cord cut. Voldemort staggered, wand arm dropping for a heartbeat. His face contorted like he was choking. Harry felt a surge of something leave Voldemort, like a hot wind being sucked out of a room. Hermione's voice went sharp. Now. Final pull. Neville's earth surged up in a tight ring, like hands grabbing ankles. Luna's water condensed, not into ice, but into a heavy clamp, mist turning dense around Voldemort's wand arm, dragging it down. Hermione's air compressed into a narrow channel, forcing Voldemort's magic, whatever was left, into the center line. Harry aimed at that line and released heat like a blade. Voldemort screamed. Not because he was burned. Because something was leaving him that he had built his whole existence around. His wand slipped from his fingers and hit the grass with a dull thud. Voldemort fell to one knee. The circle shuddered, then settled. Harry's chest heaved. His wand hand shook like it belonged to someone else. Hermione's face was pale. Sweat ran down her temple. She did not lower her wand. Neville looked like he might collapse, eyes unfocused for a second, then he blinked hard and stayed upright. Luna's breathing was fast, her lips pressed together, eyes fixed on Voldemort like she was afraid to blink. Voldemort looked up. His eyes were still snake-like. But the way he looked at them had changed. He looked small. Not physically. Magically. He lifted his hands slowly, like he could not believe they were empty. What have you done? Voldemort whispered. Harry's voice came out hoarse. We took it. Voldemort's mouth twisted. You cannot take what is mine. Hermione's voice was sharp. You are not entitled to anything. Voldemort's gaze flicked to Hermione. Mudblood. Hermione's eyes went cold enough to hurt. Then McGonagall's voice cut through like a whip. Enough. McGonagall stepped into the open, wand aimed at Voldemort's chest. Kingsley came with her, face tight. Tonks limped slightly, blood on her sleeve. Moody was not there. Harry's stomach tightened at the absence. Dumbledore appeared behind them. Harry's spine went rigid. Dumbledore looked older than he had in the forest. His beard was singed at the ends. There was ash on his robes. His eyes fixed on the circle, on the stone slab, on the way Harry and Hermione and Luna and Neville stood like a wall with 4 hearts. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. So it was literal. Hermione's head snapped toward him. Do not speak like you are allowed to comment. Dumbledore flinched. Just a flicker. Then his calm returned, but it looked strained now, like it was cracking at the edges. I was wrong, Dumbledore said, and the words sounded like they hurt him. I thought the bond was corruption. I thought it was a trap. I did not understand the mechanic. Harry's jaw clenched. You tried to cut us apart anyway. Dumbledore's gaze dropped for half a second. Yes. Neville's voice was rough. That is not an apology. Dumbledore looked at Neville, and something in his face softened. No, he said quietly. It is not. Voldemort spat, voice shaking with rage and disbelief. Dumbledore! Help me! Dumbledore's eyes snapped at him, sharp. No! Voldemort's lip curled. You would let me be taken like this? By children? Hermione's voice snapped. We are not children. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Miss Granger. Hermione cut in, not looking away from Voldemort. Professor, with respect, this is not the time to police my tone. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Then she nodded once, like she hated that Hermione was right. Kingsley's voice was low. He is disarmed. He is weakened. We can bind him. Voldemort's eyes flicked to Kingsley. Or, he sneered. You think ropes can hold me? Harry felt the bond pulse, a shared understanding. Hermione's voice went tight. He still has pieces out there. Harry's stomach dropped. Horcruxes. Luna's voice was soft. Most are gone, she said, and her eyes flicked to Harry, then back to Voldemort. He is hollow now, but not empty. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You can see them. Luna did not answer him. Dumbledore's voice went quiet. How many remain? Hermione's gaze flicked to Dumbledore like she did not want to answer, then she forced it. We destroyed one tonight. The locket. The shard in Harry is gone. The others. She swallowed. We did not get all of them. Voldemort's mouth twisted into a grin again, desperate and sharp. Then you have not won. Harry's scar did not scream. It stayed quiet. That quiet made Harry feel exposed. Hermione's hand brushed Harry's fingers, quick and grounding. We have his wand, Neville said, voice hoarse. We have his power stripped. Voldemort laughed, thin and ugly. Power stripped, he spat. You think magic is a coat? Hermione's eyes narrowed. It can be, she said, voice cold. If you built it out of stolen pieces. Voldemort's smile faltered. Harry stared at him, chest heaving, sweat cold on his skin. You are going to tell us where they are, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Make me. Harry stepped forward one pace, still inside the circle. Hermione's voice snapped. Harry. Harry did not look away from Voldemort. He will not talk. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. There are methods. Hermione's head snapped toward him, furious. No. Dumbledore held up a hand, palm out. I did not mean cruelty. I meant truth. Luna's voice was soft. He will not give truth. Not with words. Neville's breath came harsh. Then we finish it. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. What do you mean, Mr. Longbottom? Neville swallowed, then lifted his chin. We do not bind him and hope. We end it. We do what we came to do. Kingsley's jaw clenched. Neville, you are talking about execution. Neville's face tightened. I am talking about stopping him. Hermione's voice shook, but it stayed firm. If we bind him, he escapes. He always escapes. If we put him in a cell, he finds a crack. He always finds a crack. Voldemort's eyes flicked between them, calculating. Harry's stomach churned. He did not want to be a killer. He also did not want to watch more people die because he hesitated. Luna's voice was calm. The castle is bleeding. Listen. Harry heard it then, under the shouting and curses. Cries inside the walls. Stone cracking. People screaming names. This was not a duel in a story. This was real. Harry's breath came harsh. How? Hermione's eyes fixed on the stone slab. We already started the ritual. We can do more than strip magic. We can collapse the remaining anchors. If we push the bond through the residue we pulled from him, we can make it seek the other shards. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You would use your own combined soul as a compass. Hermione's voice was sharp. Yes. Dumbledore's mouth opened, then shut. He looked like he wanted to argue. Then he looked at Voldemort on his knees, wandless, and he went quiet. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Do not. Harry's throat tightened. Tell us where they are, and we stop. Voldemort's mouth twisted. You think you can bargain with me? Hermione's voice snapped. We are not bargaining. We are offering you the only mercy you will get. Voldemort spat on the grass. Do it. Harry's jaw clenched until it hurt. Hermione's hand squeezed his fingers tight. Luna's shoulder brushed his. Neville's breath was hot on the back of his neck. The bond pulsed, not pushing him to murder, pushing him to choose with them, not alone. Harry swallowed. Fine. Hermione nodded once, face hard. Then we do it. She looked at McGonagall, voice clipped. Professor. Keep everyone back. If the Death Eater crosses the circle, it breaks. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Do you think I would allow that? Hermione's mouth twitched. I think you would try. McGonagall's lips thinned. Get on with it. Kingsley barked orders, pushing fighters away from the open ground. Tonks dragged a student behind cover. Spells still flew around them, but the space immediately around the circle cleared, like the battle itself sensed the gravity. Dumbledore stood still, watching, face pale. Harry's hands shook. Hermione's voice went low. We do not drift. We stay connected. If you feel the shard pull, you tell us. Harry swallowed. Okay. Luna's eyes were bright. It will feel like cold teeth. Neville muttered. That is comforting. Luna blinked. I am being honest. Neville let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh. Right. Okay. Cold teeth. Fine. Hermione's gaze flicked to Neville. You are doing well. Neville's cheeks went faintly red under the dirt. Thanks. I feel sick. Hermione's voice went softer for half a second. I know. Harry looked at Hermione, then Luna, then Neville. He did not have time for a speech. He did not want a speech. He just reached out, touched Hermione's hand, then Luna's, then Neville's wrist, quick, grounding. I am here, Harry said. Hermione's voice was rough. We know. Luna's voice was calm. We are here too. Neville swallowed, eyes shining. Together. Harry nodded once. Hermione lifted her wand over the stone slab. Air holds the line. Neville pressed his palm to the ground. Earth anchors the pull. Luna's wand hovered over the stone. Moisture gathered. Water finds the cracks. Harry raised his wand, heat tight in his ribs. Fire cleans. They pushed. Harry felt it immediately. A tug in the middle of his chest, like something invisible had hooked a thread and yanked. Cold teeth. Luna had not been joking. Harry's breath hitched. Hermione's voice snapped in his ear. Harry! Breathe! Harry forced air in, shallow and controlled. The tug pulled again, sharper. Images flashed behind his eyes. A cup. A cold vault. A snake. A ring. Harry's stomach rolled. Neville's grip tightened on Harry's wrist, steadying. Stay with us. Harry's voice came out strained. I am. The tug shifted like the compass had turned. Hermione's voice went fast, calculating. There. Do you feel that change? Luna's voice was soft, focused. Yes. It is turning toward the lake. Toward the forest edge. Harry's scar prickled. Voldemort's eyes widened. He started to move, to crawl backward like an animal trying to escape a trap. McGonagall's wand flicked and ropes snapped around Voldemort's wrists and ankles, pinning him to the ground. Voldemort hissed. Stop! Stop! Hermione's voice went cold. No! The tug sharpened. Harry's hands shook harder. Sweat ran down his temples. Then the tug hit a point and snapped, like a thread being cut. A scream tore through Harry's head. Not his. Something else. A shard. It broke. Harry gasped, bending at the waist, nausea slamming him. Hermione caught him by the shoulders, face close. Harry! Look at me! Harry blinked hard. His vision swam. It popped, he rasped. Luna's eyes were wide. One is gone. Neville let out a ragged breath. How many? Hermione swallowed. We keep going. Voldemort was shaking now, rage and panic pouring off him. You do not get to do this, Voldemort spat. You do not get to take my soul. Harry's voice came out hoarse. You did not get to split it. The tug returned weaker, then turned again. Another direction. Another pull. They followed it, pushing through the strain, through the sick feeling, through the way their magic trembled with exhaustion. One by one, the pulls snapped. Each time, Harry felt the cold teeth, then the shattering, like glass breaking inside a locked box. Voldemort screamed and cursed and spat, but his voice started to sound thin, like it could not fill the space anymore. Then it stopped. The tug vanished. The air inside the circle went still. Hermione's breath came out in a broken exhale. That is. Luna's voice was quiet. Empty. Neville's shoulders sagged. He looked like he might collapse, then he steadied, hands trembling. Harry lifted his head, breathing hard. Voldemort stared at them, eyes wide with something Harry had never seen on his face before. Fear. Not fear of death. Fear of nothingness. Voldemort's voice cracked. No. No. McGonagall's wand stayed steady. Kingsley's face was tight, like he could not decide if he was watching justice or something too big to name. Dumbledore's eyes looked wet behind his glasses. Voldemort's mouth opened again, but no curse came. No magic surged. He looked down at his hands like he expected them to spark. They did not. Harry swallowed, throat raw. It is over. Voldemort's eyes snapped up, burning with hate, but the hate looked tired now, like it had lost fuel. You think you have won, Voldemort whispered. You will tear yourselves apart. Love is rot. It fails. Hermione's voice was quiet, shaking with exhaustion, but sharp. That is why you never understood it. Voldemort spat, then sagged, shoulders shaking. McGonagall stepped forward, voice like iron. Tom Riddle. By order of the Wisengamot, you are under arrest for crimes beyond counting. Voldemort laughed, weak. Arrest. Kingsley's voice was low. We will figure out what to do with him. Hermione's head snapped toward Kingsley, eyes fierce. No. You do not put him in a cell and hope. You end it properly. Kingsley's jaw clenched. Hermione. Hermione cut in, voice shaking. I am not doing this again. I will not bury more people because someone wants to be civil with a monster. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. She is right. Everyone turned to him. Dumbledore looked like that statement cost him something. I wanted to believe there was always a clean way, Dumbledore said softly. There is not. Not with him. Voldemort's eyes snapped to Dumbledore, hate flaring. Traitor. Dumbledore's gaze did not flinch. I am late. But I am not on your side. Harry's hands shook. His shoulder throbbed. His body felt heavy, like someone had filled his bones with sand. He looked at Hermione, Luna, Neville. Hermione's eyes were bright with tears she refused to let fall. Luna's face was pale, lips pressed together, gaze steady. Neville looked wrecked, but his chin was up. Harry swallowed. We are not executioners. Hermione's voice trembled. We are survivors. Luna's voice was soft. We can choose mercy without being stupid. Neville's voice was rough. What do we do then? Harry stared at Voldemort, wandless, bound, hollow. He thought about Cedric. Sirius. Dobby. So many names that did not get to stand here and argue morality. He thought about kids inside the castle right now, bleeding, crying, still fighting. Harry's voice came out hoarse. We end him in a way he cannot come back. Dumbledore nodded slowly. There is a spell. Old. It severs the soul from the body without leaving it tethered. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You know it. Dumbledore's gaze dropped. Yes. Hermione's voice was sharp. And you did not use it before. Dumbledore looked like he had been punched. I believed I had time. Hermione's jaw clenched. You did not. Harry lifted his wand, hand shaking. Hermione's hand slid over his, steadying the grip. Luna's fingers touched his wrist. Neville's palm pressed against his shoulder, solid. Not controlling him. With him. Harry's breath came harsh. Do it with me. Dumbledore stepped closer, wand lifted, face pale. Together, he said quietly. McGonagall's eyes narrowed, but she did not stop it. Kingsley's jaw clenched, then he nodded once, sharp. Voldemort started to thrash, panic spiking. No. No. Harry's scar stayed quiet. Harry looked Voldemort in the eye. This is for everyone you took, Harry said, voice shaking. And for everyone you would have taken. Hermione's voice was low, fierce. And for everyone who is still alive because we refuse to break. Luna's voice was soft. And for the future. Neville swallowed, voice rough. And for Hogwarts. Harry felt his throat tighten. He did not let it stop him. Dumbledore spoke the spell first, low and steady. Harry followed, voice hoarse, pouring what was left of his magic into the words. Hermione's air locked the spell into a clean line. Neville grounded it, so it could not slip. Luna dispersed the edges, so it would not splash into anyone else. The spell hit Voldemort. There was no explosion. No gore. Just a sudden stillness, like a candle being pinched out. Voldemort's eyes went blank. His body slumped. The air around him felt lighter, like something heavy had been taken off the world. Harry's knees nearly buckled. Hermione caught him, arms tight around his waist. Harry's face pressed into her shoulder for half a second. His breath shook. He did not cry. He felt like he might. Luna's hand touched Harry's back, gentle. Neville's hand stayed on Harry's shoulder, steady. Harry pulled back, swallowing hard. The battle around them was still going, but it sounded different now. Less frantic. Like the ground itself had stopped screaming. Kingsley's voice was rough. It is done! McGonagall's face tightened, and for 1 second her eyes looked wet too. Then she snapped, voice sharp. Do not stand there. The castle is still under siege. Dementors are still in the sky. Move! Hermione wiped her face with the back of her hand, furious at herself. Yes, Professor. They moved as a unit again, pushing back toward the entrance hall, helping where they could. Harry saw students huddled behind a broken suit of armor, shaking. He heard a first-year sobbing for his mum. He saw Flitwick dueling 2 Death Eaters at once, face fierce. He saw Hagrid dragging an injured kid away from rubble, bellowing like a wounded animal. They fought, not as legends, as exhausted teenagers and their friend and their strange calm girl and their stubborn boy, doing the only thing they could do. By the time the last Death Eater disapparated, the sky over Hogwarts was turning gray. Dawn. Harry stood in the ruined courtyard near the breach, breathing hard, hands shaking, wand lowered. His shoulder ached. His throat was raw. His stomach felt hollow. Hermione stood close on his left. Luna on his right. Neville behind, leaning a little, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. McGonagall walked past them, barking orders, voice steady even with ash in her hair. Kingsley spoke quietly to Oris. Dumbledore stood near a fallen stone lion, staring at the ground like he was trying to understand what he had become. Ron approached from the edge of the courtyard, slow. He looked wrecked. Dirt on his face. Blood on his knuckles. His eyes were red-rimmed. He stopped a few paces away, gaze flicking over Hermione, Luna, Neville, then landing on Harry. Ron swallowed. You did it! Harry did not answer. Ron's voice cracked. You saved everyone. Hermione's voice was cold. We saved everyone. Ron flinched. Hermione. I. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Not now. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. His shoulders sagged. He looked at Harry again, desperate. Mate. Please. I was scared. I thought. Harry's voice came out hoarse. I know what you thought. Ron swallowed. I do not want to lose you. Harry stared at him, chest tight. He did not hate Ron. He was just tired. You already did, Harry said quietly. Not because I want revenge. Because you chose fear over me. Over her. Over all of us. Ron's eyes shone. He nodded once, like the motion hurt. I am sorry. Hermione's hand slid into Harry's, fingers tight. Luna's shoulder brushed his. Neville's breath hitched, then steadied. Harry looked at Ron for one more second. Then he turned away. Not dramatic. Not cruel. Just done. Hermione squeezed his hand. Come on, she said, voice rough. You are about to fall over. Harry let out a shaky breath. Yeah, I know. Luna's voice was soft. We can sit somewhere quiet. The Ravenclaw Tower has windows. The sunrise looks kind there. Neville let out a weak laugh. I will sit anywhere that is not covered in rubble. Hermione's mouth twitched. Agreed. Harry looked at the three of them, close, dirty, exhausted, still here. The bond pulsed, warm and steady. Not a curse. Home. Okay, Harry said, voice breaking a little. Let us go. They walked toward the castle together as the sun finally cleared the horizon, and the light hit the stones like Hogwarts was breathing again.